Welcome back, everybody. You got Specs here, and today we're gonna be well, first off, new draft league season coming right out. The UPDL starting its second season, super fun. Hope people play well, people play good, all that jazz. I don't know. Second off, this is a power rankings video, so if you wanted 5+ hours of my voice, this is where you're going to find it, because this will definitely take at least 6 hours. Okay, so, yeah, before I get started, what is this? What's a power rankings video? For those of you who may be wondering. Very, very good question, my good sir. The answer is, just a rankings video. So, basically I'm just looking at people's teams. I got their teams. Oh, this is Alpine Armaldos, but, I got everyone's teams in here. I'm gonna take a look at them. Take a look at how bad they are. And then, at the end of the day, we're gonna rank them based on how bad they are, and whoever's the least bad wins the video. What do you win? You win the least amount of excuses for losing a game. That is what you win. So actually, the benefit is to be the worst person on here, and then you get the most excuses. Because yeah, I'm already being so mean. Okay, but. Yeah, it's just I'm ranking people's teams because one, I like I just like analysis. I like doing that type of stuff. And second off, I do like judging people at the end of the day. There's the reason why I'm a YouTuber. So yeah, we're just gonna do that. Anyways, oh yeah, before I start looking at people's teams, got some categories up here. I'll briefly go over them. So type variance is just basically, do you have it goes beyond just type cores. So there's obviously the fire, water, grass core and stuff like that. But beyond that, do you have any sort of general weaknesses type wise against your team? So is your team just completely demolished by Ice Beam? If so, you lose points. If not so, you don't lose points. That's basic just that. Hazards removal. Do you have hazards? Do you have removal? Very simple. The main thing I'm looking for here is not only having those said hazards and having said removal, but also having multiple. Because having multiple means you have more diversity when it comes to team building. Because not one Pokemon isn't pigeonholed to have rocks or defog every single game. Pivoting, pretty good. Not pretty good. but pivoting basically just do you have Volt Switch, do you have Flip Turn, do you have U-Turn, do you have Teleport? Do those mons. Use those moves very effectively over other potential niches they might occupy. Yeah, that type of stuff. Speed tiers. Not only do I want to see very fast and very slow Pokemon, I want to see a lot of in between. I want to see a diverse range. You want to have very spread out. It's very spread out range of speed. Bulk. Can your team take hits very well? Do you have wish support? Do you have that type of stuff? Setup, do you have Dragon Dance, Swords Dance, all that type of setup moves, and can you just set up and sweep teams? Wall breakers, can you break fat mons with just one strong singular attack? Cleaners, can you, if a team is weakened, use one Pokemon and just immediately start and just go and kill everything? Those are all the basic categories. Ranking's going to be 1 to 5, 1 being lowest, 5 being highest. Everything's going to be average. And then at the end, based on the average score, people will get ranked, and we'll see what happens. So without further ado, let's get right into it. We're going to get into the Alpine Armaldos led by Eve Stitch. The first thing she has is a Mew. And Mew is one of the best Draft League Pokemon, period. Want to know why? Because it can do literally everything. And that's not even a joke. It can occupy any sort of niche possible. The reason why this doesn't make Mew good in OU is because it doesn't do everything as well as other Pokemon can. But in Draft League, when your options are limited to 9 to 11 Pokemon, you have a lot less options. And drafting Mew means you can do a lot of options without having to, get more Pokemon somehow, breaking the rules of the Draft League or anything like that. You can everything you want is in one tiny pink package. So, speaking of which, let's talk about Mew. So I'm ready, set. Well, I didn't say anything about it. You know, it gets a lot of setup moves. You know, Dragon Dance, you got Swords Dance, you got All Mine, Nasty Plow, Bulk Up, Cosmic Power, Agility, Iron Defense. It got literally every setup move in the book that you want, besides Quiver Dance, because I don't know. Why would you want to give a Quiver Dance if you're a monster? Yeah, so there's that, and then also has a very, very wide move pool. Its physical move pool is honestly pretty much better than its special, I'll be honest. Close combat, Psychic Fangs is good for stab, and then you have Triple Axle. If I can type triple axle, you know, you got Flare Blitz, Flare Blitz. There we go. You got like Earthquake. You know, like a lot of moves. I'm not gonna go over all of them, but like it has a lot of moves. Brave and stuff like that. It's pretty good. And then like in terms of the special side, you know, you got Psychic, Flamethrower, Ice Beam, Thunderbolt, Surf, Grass Knot. Signal. Well, actually, Signal Beam doesn't exist in this one. Bug Buzz, Dazzling Gleam, Aura Sphere. Okay, the list goes on and on. The point is, got a lot of moves. Make do. Just use them. They're all of them. It's everywhere. Specifically, I want to point out Demon Mew. So Cosmic Power, Body Press, Sword Power, Roost. And replace Body Press for like Taunt. Would like, and this thing is really, really goddamn scary, even in OU, specifically OU Hyper Offense. So like this thing will destroy you. So just you know, that's scary stuff. And then if you don't want to run offensive, fine, you can do anything at once. It gets all the main status conditions. So Will-O-Wisp, Will-O-Wisp, Thunder Wave. And Toxic gets access to knockoff, gets rocks and spikes, teleport, future sight, flip turn, U-turn, volt switch, baton pass, but you can't pass stats, so you can't really want to use that one. Yeah, Roost and Softball as well for recovery. So yeah, this thing, Heal Bell as well, you know, wide as well. Yeah, this thing gets everything. Just. The hardest part with using Mew is figuring out what to do with Mew. Frankly, that's the main thing. So, yeah, base 100 stats across the board. Yeah, okay, moving on. Mew, I'm not Mew, Venusaur. I should mention that Eve does have a Sunsetter in Torkoal, so Chlorophyll basic form Venusaur is an option that can be used. So I guess you could just, you know, go with that nice growth. That's not growth. Giga Drain, Earth Power, Weather Ball. Maybe throw in Sludge Bomb somewhere in there. And yeah, you can use it without Mega Evolving. So there is that option. Yep, there is. Or you can just, you know, go ahead and Mega Evolve. Once you Mega Evolve, you could still kind of run this, I guess, if you wanted to, but you just don't have Chlorophyll, so not as useful. But, yeah, regular Mega Venusaur is still pretty good. Sun Boosted Synthesis is really nice. Then you got Leech Seed and Sleep Powder, which is really good utility. Still have access to knockoff there as well, which is always really nice. What else? I guess 100% accurate Toxics. Yeah, that's about it. It's really bulky. Has access to thick fat in its mega form. So basically, fire and ice moves are not weaknesses anymore. So fun. And yeah. Next up, we got Volcarona. As you can see, I've already typed in the heavy duty boots because, despite the fact that Volcarona does not have feet, you should be wearing boots all the goddamn time. The 4x rock weakness is not something to joke about, and it also still is grounded, unlike Moltres and Charizard, so it still takes damage from spikes, T-spikes, and webs. Just put the damn boots on. Abilities, Flame Body by far, because despite its low physical defense, it actually can function pretty well taking a lot of grass moves and whatnot, like Rillaboom and Kartana. Also resists U-turn, so anything trying to U-turn on it can potentially get burned. Flame Body is in general just a really nice ability. Yeah. Can you believe people think this stuff didn't... I'm not gonna talk about that. Anyway, there's only one thing Volcarona does, and it's Quiver Dance and scare the crap out of me every time I play OU. So, Dance, Flamethrower, Bug Buzz, Psychic. Probably want to replace one of those with Giga Drain if you want to. Or standard offensive version. You want the defensive version. Psychic. If you want the ultra defensive version, Safeguard. Because with Safeguard plus Roost, you are able to beat the premier special walls of Chansey and Blissey. Since you can't get poisoned, slash Thunderwave, and then you can just spam Quiver Dance, spam Roost when you get too low from the seismic tosses. And yeah, eventually you'll bowl over them with Flamethrower. So yeah, this is fun set. Yep, okay. Oh, I probably shouldn't move on. Oh no, yeah, I mean that's basically what you do with Volcarona. Of course, you could, theoretically speaking, try to do other stuff, like get the U-turn and Defog and Will-O-Wisp, which are cool moves, but the problem is you're doing that over Quiver Dance Volcarona, which is one of the most threatening sweepers in the meta game. So just don't do that. Quiver Dance is just better. Most of the time. I can't think of an instance where you wouldn't want to use Quiver Dance Volcarona, unless there's like a Heatran and a Blissey and like a Toxapex. I don't know, like even then, like you could still probably make it work. It's not a bad Pokemon by any means, so like just yeah. Anyways, up next. You do also have Chlorophyll on this spawn, but unfortunately it doesn't have like Weather Ball to take advantage of Sun. So you're probably going to be sticking to Prankster more often than not. In that case, you know, you got that nice... what? What am I trying to type? Taunt Encore. Yeah, there we go. So those things are very annoying with Prankster. You can probably imagine why. U-turn is always nice for pivoting. You have Defog as well for removing hazards. Yeah. This thing is basically just usually like, oh, it also knocked off. This thing is basically just like a fast pivot type mom. So, you know, you just get in, be annoying for a little bit, and then you turn out to whatever breaker slash sweeper you want to go to after. You can also use Memento to do that as well. It's Prankster Memento. So also use some powders. Stun Spore is really nice to paralyze stuff. It's 75% accurate, but you know it's still a thing. And unfortunately, while it doesn't get Sleep Powder, it does get Grass Whistle. If you really want to put something to sleep, you know, 55% accurate. You know, you know, you guys don't know, but yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's basically all you can do with Winscout. I guess you can try to use Growth Stuff and Chlorophyll. But, yeah. Next up, you got Torkoal, your Sunsetter. Pretty much always going to be running Cheat Rock plus Drought, unless you don't want to run Heat Rock, like run like Choice Spec, something like that, which could be interesting. But the main Sunsetter type deal, you know, you run Stealth Rock, not Eruption. Fortunately, Eruption is just not good enough in single battles, because since you're so slow, you're not going to be able to use Eruption without getting hit more often than not, which means lower base power. So if you want to use a strong fire move, you probably want to go with something like Overheat. Yeah. Anyway, Rapid Spin is always a nice option on here to remove hazards, and then the last move can be any sort of filler, kind of like Body Press for Tyranitar, and Solar Beam just for coverage. You can run Toxic Purple Walls, stuff like that. Clear Smog is what I just saw Clear Smog from Portal today, and honestly, it worked pretty well. I was not expecting it, so yeah, it made a lot of it worked though. Scorching Sands as well can be pretty good. Yeah, that's about it. Maybe Wisp, maybe On, those two as well. Yeah. If you want to try to run other sets, I guess you could try to run Shell Smash, but keep in mind you're so slow that after a Shell Smash, you're for being outsped by like base 100 Pokemon, B tier Pokemon. Like it's kind of bad. And then like after 2 Shell Smashes, you're still outsped by almost every single Scarfer. So right, like every good Scarfer. So like it's just yeah, it's not. Shell Smash Torkoal unfortunately is not very good. It's just too slow to make it work. If you need multiple turns to set up, that means you have less turns to abuse strong fire, spam, and stab moves in Sun. So yeah. Yeah. Next up we got maybe before I move on, maybe Specs could work. Just like Specs, maybe like Lava Plume, Overheat, Solar Beam, and Scorching Sands. That can work pretty well. Like a bulky sec. I mean, yeah, that can work pretty well. Okay, moving on. We got Nidoking. If you run anything besides Sheer Force, you're crazy. Other than Life Orb as well. Well, actually, Poison Point is not a bad ability, but I don't think you would ever not use Sheer Force. So, yeah, Sheer Force with Life Orb means as long as you're using a move with a secondary effect, Life Orb recoil is negated. So, for example, Earthquake will not. It will get the Life Orb boost, but it will not get the Sheer Force boost, and therefore will not be negating in terms of damage. But Earth Power will, which is why you run Special Nidoking instead of Physical Nidoking. Because with the boost from Sheer Force, you get, like, even if you're comparing something like Poison Jab versus Sludge Wave, first off, the difference in base power is more than, like, even though your attack is higher than your special attack, the difference in base power is enough to make Nidoking stronger on the special side than on the physical side. And you don't have any good, like, ground stab that it takes advantage of Sheer Force either Nidoking. Very unfortunate. Yeah, like none of these work. Actually, I'm not sure if Drill would work, but I'm not sure. But either way, it's still weaker than Earth Power. So like, it's just yeah. This is why you run Special Nidoking. Plus, Special Nidoking still has. Well, I mean, actually, Nidoking does have coverage on the physical side too as well. It gets all 3 elemental punches. But again, the same argument with base power is still a thing. Ice Beam, Thunderbolt, and Flamethrower are all stronger than the punches. So yeah, why would you ever run? It's just you just run Special Nidoking. That's just the reason why. It's just higher base power moves. Yeah. Anyway, side tangents aside, thing also gets Stealth Rock and Toxic Spikes if you want to use those. And yeah, this thing is a really, really threatening special attacker. Never underestimate it. Yeah, it's a really good wall breaker. Wooper is next. Well, okay. Yeah, so we got Wooper here, and fortunately, much as I don't like, talking trash about ones, oh man, I actually love doing that, but like, specifically not cute ones, but this, at the end of the day, Wooper is worse than Quagsire, because even if you do have that UPDL, which makes your defense better than Quagsire's physical defense, like you have less HP, you're not able to carry leftovers, and your special defense is still trash. So yeah, frankly, Wooper is just not hitting. I don't know why this is picked in round 7. In terms of what you can do, I guess you just budget Quagsire type stuff, so Scald, EQ, Toxic, Recover. But just frankly, it's not going to be better than regular Quagsire. Losing leftovers is really important, and yeah, and this thing makes it, the EV Light makes it even more susceptible to knockoff, which is just not what you want. So yeah, next up we got Hero. Fortunately, also not a single. You do have, the boost is nice, plus attack, plus special defense, that's great. It's just doesn't work for Cherub, because it has base 60 attack versus base special, base 80 special, base 87 special attack. Am I having a stroke? I swear to God. Okay, but yeah, like, base 87 special attack is a lot better than base 60 attack, at the end of the day, so it's just really unfortunate. Also, no allies to support with Flower Gift, because that's just how it is. It's not doubles. So yeah, unfortunately, Cherub is not going to be very good. Best thing I can say about it, it does get Weather Ball and Sun, which can be really nice. And it also gets Healing Wish. Aside from that, it's just kind of your good generic grass type, unfortunately. Yeah, nothing too exciting. The Rude, on the other hand, Pokemon. Yes, it is 4 times week to U-turn. We don't like to talk about that, but you know. The most standard set is Bulk Up, Power Whip, Darkest Lariat, and Jungle Healing. This set specializes in beating Stall, theoretically speaking. Basically, like, you run... About Power Whip is like... I think Power Whip is like 2 shots Clefable, or it's close to doing that. Unaware Clefable specifically, and then, like, you beat Iron Defense Corviknight with Darkest Lariat because Darkest Lariat ignores the target stat changes. Yeah, that's basically it. And also, since it's, you know, Grass type, Unaware Quagsire does not want to fight it at all. So yeah, that's how I basically beat Stall. Theoretical sense. Of course, in practice, it's a lot harder to make work, but it can work if you're smart enough. Aside from this, you can run choice sets, both Band and Scarf. You can run like Close Combat, like this, and then probably U-turn. Here. Yeah. Both Band and Scarf work on it. Some other sets, not really much else to speak of, unfortunately. Does get Stomping Tantrum if you want to hit Heatran or something like that harder. Maybe you can run No Item Acrobatics. I'm not sure if that helps you with anything, but that could potentially help you with something. Yeah. Next up we got Aldigoss. Nice low tier grass regenerator Pokemon. Unfortunately, kind of just worse than Tangela. Tangela's actually pretty good one. No, it's not. I got that. It didn't fall or anything. This thing does get access to Rapid Spin, which is really nice, and you know, Sleep Powder is still good. Fortunately, it just doesn't have like any coverage. Speak of, it literally only has grass moves, so there's not much you can do. I guess you can run Weather Ball again in Sun to try to do something with that, but like it's just, why would you do that on this when you can do it on the Venusaur? Well, I guess because Venusaur's Mega, so you know what? Maybe you can try to do something like that. But this thing doesn't even have Chlorophyll though. Yeah. Well, it's good Spadef though, so maybe it could be a decent Spadef wall. Last up, we got Murkrow. Prankster is pretty good. Can't do Quash, unfortunately, because you know that's double specific. Well, I don't think it is double specific, technically speaking, but it just forces the target to move last this turn. So like, you know, if you use it in singles, you're just letting your opponent move last, which basically means you give up a free turn. So not the smartest idea in singles, unfortunately. In terms of what Murkrow can do, you can try to use like a defensive one with like Fire Play, Boost, and Defog, and then some sort of filler move. You can try to run maybe like Calm Mind, Dark Pulse, Heat Wave, Boost. You can also try to do Perish Song Trap. So Perish Song, Mean Look, Protect, and Roost or Substitute lets you kind of just trap something, you Perish Song it, protect for a couple turns, and then you switch out and then let that thing die. Pretty standard strategy. Well, it's not standard, but it is a pretty nice strategy to use. It's kind of like a catch-all option if you really need it. And yeah. So going back to the rankings, let's get started. In terms of type variants, I am seeing no Flying Resist, which is a very big concern. Yeah, so before I get into it more, you know, this team is pretty clearly centered around Sun, and with that, there comes a lot of drawbacks, because, well, basically, you know, you have to run a lot of same type Pokemon, because usually a bunch of Pokemon that with Chlorophyll, are all grass types. Obviously, you want to use fire types in Sun, so like you have a lot of common typings here, and with that, it's just like you're just gonna have to stack weaknesses. It's something you have to accept with any sort of terrain or like weather-based team. So yeah, there's always gonna be weakness. Fortunately, not a lot that has been done to mitigate those weaknesses. I mean, yes, there are like, no, they're really not really. I mean, well, okay, now, well, grass and fire kind of cancel each other out pretty well. So, I mean, I guess by that logic, they have canceled each other out a little bit. But the issue is, like, there's still a lot of, like, for example, okay, look, I already mentioned flying types, right? For flying types, there's, like, if you're fighting against, like, a Star Raptor, like, if you're fighting against a Choice Band Star Raptor, what do you do? I think you literally just lose them on every single time it comes in. Yeah, something like that. Or, you know, if you're fighting against poison types as well. I mean, Nidoking does resist poison, and Wooper as well, but, like, those aren't very sturdy poison resist. And so, like, that can be a very big issue as well. You do have the electric immunity, though, which blocks for blocking Volt Switch. Nidoking is one of the better ones. Specifically because I've had good matchup against stuff like Tapu Koko, because it is a ground type that isn't weak to grass, which is very important. Yeah, you do have ground resist as well, but I mean, ground immunity is Murkrow. I mean, 2 and 3 have a lot of grass types, so I guess not having a ground immunity or not having a good one is it's not as important. So I guess that's fine. But yeah, the flying, the poison stuff, kind of scary. No ghost resist. Oh no, he has a ghost resist. She has a ghost resist. I guess it's fine other than the flying thing. I guess, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'm yawning. I'm okay. Just got off a plane like 5 hours ago, so kind of still tired. We're gonna through the pain. Yes. Yeah. So the type variants, the flying thing is kind of a big issue. What else? I guess that's the main thing. Yes. I guess bug also could potentially be an issue, but you do have the 2 fire types, so it's not too big of an issue. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, So like, let's just give it a 3 for now. Like one big weakness, one kind of weakness. Yeah, let's move on. Of course, there's probably something I'm missing, so yeah. Okay, hazards and removal, pretty good. Yeah, Stealth Rock and Spikes on Mew here. Defog on Mew. You have Defog on Whimsicott. You wouldn't use Defog on Volcarona, so I'm not gonna really mention it. Rabbit Spin on Torkoal, Rabbit Spin on the Eldegoss. You have Defog on the Murkrow as well. So yeah, Stealth Rock on the Stealth Rock Anti-Spike on the Nidoking, as well as Stealth Rock on the Torkoal. So yeah, I think that works pretty well. Yeah, forward that. Basically the main thing here, the reason why I'm not giving you 5 is because you don't have webs. That's like the only thing. Realistically speaking, you don't really need webs to have a functional team, so whatever. Next up, we got pivoting. Mew has all the pivoting moves, although you don't necessarily want Mew to pivot every single week, so yeah, there's that. Whimsicott U-turn. Rude U-turn. That's about it, unfortunately. Okay, so yeah, I mean, Whimsicott's a pretty good U-turner. Druid's pretty good at it too, and then Mew, can do it, but like nothing else. Like, 5, I guess, maybe. I guess. I don't know. I might come back and revisit it later. The main thing is, you basically just have 2 good pivoters and then one that can do it, but it would mean that you have to run a more defensive set, which I guess, like, that's not necessarily bad. I don't know. I might come back to it. Speed tiers. Let's see here. 100, 80, 100, 116, 20... 15. I think that's like what, 85, 105, 91, 60. I mean, the main thing here is just like you have, I guess, main thing I can criticize, you don't have anything faster than 116, which sounds like I'm nitpicking a little bit, but like there's a lot of stuff outside of 116 that's kind of scary, aka Dragon Ball, Zeraora, Base 130s like Jolteon. There's a lot of like fast things that can be kind of scary to your team. So I don't know. I guess it is kind of a concern. I will say like it's 5. There. Oh god. Your team is kind of clustered as well around like the base 85 to 105 range type of thing. Like everything's within there, and then there's like a couple outliers that are outside of it. Yeah, usually you want to see like a little bit more base 60s, some base. Well, I mean that's kind of that is kind of nitpicky. I'll just leave it as 3.5 for now. I might go back and change it though. All right, back to bulk. While everything on this team can basically recover on their own, I want to say this team is necessarily very bulky. That thing's like meant to be like a wall per se, except for like Venusaur. Everything else is just like a tank. You know, you can take hits and then dish it back out, but the point is not to take the hits, like to sit there. You're just trying to take the hits so you can 1v1 and trade. So yeah, in terms of bulk, it's like yeah, everything can recover on their own, which is good. But like, there's nothing like super bulky here. So I think I just give it like just like average, I guess. Setup. Mew can set up like literally anything. I guess Growth Venusaur, Base Venusaur and Sun, Growth Whimsicott and Sun. Perfect Antimal Corona is literally just like godsend, I guess. Well. Bulk up is rude. Those are the main things. Yeah, okay. I mean, I think this is pretty good. Overall. I'm gonna give it like 4. I think a 4 is deserved. That's some pretty good stuff here. This is not my music. Hello? Alrighty then. Anyways. Wait, did I actually put that in something? Oh, I did not. Okay. Anyways, sorry for that. Wall breakers. Let's get back on that. Not a lot of good wall breakers here, unfortunately. You do have Nido King, which is really good. But I guess maybe Specs Torkoal can potentially do something. Maybe Choice Band's rude, maybe some sort of Mew that could wall break. I don't know, but like, yeah, there isn't really a really strong wall break here. Besides Nido King. Leaning between a 2.5 and a 3. I'm gonna give it a 2.5 for now. Yeah, okay. And then cleaners, it's gonna be the last one here. Venusaur and Sun can potentially clean. I guess some Scarf variants as Ruru can do that as well. Maybe some Scarf and Nido King action too. But I mean, overall, it's too reliant on Scarf to be cleaning necessarily. Again, Scarf Mew potentially, but again, it's. I mean, they could be decent cleaners though. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I'll just give it a 3. Let's move on. Okay. Okay, next team we got the Georgia Jolteons right here. Okay, so this. I should say during the drafting process, there may or may not have been about 4 different people trying to go for rain teams. Only one of them, I guess, truly made it out alive. The rest of them kind of had the, fight amongst themselves for the scraps. We'll get to the real rain team in a sec, but here is the first semi-rain team because this Georgia Jolteons, aka Moon, was not able to pick up a drought setter, not drought, drizzle setter. So, I mean, to be fair, there are only 2 of them. So one person got Pelipper, the other person got Politoed, and this person, Moon, did not get either, unfortunately. So yeah, we're just gonna talk about the team. We kind of transitioned out of rain towards the end there. But yeah, let's talk about it. Yeah, so first off, we got the Kapu Koko, which is annoying as heck. Really nice Pokemon, base 130 speed tier. Standard set right now is kind of like a heavy duty boots. Yeah, heavy duty boots set here. I can't type. And then, you run Electric Surge, obviously. And then, you run Thunderbolt, Dazzling Gleam, U-Turn, and Roost. Basically, the set just kind of aims to be a fast offensive pivot. And it does that pretty well. I guess in terms of other sets, you can run Choice Specs. You kind of just switch this out with Volt Switch and Grass Knots. Yep, and then as well, you can run, I guess, some sort of physical set as well could potentially work. You do have Wild Charge. That's not Wild Charge. Wild Charge, you have U-Turn. I guess maybe Brave Bird can potentially do some stuff here. And then there's really no other good physical moves on Coco, unfortunately. And the last kind of set would probably be a Reflect Light Screen variant with Light Play, since it does get access to both and Taunt along with screens, which makes it a pretty solid screen setter. But yeah, those are the main general sets, and yeah, moving on. I guess since he does have a Raichu Alola, Moon does have a Raichu Alola, we could, well, not we, but he could potentially just run a Terrain Extender, which obviously would help the Raichu in terms of sweeping, since it does have Surf ability, double speed in Electric Terrain. So yeah, next up we got Kingdra. Yeah, Kingdra's really good in rain. It's a goddamn shame he doesn't have any ability Rain Setter, Drizzlemons. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, the music's kind of loud. I'm gonna turn it down. Okay, I didn't really turn it down that much. But anyway, so if he does have some sort of way to manually set rain, which I don't know. Frankly, I don't see a good rain setter on his team, manual one. If you don't have a drizzle setter, my main suggestion would be to get a Prankstermon and then get that to set a Prankster Rain Dance plus U-Turn. So something like Illumise would be pretty good at doing that. And is also low budget as well. Unfortunately, he does not have any of that, so I think he's just gonna stick a Rain Dance on his Kingdra or his Ludicolo, which severely undercuts how well they can perform in rain, because the main thing here is, like, these Kingdra especially, like, that thing wants to run Choice Specs almost all the goddamn time. So, like, I mean, yeah, you can run Life Orb, and, like, I mean, Life Orb works on it too. Like, first off, you're gimping coverage because you don't have, you only have 3 move slots, because one of them has to be dedicated to setting up your own rain. So, like, for example, here, obviously, Kingdra's gonna run Draco Meteor plus a Rain Stab. So, what's it gonna run in the last slot? It has to run Ice Beam, I guess. Maybe you want to run Hurricane, but you can't run both, right? So, and then maybe you want to save for Water Stab and Rain, but you can't run. Basically 4 move slots in Dream, basically, and it's even accentuated even worse by the Rain Dance. Having to run Rain Dance on your Swift Swim seasons. So, he really just got screwed over because he wasn't able to get a Rain Setter. Yeah, sucks for him. Yeah. Outside of Swift Swim, though, Kingdra can run Choice Sniper sets. So basically, your main gimmick here is Scope Lens, Sniper, and Focus Energy. So with all this combined, Draco Meteor, any move will 100% crit, if I'm not mistaken. So, you can spam Draco Meteor to your heart's content, and since your special attack dropping doesn't even matter, you get to spam Draco Meteor all the goddamn time. So, Hydro Pump as well, like everything is able to crit, which is really, really nice. Yeah. That's about it. I don't know. Outside of that, okay, that's not it. There's also, you can also run Dragon Dance on Kingdra. It's not terrible. Unfortunately, Water plus Dragon Stab is not the greatest thing of all time, but it can you can make it work. It's not terrible. Yeah, moving on. Ludicolo, again, the rain dance issue is kind of a big issue. Outside of that, maybe you could try to run like a defensive Leech Seed variant. I honestly don't know what you do with Ludicolo outside of rain. In rain, obviously you just run like, you run Hydro Pump and like you get Drain, like Ice Beam, stuff like that. But this absolutely sucks that he has to forego that rain. Like he has to set up rain with just his rain setters, with his rain abusers. I just not a fan of that at all. Next up we got Raichu Lola. Thankfully this combination plus Tapu Koko was not interrupted at all. So basically the whole thing here is that basically you do something like this. So you have Nasty Plot, you have Rising Voltage, which is powered up twice in electric terrain, and then you also have the Surge Surfer ability, and so this gives crazy electric energy. What am I saying? Just it's really strong, obviously. And obviously, you're like, okay, well, ground types, obviously, I can beat that. Well, this thing has Surf and Grass Knot, so it covers a lot of ground types that it needs to cover. Especially in a Draft League format, it can just tailor its moveset to whichever ground type it needs to beat. So, yeah, very, very terrifying. You don't have to run Nasty Plot either. You can just run Specs if you wanted to. You just switch that out for Volt Switch or something. You can make it work. I personally find the Life Orb one to be a lot more threatening, just because you're able to switch up moves, which is really scary. Because if you're Specs and your opponent is damage calcing, they will be able to tell if you're Specs, and if they can tell your Specs, well, and they just need to be able to switch in correctly the one time, and then they can beat the Raichu. Yeah, but Raichu is very, very scary under electric terrain. Don't mess with it. Mimikyu is up next. Basically, main thing you do here, set up the Swords Dance, you set up a Okay, you set up Swords Dance, and then you kind of sweep. So, the main thing that kills this thing, lack of a good Ghost Stab. Shadow Claw is only 70 base power, and it really, really sucks, especially when a move called Poltergeist exists, and they decided not to give it to Mimikyu. So, Mimikyu pretty much sucks. Well, it's not bad. That's not what I meant by suck. That just means that it sucks that it doesn't get Poltergeist. But, yeah, I don't know. It's sad. It could be a lot better. But anyways. I was gonna say something, I forgot. Oh yeah, right, Curse. So, another set you can try to run, obviously, without the Life Orb. You can try to run Curse, and since you have that Disguise, you're able to just set up the Curse without technically losing HP. Okay. You're losing HP, but you have that safety net. I guess. I don't know. It could be pretty interesting. I don't know what I just did. Okay, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Outside of that, outside of Swords Dance and like gimmick or like more strategies, it doesn't really have a lot for it, frankly. I guess it's a decent Trick Room setter because it has Disguise and all. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard. I mean, it's not bad. I don't know what I say like it's bad. It's not that bad. It could be. I just also doing the that's all. Anyways, Gardevoir is up next. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. Basically, Hyper Voice Pixelate is the main thing on this thing. I use Thing a lot. Don't worry, it's consistent. Mystical Fire is really good for coverage. And got that in Generation 8, and then obviously you still in the second movie. And yeah, last move is kind of filler. Focus Blast to deal with those Steel types. I don't know. I don't know what Gardevoir does. You just kind of do it. You run Calm Mind. I know it gets Wish, but like, I don't think it's a very good Wish passer due to the low HP and low physical bulk. Heal Bells can be nice, Healing Wish can be nice, Knockoff can theoretically be nice. Lancho can be okay, I don't know. Get Shadow Sneak. Use that, obviously. What? I just want to see it. What? This thing gets triple axed. I'm assuming it just gets Mega Delayed. Like, I guess some of the same moves as Delayed does, basically. I don't know. I'm already tired. Yeah, this is not gonna go. This video is not gonna go. I probably have to do this in 2 parts. There's no way I can finish this all in one day. Especially since it is currently 11:40 in the PM for me, so you know, it's kind of bad. Yeah, let's move on to Extra Drill. Unfortunately, no Sand Setter for the drill, which is kind of sucks. But you know, at least you have Mold Breaker Drill, which is always a consistent one. Basically, this thing sets up rock. It can set up rocks. Well, I guess the first thing that comes to mind for me is the Stealth Rock Lead set. So you have Rock and Spin, you have EQ and like whatever you want the last one. You just want to Sash. Gets up rocks pretty consistently. But yeah, that's a waste of a drill in my opinion. Right, you should just run Swords Dance. Swords Dance, this right here, and then run lefties. This is always a very nice extra drill. Offensive drill with spin. It's pretty scary nowadays. You can also run Spadef. It's not toxic. Just, you know, something like this. I don't know like the good drill sets anymore, but like this stuff can be it can be pretty bulky, and it's a really good fairy check. Something like this. Yeah. What else? That's about it. Moving on. Lantern. Pretty much gonna be wanting both Absorb. Especially since you already resist water. Yeah. Just try to pull the book. Meant to just be like a basic defensive water type of Volt Switch, which is really nice. Something like this could be pretty good. Yeah. There's not much to say about Lantern. This is kind of like the main set you would run here. And then, like, maybe if you're ambitious, you can try to run like a Spec set. But, you know. Obviously, can fit other moves like Ice Beam or something. Thunder Wave. But, yeah. That's about it. We got Mudstick. Well, hold up. Moon's like drafting like half of his team from last season. I just realized. Well, at least the Gardevoir and the Mudsdale. I remember he had Gardevoir and Mudsdale at least. But yeah. Mudsdale. Not untemporary. Stamina pretty much every single week. This is another good rocker. With Stamina, Body Press becomes a lot more dangerous. You have EQ as well. And then you have a decent amount of other type of moves to use. Types of moves, you know, you have Heavy Slam for fairy types. You have like rock moves like Stone It. Well, you don't get Stone It. You get Rock Slide and Smackdown though for like Moltres or any other fire types. Actually, that's about it. I take it back. Not a lot of move diversity there. Toxic is always a nice option here. Yeah, I remember Mooney mostly used Assault Vest. Hopefully he mixes it up a little bit more. I think Lefty's Mudsdale is a lot better overall in my opinion. Thanks, especially since you can just set up rocks as well. And Toxic is both really nice to have. And like, my main thing was, I have like a gripe against Assault Vest. Like my main thing with that is like, if you run full Spadef with leftovers, it's pretty close to what Assault Vest gives, and you don't have the moveset restriction. And in some cases, that is even better because if you can like protect or anything, that gives you more HP over Assault. Like obviously, Assault Vest is not going to give you any HP, but you can recover more HP. So like, frankly, I just like Spadef lefties a lot more than Assault Vest in my opinion, though. So yeah, I don't know. That's just what I'm thinking. Anyway, I guess you can run Choice Band as well. Just like Choice Band, EQ, Body Press, whatever. Yeah. Last up, we got the Maractus. All these moves are pretty good. All these abilities are pretty good, depending on if you... I mean, I don't know. Maybe Moon's theme is he'll run any weather. So he'll run the sun for his Maractus, he'll set sand for his Excadrill, and he'll set rain for his Slowsovers. Only thing he's missing is the Hail Setter. Where's that? But yeah. I guess if you could set Sunny Day somewhere, Giga Drain plus Growth plus Weather Ball is always a nice combination to have. If not, this thing does get access to spikes, and can be kind of annoying in that regard. Like Spiky Shield, Leech Seed, Spikes, and like Giga Drain. I don't know, this could be interesting. And it is a nice water immunity for your team. That could be nice as well. Also gets access to Knockoff. Yeah. That's about it. Really good. This no type variants. This man has 1 ground resist. Yeah, that's not good. And it's not even a ground immunity, it's a grass type, which he most likely won't bring considering how low tier it is. Yeah, that's pretty... Oh wait, Ludicolo. I forgot. My bad. But also Ludicolo kind of sucks. Feel free to roast me in the comments. I mean, I like Ludicolo before anyone gets any out of hand. I like Ludicolo. That's not the thing I'm worried about. That's not the thing I'm concerned about. I'm just concerned about its competitive viability. Unfortunately, it's not as good as it is cool. You know? But yeah. Well, seriously, no ground immunity is kind of... I excused it. I mean, first off, Eve before Mooney, she did have a ground immunity. But, you know, it was kind of bad. But she also had a lot of grass. She also had a lot of grass types, so I excused it. But here, this is not excusable. You actually have no ground immunity, and you only have, like, realistically speaking, 1 grass type. That's not good enough. And plus, Ludicolo's stats on... It's not like it's the best Earthquake resist in the game. Like, that's really bad. You do not want to be screwed over by Scarf Earthquake. That's like... It's just Lando's theory waiting to happen. Oh god. Okay, but yeah, there's that. Let's see what else. What else is there to judge? Alright, this process takes me a while. You're just gonna have to wait a little bit. Somehow, grass is an issue. It's a goddamn issue. Yeah, no. He has 1 grass resist, and it is, Maractus. Yeah, Rillaboom's gonna eat this team up like it's Christmas. Like, oh my god. Holy crap. Or, like, any grass that Kartana... Oh my god, Kartana literally just... He just cooks Weeblade and wins! Oh my god. Okay, yeah, that's an issue. So, ground and grass... Grass actually more so than ground. What else here? Ghost absolutely tears through this team as well. Same goes for Dark. Yep, same goes for Dark. This is except for Coco. He has Coco. Yeah, I mean that's not good. This is a goddamn issue. Yeah, this is like a 2. This is like oh god. If I ground and grass, you have basically no resist. And then there's a lot of other types that are like they're like 1 or 2 mons off from completely crippling over. Like if your only good dark resist is Coco, which is not known for its defensive prowess, that's not a good look, man. Yeah, Ghost is a problem. I already mentioned that though. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna move on. Hazards plus hazard removal. Coco gets defog, but trust me, it is a terrible defogger. Because the main thing you want your defoggers to do is to beat the Rock Setter, and most Rock Setters are Rock and Ground types, and Coco does not beat those. Well, I mean, it can. It depends. If it's like 4 times weak to Grass, you know, you can run Grass. Like, Well, first off, you have to put Grass Knot, Thunderbolt, and Defog on the one set, which is kind of weird. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just... My main point is Coco's not a very good defogger. I mean, I guess you can use it. First off, you get rid of your terrain. Second off, I don't think it's a good defogger in general, so there's that. Rocks and Spin here, Rocks here, Spikers here. That's it. Okay, so you have one spinner, one defogger, 2 rockers, and 1 spiker. That's not very good, frankly. The main issue here is, as I said before, Coke's not a very good defogger. So your only realistic option to remove hazards is Spin on Drill. And Spin has its own issues, aka ghost types. Which, to be fair, Drill beats most of them. But it's not good. I said before, like, if you have only like 1 defogger, 1 spinner, 1 rocker, they're pigeonholed into running that move every single week if you want to clear or set hazards. So that it's just it's not good because you're limiting your team building just by having only 1 as an option. So yeah, this is not good. You have multiple rockers though, which is nice. As I said before, I don't really care if you have multiple spikers, but you have 1 spiker, it's pretty good. No T-spikes, no webs. Yeah, defogging on the side of removal is pretty bad. Setting hazards is okay. So like, maybe like a 1.5 on the hazard side, and then like a 1. Yeah, I don't. Well, okay, not 1. I'll give you 1.5. But like, it's just like, it's not. Goku's not a good defogger. Just trust me. You do not want to use Coco for defogging. You can use extra drill for spinning. It's a good spinner, but like, it's just you only have the 1 at that case because like just defogging exists. Okay, you know what, whatever. Pivoting. Pivoting is kind of polygon glitching. I won't. Got U-turn / volt switch on Coco. You have flip turn on Kingdra. Volt switch on Raichu. You have volt switch on Lantern. All very solid pivoting. Okay, I like this. Yeah, so it's like a 3.5, maybe a little bit more. I'm not sure. We'll come back to it. Speed tiers. Pretty good. Yeah, they look decent. Just from a cost glance. You got the 130 from Coco, you got 110 from Raichu. I guess I would have liked to seen something in between that, 115, like a 115 or 120, but that's nitpicking. 100, 95, 97, 88, not bad, 97, I got 97 from. Another 85, 70, yeah, all that. And then you also have, like, Raichu, Surf Surfer, which is, like, the best speed control in the game, outside of priority, so... Yeah, pretty good. And it's pretty diverse range, you know, it's not like you have nothing in the lower tiers. Yeah. Okay, I'm a fan of the speed tier. You get like you get 4.5. Like the only thing I can really criticize you on is like where's your base 120 volt? I guess. Your team has no ball. Alright. Alright. This does get root. Fine. Coco is not inherently bulky. Kingdra doesn't get any recovery. Only gets bleach speed not. He only has disguise to help it. So it only has 1 turn. Not bulky on the physical side. It can potentially be bulky, but it's not very good at it. Lantern is okay, you know. Okay, but no. Okay, here. Okay. You got Nicely Pot Raichu and Swords Dance Drill, both of which are very good. Swords Dance I don't count Rain Dance setting as our setup, so I'm not going to include that here. Yeah, so three solid creepers is pretty good though, I will say. So, Dragon Age new. I don't think so. Because she has more, technically speaking. I mean, they're not as good. She has more. She also has 3 really good ones here. Not as good, I will give you 3.5. Treeckos. I guess I can try to count Kingdra on the rain. Again, the rain is not source. Spectacle, maybe. Raichu. Yes, pick Raichu. .5 and cleaning. Problem is that rain is kind of weird. Might just ignore the fact that the rain is weird. You know, you got Switchman, Kingdra, and Ludicolo, and Raichu in Search Server. That's absolutely amazing. Pogo's already a fast. But your water is not from clean sources, therefore I will okay, good enough. Alright, moving on. How long has it been? It's been like 50 minutes, hasn't it? Okay. Yeah, they're a pretty good player, I think. I don't know. That player was good years ago, right? I'm just you know what? Reminiscing on old times is gonna help. Okay, so first off, we're starting off with big Galvantula round 1. Holy crap. But yeah, Galvantula's pick round 1. Interesting. That is not a sash. Basically, Sticky Web lead with Thunder. And there you go. You have defined Galvantula's existence. Good night. I will see you guys. Okay, no. But in all seriousness, it's basically like the main thing. Sash, Sticky Big, pivoting, all that type of stuff. Outside of that, maybe you can try to run like Specs. I don't know. I just don't find Galvantula to be the best web setter. By far, the best web setter in my opinion is not by far. Rabombi is a really good one. Struggle is good because it has both webs and rocks. So, you know, those are the 2 main web setters in my opinion. Take it or leave it. Araquanid just does like for other web setters. Galvantula is pigeonholed into webs. Like, it's not a bad web setter. It's just like you would pick Rabombi. At least I am. Araquanid is like you can run webs on it, but like kind of like it's not, you don't need to. Vickerbolt is kind of the same thing as well. So yeah, I don't know. It's not like Galvantula. I mean, I like Galvantula, but I don't like Galvantula competitively. So, I feel like it's just worse than Rabombi. Yeah, that's it. That's all. Everything Galvantula can do, Rabombi can do better. Except, I guess, paralysis. Now, even that scenario, because Rabombi has Stun Sport, it is less accurate, but at the same time, you can paralyze ground types. I don't know, it's trade-off. Okay, whatever, let's move on. But yeah, it's just sets webs. There's not much else that Galvantula can do. No offense to it, but yeah. Next up, we got the Sharpedo. Speed boost in the initial and then Mega Evolve. Really nice combo. I really like this one. It's a very, very solid cleaner. Now you have Protect, so you can speed boost in the regular form, and then you just run like, run some Liquidation, some Ice Fangs. I don't know. Just run you run stuff that gets boosted by a strong draw. So you know. Imagine if this thing had Fish's Rend. It kind of crashed, honestly. I guess if you don't, yeah. Close combat is really nice coverage for it. Flip turn is really cool. Unfortunately, obviously you have to lose the speed boost for it though, so that kind of sucks. But if you don't think you need the speed, flip turn plus like all the fang boost can be pretty interesting. And this thing can also run mixed as well. It has pretty good special attacks, so running like an ice beam against a Tangrowth is always a nice option. Yeah. I will move on. Ninetales Alola is up next. Sorry, I just wasn't moving. Okay. Snow Warning. You run the Light Clay, and then you run Scorn. So this is basically kind of, I guess, Popplio's kind of goal here was just HO, in a sense. So for that, because you have the webs, you have the Mega that's like super good on HO, especially with webs. Yeah. Okay. And then so yeah. Anyway, back to Ninetales. Main thing here: Aurora Veil, Snow Warning, really really good. Got that nice Light Clay as well. And you have a pretty good support move pool to support. So I have Encore, which is always really nice, and you got that Freeze Dry just to deal with any waters or whatever, and then maybe Hypnosis to be annoying, all that type of stuff. If your opponent has a weather setting, you can also bring Hail, so you can try to guarantee the weather set, the Veil setting. So that's always nice. Oh yeah, Chestnut. This thing is pretty cool. You can use it defensively, obviously, because it has really good defense and whatnot. Like Leech Seed, Spikes, and Spiky Shield. I don't know, Drain Punch. I like this could be really nice. Or, screw all of that. Let's run Belly Drum, baby. That's what I want to see. Let's go. But yeah, you run just like Belly Drum, Seed Bomb, This is where it's at. You want to run HO? Run HO with the freaking Galvantula webs, dude. This is the go-to with the sauce stuff, bro. Exactly what you want. Yeah. No further questions. Okay. I guess other sets you can try to run the maybe. I don't know. Oh, it's so much. That's like super interesting here. Voice Dance is nice. I don't know, Belly Drum. Yeah. Oh yeah, Woodhammer. Why don't you run? Well, I guess on the Belly Drum set you wouldn't want to run Woodhammer necessarily, but I mean, I guess you have Drain Punch. I don't know. It's up to player preference, I'll say. Starmie next. Natural Cure and Analytic are both very good. Just kind of have to pick and choose when you want to use one or the other. Analytic for more offensive Starmies, Natural Cure for more defensive ones. Yeah, this thing has a lot of good coverage, so that's got that going for it. Maybe this for an offensive one, so you run like Specs, kind of run Analytic here. This could be pretty good. Maybe you want to put Thunderbolts here instead of Flip Turn, but Flip Turn is nice for the, momentum. If you want a more defensive one, maybe you run Leftovers or Heavy Boots. You run like Scald, Spin, Recover. Also, I've seen some Reflect type Starmies, which have been pretty cool. That could also be really cool. Yeah, something like that could be pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know. There's not much else I can say about Starmie. It has a good amount of coverage, so you can expand upon that when you're building for other people. Maybe you can run screens on it as well with Flip Turn thing. That set, or even if you could also that set and that yeah, okay, moving on. Bikini. I like Bikini. Lot. V is for victory, as they say. Speaking of V for Victory, V Create. I don't know. This is probably standard like Choice Band / Choice Scarf set. If you want to run Choice Scarf though, you probably want to run Final Gambit, which is really nice to obviously kill things. Then there's also just like the regular heavy duty boost sets. This has been coming more common within Sword and Shield OU as of recently. You run Glaciate to edit V-Create Bolt Striker just there for fun. Even Assault Vest, I've seen it. Well, I've seen this stuff in like pre-Gen 8 when Loots wouldn't exist. This is a pretty solid check to topping Lele. Go like that. Yeah. I mean, I guess. Run, Blue Flare, and then you have Stuff Glaciate, and then you have Scorching Sands, and really screw over things like T-Strand. Yeah, something like this could be pretty good as well. Yeah, you have a pretty good amount of coverage, so you can kind of experiment with it, and yeah. Plus, have a pretty good, well, not super deep, but they have a pretty decent support move pool. You have access to Encore, Thunder Wave, Taunt, stuff like that, so that could be pretty interesting. But of course, you have to know how to use it. You even have Trick Room, which you might think Trick Room on Victini sounds really dumb, but then you remember that V-Create lowers your speed. So, the more you spam V-Create, the faster you are in Trick Room, so that can be pretty interesting. I have seen some of that stuff before, it's pretty funny. So, yeah. Next up, we got Flygon. The worst Garchomp, as some people. Not me, of course, but some people, I'd say. Definitely not me, as it's me. Okay, I'm gonna stop being mean. It'd be mean to Pokemon itself. But yeah, so you have the Dragon Dance, and you have the 3 attacks, so that's pretty standard. Levitate, well, you have to run Levitate. Maybe you can replace anything with Roost. This type of set will leave you walled by any sort of levitating steel type. Or just a fairy type with Unaware. Screw you, Clefable. Yeah. In terms of other sets, Scarf, not a bad one. Does get access to U-Turn, which is always really nice. Scarf on this, even Choice Band. Mixed is not too terrible either. Something like, I don't know, something like this could be pretty interesting. Even though you have basically special attack, but yeah, this is it's like a what's the best way to compare it? It's like a Garchomp. Like a That's a terrible example, explanation, but we're just gonna roll with that. I think that basically did, right? No, that really is basically it. No, yeah. You know what? I stand by that. I stand by exactly what I just said. Screw you guys. Next up, we have Bastiodon. I don't know. What does this thing do? I mean, like, Stealth Rock, Metal Burst. Okay, I'm done. This is it. That's all it does. Metal Burst and Stealth Rock. Okay, but in all seriousness, you have like 0 attacks, so there's no point in running any sort of like damaging moves. Unless it's like 4 times super effective. You don't even get Body Press, which really sucks. That's basically because, well, that was because it's not in the game. It's not in Sword and Shield, so we don't know if it gets Body Press or not yet. So, technically speaking, I guess. Yeah. I don't know, this thing's just kind of got nice defense. I mean, for sure, it's our steel type, so it has some good entryways or whatever, but like, I don't know, it just doesn't do a lot. Sets the rocks, takes the hit, and then hits back with Metal Burst. I don't know, what else do you want it to do? it's just so lazy. And I'm lazy too. Okay, moving on. Next up we got Minior. Wait, let me hold this. There we go. Okay, so we got Minior. Basically, that, and, damn it, it doesn't get Meteor Beam. I forgot, it's not a Sword Shield either. Oh, that'd be so sick, though, if you could run Meteor Beam powered. Oh, that'd be so sick! Okay, anyways. Yeah, you just Shell Smash, you get into out of shield down, you get to shields down form, which is this one that's on screen. And then you just, you know, run like Earthquake. Maybe Acrobatics if you're gonna, yeah, you run Acrobatics with White Herb. Music just stopped for some reason because for some reason YouTube has a policy where if you don't watch for long enough on the screen, it just pauses. So screw you, YouTube. And yeah, Earthquake, Acrobatics, and like what, Stone? Yeah. This is fun. Yeah. Still somehow worse than like most of the Shell Smashers because it's not super strong, but you know, it's pretty cool. It gets rocks too. You want to set rocks, I guess. It gets U-turn. What the heck? Hold up. New Age Meteor set coming in right now. Okay, that's about it. That's the New Age Meteor set. Okay, anyway, moving on. We got Arctivish, and I remember he has a Ninetales Alola, so Slush Arctivish with Vicious Run. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty good. Unfortunately, I didn't decide to draft the best Hail Abuser currently, which is Arctizolt. Bolt beam coverage crazy is the reasoning for that. But yeah, water ice coverage is not terrible. I know you kind of just run like Choice Band, I guess, with Slush Crush, and then you just spam Vicious Rend. Run like, I don't know. What do you run with this thing? Maybe Icicle Spear over Icicle Crash if you want to like not miss. I don't know. This is Freeze Dry can be. Oh, that's not Freeze Dry. Freeze Dry can be pretty nice to hit waters, which obviously wall you as a current. Yeah, I don't know. About it. Maybe run a substitute. Yeah. Okay, Cradily. Okay, so kind of do something like this. I don't know, something like this could be pretty good. You can run Earth Power or something if you want to for the coverage. Grass Rock is a pretty interesting typing. You know, your grass type that isn't weak to fire. In fact, you scare out fire types for the most part. And you're also grass rock type that is not water weak. In fact, you're water immune. But rock typing does add a couple of scary elements for Cradily, mainly fighting types. Very scary for it now. Do resist. You're not neutral to fight. I don't know. Grass and rock work together pretty well, you know. Because like they cancel out each other's weaknesses pretty well. You know, like water and ground no longer a problem with the grass on your side. Then fire and flying and poison get canceled out by rock. So that the two worst defensive types somehow end up really well together. Kind of crazy. Also, I don't really think grass is the worst defensive type though. Rock is up there. Not sure about grass. Grass is like, because grass has a lot of. The thing about grass, I know it has the most weaknesses, but it has a lot of really good resistances. Electric, ground, and water is kind of cracked as resistances. But anyways, I'm not here to debate typings. I am partially, but not this specifically. I'm just gonna move on. By move on, I mean let's actually start ranking. I think I might turn in after the next team. This is taking a toll on my soul. Okay, anyway, next up is the Narukami Ninetales. Oh, wait, what am I saying? We just did that. Okay. You know, I actually am gonna stop after this, and then I'll pause, and then I'll come back later. So Galvantula, or type variants. What am I saying? Okay, type variants. Let's just look through. You have pretty solid. Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about cores up until now, but you know, very solid Fire Water Grass core, very solid Steel. Actually, not as solid as Steel Fairy Dragon core because with your Steel type is Bastiodon, but you know, outside of that, you know, it's alright. This team is pretty good, I think. I'm just trying to. I'm sorry. Like just be in a warning. When I look at type variants, I'm basically gonna like pause for like long periods of time because I need to like look at all the think about all the types and try to like mentally match them all up together and see if it's like a problem. So sorry in advance. Because I'm just gonna be needing to do that. So far, I don't see any major issues here with Popula's team, though. Which is good, because I don't like seeing that. I guess fighting is an issue. Like, okay, yes, you do have resist. But the resists aren't super bulky outside of Victini, I guess. I guess Victini is a decent fighting resist. Like, I don't know. Maybe Ghost? Ghost can be an issue, for sure. Mega Sharpedo is not the most bulky thing. Although, theoretically speaking, you actually beat Ghost types because you have Bulletproof on your chestnut. Of course, you know, there's a thing called Hex. But you know, Shadow Ball, you know, you don't have to worry about it as much. But yeah, no, seriously. Ghost types, you know. 870 stats, basically across the board. Mostly. Never big of an issue. Have a great life. Good. Yeah. I think every type has like that Ghost has like 1 or 2 resists that are pretty decent. Well, yeah, I think this works out great. Can't think of anything right now, at least. So I will give you a 4. Give it out of 4 for now. Yeah, like Ghost is like kind of technically an issue. That's about it. Yeah, okay, moving on. Passive removal. Webs, spikes, spin, defog technically, stealth rock. Overall, your hazard side is pretty good. 3 potential rockers, a spiker, and a Weber, all pretty good. The removal side is something I'm more concerned about. You have Starmie as a spinner, which obviously is pretty good, but the issue there is that now, like you're gonna have to use Defog Flagon if you don't want to use Rabbit Spin Starmie, which is not very good. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of an issue. I guess it could be like 3.5. You got 2 for the hazards since you don't have toxic spikes. You have a 1.5 for removal because you do technically have a spinner and G-Fogger. But that's about it. Okay, pivoting. Flip. Turn. Turn. 5. Actually 6. Here. Yeah. A lot of good bits. Wait. That's actually your lower half is also kind of whack. Now that I'm thinking about it. Like you go from 100 to like 64. Yeah, that's not that good. Yeah, that's an issue. I don't know if I explained it. I think I did. I don't think. No, I actually don't think I explained. So the reason why I think that issue is so like you might be thinking like, what's the deal? I have like a bunch of base 100 mons. The dealio is if your opponent has a base 90, base 90s, like if you let's say you have your team right, and you're fighting against a guy with a bunch of base 90s, so he's gonna be like, well, I ain't gonna be able to outspeed any of these things, right? Because they're all faster. Well, now I can just invest in the bulk. Whereas if you had a 100 and an 80 base speed tier mon, and then you're fighting against that guy with a 90, now he's thinking like, oh crap, I have to outspeed this base 80 mon, so like I need to invest some speed. So I need to go do that, right? Whereas with before, like you're like, okay, screw it, I might as well just run minus speed. I still have all my stuff. So that's the reason why I think you should have like a lot of diverse range. So you have like an 80, a 60, a 100, a 90, a 105, a 115. That type of stuff. Features. So yeah, you don't have that. Is the main thing. Like after base 100, it falls immediately to like 94 unless I'm missing something. So yeah, I'm sorry, not 94. You should fall immediately like 64, which is like it's too much of a gap, frankly. There's a lot of mons that exist within the 100 to 64. A lot of them are base 90 and like base 90 to base 100, and those are a lot of those in there are killer. So like, it's not a good look having stuff like that there. Yeah, so that and not having the highest possible peaks really. So what? Because you have web, it's gonna give you the same score as Eve. I think realistically, your team, in terms of speed tiers, is worse than Eve's, but you have sticky web to help alleviate some of this. You have sticky web to help alleviate the top, like not having as much top heavy speed. So I will give you 3.5 based on that. But yeah, it's not. Bulk. I have no bulk. Why is this? Yeah. But yeah, no, seriously, like, geez. I mean, well, this is HO, so that kind of makes sense. I guess that means you have to make up for it with your 3 categories. Yeah, I mean, Stormy can kind of be bulky. Victini is like kind of bulky. Flygon has moved to the. Yeah, like the main thing here is the main army and creative. Like, what you. Okay, what did I do? What did I do? ID more. ID. Oh, fine. Setup. I just put out a setup. Okay, back. Oh. That's speed boosting. I think that Sharpie is more boosting. I think that's a little. Belly Drum, Chestnut, pretty good. Dragonite Flygon, Shell Smash Minior. Yeah, they're pretty solid. Pretty decent setups. Setup Irma, then you have Nail to help with setup. You got the same. Pretty good person. I think it's more so cleaner. And kind of classified as a breaker, so I give it a half. Like half a breaker. Rex Army can be pretty good with analytics. Yeah, those are like your two. Yeah, you don't really have a lot of breaking power on this team, frankly. Choice Band Victini, Choice Band Victini, Choice Spec Starmie, kind of Arctivish, like a 2.5. And then Cleaners. Cleaners is where you're kind of popping off. You got Sharpedo, you got Starmie, Scarf Bikini, Scarf Flygon, Arctivish, and Hail. No, I'm just gonna give it. I don't want to. I'm not gonna think about that one. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna finish up for today, but I will be back tomorrow. So I'll see you guys then. Bye bye. All right. We are back after spent a day, recovering from things. Anyway, we're back. No, we're gonna keep going. So next up we got the Zigzag Goons, which yeah, they got a team. Pretty cool. Yeah, we're on that. Yeah, we're okay. Okay, we're on that one. Okay, so first up we got Zygarde, which is very, very dangerous. One of the more dangerous things, I would say. Basically, the main set you run on Zygarde is setup. There's multiple different types of setups. My personal favorite is Coil plus Glare. Since Thousand Arrows is such a good move, because essentially it's a ground move that stops levitators or like flying types with levitators from actually resisting it. Basically, the only real resist to Zygarde is grass types, right? So Thousand Arrows is basically something you can just run on your own, and the rest of your moves can just be any sort of setup move tailored for that. You don't really need any other coverage with Zygarde, unless you want it. So yeah, Coil, Glare, Thousand Arrows, Substitute. One of my personal favorites. It plays for your team as well as sets up because you got that Glare support, and then if you still want to, you got that Coil, a Substitute plus Thousand Arrows. This thing is extremely bulky, so like even behind a Substitute without any boost to its stats, it is very hard to kill. So yeah, fun. Of course, you can also just run Dragon Dance as well, which is always a fine option. Maybe you just want to run a Dragon Stab, in which case Outrage is an option. Scale Shot is also not bad, and it works pretty well with Coil as well, which I have shown a couple times on my channel. You know, no need to. I'm flexing a little bit. Outside of that, I guess moving into non-setup sets, you got Choice Band. This thing does have access to extreme speed. 1,000 arrows is pretty spammable, so it makes for a pretty good Choice Band set. Probably Iron Tail last, just deal fairy type. I've also thought about mixed Zygarde. Not too bad of an option. I mean, Life Orb Draco Meteor just hits hard in general. Although, I'm not sure how good this set is, frankly. I've never used it for a reason. But in theory, it could perform pretty well. The main problem with the mix set is that it just doesn't have fire coverage for steel types. Which, to be fair, 1,000 Arrows deals with pretty much every single steel type in the game. But, you know, what about Ferrothorn? Which, to be fair, is why Superpower is on there. But yeah, this set could work. Yeah, not much else to talk about. Next up, we got another Extreme Speed Mon, Linoon, or Linoon, or however you say it. Okay, so basically the main thing for Linoon is, or Linoon, I don't know how to pronounce it. You're gonna have to bear with me, I pronounce it both ways. So, main thing with Linoon is basically gonna be Belly Drum. So, with Gluttony, you get to activate your health restoring berry immediately. Unfortunately, it does not, Wiki Berry and these types of berries do not restore full HP. It doesn't restore 50% HP anymore, it only restores 1/3. So, after a Belly Drum, you'll be at 83% and not at full, which is very unfortunate. But you have to make do with that. But yeah, main thing here is Belly Drum plus Extreme Speed. So, and the other two moves are basically just coverage moves. You know, maybe like Shadow Claw for ghost types, Stomping Tantrum for steals, Seed Bomb for like on a Work Quagsire, stuff like that. Yeah. This thing is pretty damn threatening in the Belly Drum department. Outside of that, though, it doesn't have a lot of utility. I guess, I mean, it does have a little bit. Maybe you can try to use like Super Fang and like Thunder. It does get Thunder Wave, yep, I do remember that. Yeah, I don't know. Stuff like that. I mean, frankly, it doesn't have a lot of stuff outside of that set. Maybe you could try to do some sort of trick scarf shenanigans. I don't know. But yeah, the main thing is just setup. It's just Belly Drum and Sweep. Next up, we got Darmanitan. Pretty much, you're never going to use Zen mode. If you do, respect, but also you're probably not going to make it work. Yeah. Flare Blitz, EQ, U-turn. Last move is kind of whatever you want. Superpower, Stone Edge, stuff like that. Yeah, this thing is really strong because of sheer force boosted Flare Blitz. Always really nice. You should probably run Rock Slide over it. Actually, now Stone Edge is stronger, but you have basically like Rock Slide is slightly more accurate, so I guess you can go for that. I don't know. But yeah, sheer force Flare Blitz is very, very strong. Yeah, I mean, also 140 base attack, just kind of, you're pretty strong in general. In terms of items, Choice Scarf or Choice Band, either one can work pretty well. Life Orb also can work to some extent, although I find it to be kind of mid, frankly. I think if you just want to run a power boosting item, you just run Choice Band. Because, like, Sheer Force, Life Orb, like, it's cool and all, but it doesn't, like, first off, like, yeah, sure, Flare Blitz is boosted by Sheer Force and Life Orb. Second, but, like, it doesn't, like, recoil, it still gets recoiled, and then most of Darm's other moves don't really take advantage of Sheer Force, besides Rock Slide. So, you know, like, Earthquake, U-turn, Superpower, none of those have secondary effects. So you're just taking a Life Orb jet for no reason. So, like, I personally find Choice Band to be a lot better. But Life Orb can have its usages when you want to switch up moves. I guess to each his own at that point. I think this thing also gets Belly Drum. You know, if you want to try something like that, maybe run like a double drum team. So, you know, Belly Drum substitute. Usually you want to run Fire Punch and EQ. You don't want to run Flare Blitz because you're going to be at 25% after the sub and then the Belly Drum. So yeah, Fire Punch is better, and then EQ for coverage. This could work pretty well. Yeah, that's about it. Next up, we got Weavile. Pressure and Pickpocket. Yeah, they're both kind of mad abilities on Weavile. You can use Pressure, though, to kind of scout if you're going to be faster than something. So, like, for example, if you... Like, let's say you leave Weavile turn 1, and then your opponent has a Landorus Therian. If they're Intimidate procs before your Pressure, you know they're Scarf. Otherwise, you are free to click Ice moves against it. So, I mean, that's a good example of, like, how you can use that to determine if you're faster. But yeah, both of its abilities are kind of hard to use. You can't really make effective use out of Pressure or Pickpocket on Weavile. But, you know, we're not here for that on Weavile. You're not here for the abilities. You're here for the power. You're here for the threatening stabs. You know, knock off, triple axle, not triple axle. Or not triple. Okay. And then Priority Ice Shard. Very, very scary when paired with a Choice Band. As term for the last item, our last move, you can go for Low Kick or Brick Break for coverage, but you can also go for other dark moves. So a good example is Beat Up, which is really, really scary, especially since, well, he doesn't have super strong, I mean, he has pretty good attackers so far. Oh, he has good front, yeah. So yeah, Beat Up is actually pretty good here with Choice Band, because if you don't know how Beat Up works, basically, if all your team members are alive and not statused, they will each contribute their attack stats in a 10 base power dark move. So basically, like Zygarde, right? So like at max attack, it's at 328. So you know, it'll be a 328. Wait, actually, I don't remember exactly how this works. Wait, how does this work? Hold on. No. It's basically like, oh, no, I remember. So it's basically like, yeah, so 328 for the attack stat. So it's actually a 32 base power dark move, right? And so it's basically you divide each attack stat by 10, and then add up all those base stats together. Added them up together, and then that's basically how strong Beat Up is going to be. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, I mean, something like Lanoon is not going to contribute much to it because, you know, it's not very strong. But like stuff like Darmanitan, Zygarde, Kartana, Weavile, they all contribute pretty heavily towards it. So that's Beat Up is actually really good in that regard. It's also a physical move that doesn't make contact damage, which is also really nice because, you know, stuff like Flame Body and Static can be really annoying. So Beat Up is really nice for avoiding that. Yeah. Oh yeah, right. Source Dance. You can also just run Source Dance. Yeah, so change this to, you know, if you want like more defensive utility, you can run heavy duty boots so you don't take rocks, chip, and whatnot. Or if you don't care about that, running Life Orb is an option. Or if you don't care about that or the extra power, you can also run protective pads to avoid the aforementioned Flame Body, Static, Rocky Helmet, all that type of stuff. So yeah, so that's what I was pretty much gonna be max attack, max speed. Okay, next up we got Rotom Wash. Very, very solid Pivotmon. Probably one of the best, if I had to say. Yeah, basically you just run Volt Switch, Hydro Pump, because unfortunately you can't learn any other moves with Rotom. And then the last two moves just kind of can be tailored to whatever you want. So yeah, it just kind of depends on what you want to do. Okay, so one of the more common moves is just like a status move. So Will-O-Wisp or Toxic or Thunder Wave, all of which can be pretty useful. And then you probably want to run like Pain Split or Defog or anything like that. All those can be pretty useful on the Rotom. If you want to run a Scarf set, you could run Trick and maybe like Thunderbolt if you want that higher base stat move. Yeah, that's about it. I mean, to be fair, it does this job really well. But, you know, there's not too much variation with Rotom forms. I guess, one more thing is that you could also run Nasty Plot. So something like this could work pretty well. But yeah, that's about it. Next up, we got Corsola. pretty much gonna always be running Curse Body since this thing is meant to be defensive. You don't want it to be taking weak armor. So yeah, this thing is pretty bulky after the EV Light, so that's really nice for it. Set up rocks. Yeah, it's pretty passive. So you're just gonna be relying on Nightshade for damage and Stealth Rock, and then you can use Strength Sap for recovering health. Will-O-Wisp is always nice to have. You can also use Toxic. There's probably other moves that I don't know about, because frankly, I don't use this thing. Actually, no, there's not much. Haze can be really nice for my anti-setup. Yeah, that's about it. Okay, moving on. Next up, we got Kartana. The fact that this was left until 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Round 7 is kind of disgusting, but okay. Yeah. The most common sets you'd see on Kartana is usually Scarf. So, yeah, something like this. So you just run, your Leaf Blade, Sacred Sword, Knockoff, and Smart Strike. Smart Strike is usually the thing that gets exchanged out for something like Defog if you want it. Obviously, you wear Scarf or Band. And then if you want to run Sword Stance, you usually run Life Orb or even Muscle Band, which isn't very good. But if you don't want to take the Life Orb recoil, that's understandable. Maybe you run Sword Stance. Something like this could work pretty well. You can also, if you want to, since you have Beast Boost, right? If you want to try to boost your speed when you're doing Sword Stance stuff, you can, basically you just run, you have to run a minus attack nature and less EVs. So this, you have to do this basically. But yeah, since Kartana's attack is already so massive, like 347 with a minus attack nature and hindering IVs is kind of cracked. It's more than base 100 at fully invested base 100s. So like, it's already pretty strong without it. So if you want to run Sword Dance, you can do that. I still don't recommend it though, personally, because it's just, you're giving up on, like, look, okay, so this is 347, right? If you're on max attack, like, that is a significant difference. 461 for 347. That is at least 25%, if not more. So, usually I just prefer to just run, if you're going to run Sword Dance, you just run just a regular max attack, max speed type stuff. But, to each their own, I guess. If you want to try speed boosting set, that is an option. Next up, we got Leafeon. Liked it. I guess something I could mention before I go. This thing does get access to Synthesis, and I have seen defensive Kartanas before. Because, the HP and defense is not super incomparable to Toxapex, which is kind of weird to say, but it's true. Like, you have less defense but more HP, so theoretically speaking, you could be as bulky as a Toxapex. And Grass Steel is not bad typing defensively either. So yeah, defensive Kartana can work. Now, would you use that over just absolutely murdering him? I personally wouldn't, but it is an option. So yeah. Next up, we got Leafeon, and I think the music's a little longer. Okay. Yeah, next up we got Leafeon. Yeah, Leafeon. I don't think, there's no Sunsetter on this team, so I'm not exactly sure what this thing's doing here. But Leafeon's always nice. I feel like it just kind of clashes with Kartana, though. I mean, they kind of do the same things, except Leafeon does it much worse. I guess, I don't know, you could try to make Leafeon like a Wish Protect type thing. I mean, it does have good defense and HP. Well, the HP is not that good, but it has good defense. I don't know. You can make it bulky, or you could just try to run, another Kartana. So, Leaf Blade, Knockoff, Sword Stance. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I'll be frank. Like, Leafeon just doesn't really fit in this team because you already have Kartana. You don't need Leafeon for this. Like, if you bring both to a game, it's like they both do the same thing. So, I mean, I guess you could try to just run a defensive Leafeon, like I said before. I guess that could work. But yeah, if you want to run offensive Leafeon, Leaf Blade, Knockoff, Sword Stance, and Fortunately, it doesn't have any fighting coverage, so you're probably gonna have to stick to like double edge or something. If you want to run defensive, I guess that is an option, theoretically speaking. So, you know, Wish Protect, maybe Heal Bell, and then, like, replay just for that. Yeah, something like this could potentially work. Anyway, moving on to the Pikachu. You're pretty much always going to be running Life Ball. Static or Lightning Rod. Probably Lightning Rod, considering you're so squishy, you die to any one hit, so you can't really take advantage of Static. But yeah, Lightning Rod gives you an immunity, so you can't switch to things. Anyway, so for Pikachu, there are two main variations. The first one is the offensive variation, the physically offensive variation. You have access to Extreme Speed, then Knockoff, all of which is very good. And you still kind of just stick Volt Switch on here, just for momentum grabbing. The next type of set, you can run full special. It does get access to both Grass Knot and Surf. Which is good coverage for an electric type. Basically lets you deal with almost every single ground type you need to, except basically Garchomp. Yeah. I guess you can run Play Rough on the physical set if you want to deal with said Garchomp. Yeah. That's about it. I mean, you could try to run Wish and stuff, but like 35 base HP Wishes are not necessarily the best. Yeah. And the last up, we got the Dusclops. Another Eevee-like ghost type on this man's team. Frisk is very useful in draft because you're able to scout items, since items are going to be a lot more varied than in singles or doubles, just because, you know, there's more like counter teaming going on in draft league, since you know what your opponent can bring. So yeah, basically this functions similarly to Corsola, except it does not have access to Shrink Sap or Stealth Rock, which makes it basically worse than Corsola. I mean, it is probably more bulky, but at what cost? You lose a lot of utility. So yeah, Nightshade, Will-O-Wisp / Toxic, Pain Split. Last move is, I don't know, it's whatever. You can run whatever you want. Maybe Curse could be fun. Destiny Bond could also be fun. I don't know. But yeah. Start rating this. Okay, I'm just gonna zoom out so I can look at everything. Yeah, so type-wise, this team is kind of struggling already. Dark and Ghost types kind of run through the team, considering Weavile is not very bulky, so Dark and Ghosts are already a big problem. Dragons, also kind of an issue. Your only steel type is Kartana. If those dragon types are special, that means Kartana can't check them at all. So dragons, also an issue. Fairy types, by extension, also the same thing. Again, your only resist is Kartana. This team is kind of just very offensive in general. There's not a lot of bulk here. Rotom is like a little bit bulky, but it's not meant to like take massive hits and then recover it off. It's just meant to like take a hit, pivot out to your opponent, pivot out to one of your other Pokemon, that type of thing. I guess Corsola and Dusclops are pretty bulky, but especially Dusclop, I find to be very, very passive. So, you know, Corsola is a lot better in that regard. It does have Strength Sap, so, you know, and Haze and like a lot of other things to make it so that it doesn't just sit there. But at the end of the day, its only real damaging move is Nightshade, which still makes it passive. So yeah, this team has a lot of offense, but I don't know if it justifies it. Like, there's like no backbone to this team at all. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a light breeze will literally kill everything on this team, except for the aforementioned Mons and plus Zygarde, basically, and maybe Kartana if you're taking a physical hit that isn't stab, maybe. Okay, yeah, I said Dark, Ghost, Fairy, Dragon, which is already a lot. Fairy, he technically does have resist, but those resists are not bulky. So yeah, there's just too many weaknesses, frankly. I mean, if I can think of anything else, I mean, I guess outside of that, it's better. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop there. The problem, there's already a lot of issues though. I think it's pretty similar to George Jolteons in that regard because he just doesn't have a lot of backbone for a good amount of typings. I forgot how many Moon he had though. I need to. It's been a couple days, so I need to remember what I did. Remember what I said. Oh yeah. I guess he does have a ground resist because of Rotom. That's fair. For Zigzag Goons, is what I'm saying. Electric? Yeah, he does Electric. Two of them. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty. I think I'm just gonna say it's comparable. Move on. I don't. Okay. Let me. I need to relook at Mooney. Give me a second. I'm gonna pause. Give me a second. On consideration, it might be even worse. Actually, I don't remember exactly what I said for Moon, but I think it might be worse. So I might actually give that a 1. You know what? I'll leave it at 1.5 though, because technically there isn't a type that technically completely runs through his team, but. Moving on. How's the removal? So, you got 1 Stealth Rock Setter. Oh god. He only has 1 Rock Setter and that's it? Oh dear. Yeah, that's a 1. That's a 1. That's a 1 in hazards at least. How about removal? Removal has 2 defoggers, but one of them is kind of bad at it. And the other one doesn't really like doing it either. I mean Rotom's okay at defogging, but it's like... Yeah, it's like a 1.5. Alright, yeah, this is, that's a 2.5. That's not where I'm supposed to be typing. Excuse me. I mean... Okay, pivoting. Pivoting, U-turn on Darm, got a Volt Switch on Rotom, Volt Switch on Pikachu. It's alright. It's nothing special though, for sure. Probably worse than average, actually, too. Like, the main pivot here is Rotom Wash. Rotom Wash is really good, don't get me wrong. But, like, let me see. Okay, so Alpine Armaldos also had a 2.5. Let me see why. So she has 3 pivots, 2 of which actually want to pivot, and then Zigzag Goons have 3 pivots, and they all kind of want to use the moves. So I guess by that logic, it's a little bit better. So I'll give it a 3. Speed tiers. It's alright. It's alright. You got 100, 109, I think 109. 125. Actually, it's not that good. Actually, never mind, it's not that good. I guess you have that gap from 109 to 125, but that's it's a little nitpicky, but at the same time, not really, considering there is a lot of mons that exist within that space. Specifically Space 110s. His sub 100 is okay though. He has a couple 95s, 90, 88 from Rotom or something. I forget exactly how fast Rotom is. But then there's that large gap from 80 to like 30 with Dusclops and Corsola. Yeah. Yeah, that's not good. You have too big of a gap down there, and your top isn't that amazing either. I don't think I like it. Let me look at other 3.5s. Who is it? Okay. Eve again. Let's see here. So I think the problem with Eve was that she just didn't have a lot of top. Well, no, she had an okay top hitting. It's not enough, I guess, but okay, let me look at someone else. Narukami Ninetales. No, I think I'm okay with giving it 3. Okay, next up we got Bulk. As I said before, there's very little existing bulk on this team. Zygarde's pretty bulky. But it's not like take a massive amount of hits bulky. Like, nothing besides the ghost types on this team can really take hits and then try to recover. And, like, even those ghost types can theoretically struggle to recover because their recovery moves aren't consistent. You know, because theoretically speaking, you could switch it to Chansey against a Corsola, and now it can't recover any HP. Or, for the Dusclops, you switch into a low HP Pokemon, and now it can't use Face Split, right? So, theoretically speaking, those recovery moves can be cut off, which means their effectiveness is very neutered. And there's also the issue where they're both extremely susceptible to knockoff, because they rely on Eviolite to be bulky. So, yeah, Zygarde is the main, like, actually can take hits. Rotom can kind of take hits a little bit. I mean, the ghost types can take hits, but, like, they're not... You should never rely on them to be your main damage tankers, because they rely on Eviolite. Like, it's just a fact. And then Leafeon is, like, okay at taking physical hits. So, same thing with Kartana. I don't know. Like, there's just not a lot of bulk here. All of these teams have, like, 0 bulk so far. I'm just about to say, like, okay, well, this one we're gonna talk about later. That one's like a 5 already. But, like, these teams are, like, it's just they're all out offensive. Like, which is nothing wrong with that. I'm just, like, goddamn, you guys need to calm down. Like, chill out. Have some balance, you know? That's kind of unfair. I mean, actually, no, that's not unfair. I mean, I'm trying to think how not bulky this team is. I think it's pretty similar to Jolteons, so I'm going to give it a 2. Setup. Okay, now here we have a lot of setup though. So this is where the team shines. Zygarde, period. Lanoon, period. Garm, occasionally. Weavile, half the time. And Kartana, half the time. Yeah, so this is pretty good. I would say this is like a 4 at the very least, if not more. Oh, and Nasty Bond around 4.5. I'll give it 4.5. Yeah. I think this is the best setup I've seen so far. So, congratulations. Win on that category. Next up, Wall Breaking. Band Rotom is terrifying. Band Garm is terrifying. Band Kartana is terrifying. Band Zygarde is pretty good. Specs Rotom can kind of do things occasionally. Okay. Yeah, this is pretty good. Okay, you're making up for it in your offense. I don't know if it saves you, but you know. Yeah, frankly, you're probably not going to get a very good rating, but you know, the offense is still pretty good at the very least. I'm not sure where to rank this in terms of the like how good this wall break. It's pretty good, and it's pretty diverse as well. You have the dark and ice, ground, fire, like grass and steel. Yeah, I give it a 4. Yeah, I'll give it a 4. I'm comfortable with that. Maybe even more, actually. I want to give it more, to be fair. So I'm going to wait on that, though. I'm going to look at other teams before I give it any more higher points. But, yeah. Last team, our last name's Cleaner. Again, pretty... Actually, I know it's pretty good. You have Scarf Cart and Scarf Darmanitan. Both on their own are very good. Weavile is also pretty good at cleaning. I guess technically Band Zygarde can, theoretically speaking, clean because the Band Extreme did, but it's not really that good. Scarf Rotom maybe can clean. I don't know. Usually you don't really try to keep your Scarf in clean late game with Rotom though. But yeah, I think the cleaning is also pretty decent. I'm not sure what to give this. I'm gonna give it a 4. Okay, moving on. Alright, so the Driftveil Delibirds. So this is another rain team, but this time it has gone oh so right because he got everything he needed. Yeah, this is a pure rain team. There is literally nothing on here that doesn't abuse rain at some way, shape, or form. So, yeah, so let's start. First off, we got the Driftveil Pelipper. The Driftveil. Okay, yeah. So Pelipper. With this team, since you're running completely full rain, you are never not running Damprog on this thing. Otherwise, you are just handicapping yourself for no reason. Yeah. You also probably want to make this defensive every single week as well. I don't think this Pelipper is going to change every single week. It's probably just going to be Scald, U-Turn, Defog, and Roost. Maybe switch out something for Hurricane if you want to. Not U-Turn, though. Or, yeah. So, like, maybe run Hurricane one week, but, like, this is probably the set he's going to run every single week. Which, you know, is not super good considering you lose out on surprise ability. Because, like, Specs Pelipper and Scar Pelipper are actually pretty good. Does have 95 base special attack. It's not terrible. And if you're running full rain, you can't afford to do that on Pelipper because you need this thing to stay alive for as long as it possibly can. So, yeah. Unfortunately, that's why. So usually you don't ever see a completely full rain team like this, because you want to give at least some sort of indication that maybe you're not going to run the same sets on every Pokemon every single week. But yeah. Next up we got Swampert. Waterfall or Liquidation both can work. Liquidation is a little bit stronger, but Waterfall has the chance to flinch, which could save you in certain scenarios. Either one works. Earthquake, usually Ice Punch, and Flip Turn is pretty good. So yeah, this is probably the standard Swampert you're going to be running most weeks. You can sub out things though. It's not the end all be all. This thing does get access to Stealth Rock. You can try to run Power Up Punch, maybe even the Substitute if you're feeling kind of spicy. You know, I don't know. Obviously, you probably want to run this exact set, but I'm just trying to show the options. I guess if you have, you don't have to. Yeah, okay, here. Yeah, Superpower can be nice for something like Ferrothorn, since you don't have it. So Ferrothorn is going to be an issue for you. So Superpower is always going to be nice on Mega Swamp. Maybe Brick Break if you don't want to lose the attack and defense, but Superpower is probably better overall. Yeah. Next up, I mean this range is going to be pretty easy for me to review because there's pretty much only like 1 or 2 sets you run for every single mon here. Yeah. Next up we got Barraskewda, which is faster but less bulky and less stab. Swampert, I guess. Choice Band, Swift Swim. This one you like 100% need Flip Turn on this one. And then, because it's just so good at pivoting. And then, Liquidation is actually more preferred than Waterfall, I think, but you can probably run Waterfall again if you want that flinch chance. And then, last 2 moves, usually you run Close Combat for Steel or Ferrothorn, and then the last move can kind of be whatever you want. Crunch for Ghost types, maybe you want Psychic Fangs for Toxapex, stuff like that. Crunch is also for Slowbro and Slowking as well. Poison Jab, I guess, could go for Tapu Fini. You know, so you can tailor that last move to like whatever you need against whatever opponent you want. Yeah, that's about it. Oh, Aqua Jet as well. Aqua Jet if you want priority. You know, just in case you're, you know, Swift Swim plus 5 billion with every single other mon, just in case it wasn't enough. So yeah. I have seen Life Orb Barraskewda. I am not personally a fan, but if you think you can use that, you can go ahead and go for that. Yeah, that's about it though. Barraskewda doesn't have a lot of variation. Swampert, Zapdos, very good mon. Static is probably the more preferred choice, and then you just run. So in rain, Zapdos loves to run full offensive. So Thunder, Hurricane both get 100% accurate into rain, and then Weather Ball for coverage against ground types. And Roost. So this set really good. If you want to try to run Choice Specs, that's also an option, and then you can run Full Switch here on the last slot. This is also pretty good. But since your team, I can tell your team doesn't have very much of a backbone already, you can run defensive Zapdos, which probably you might need. You can still run something like Thunder for Hurricane, but like maybe you can run like Roost and Defog here, and just run like more defensive EVs. Because Zapdos is decently bulky, and especially with static, it's really annoying for physical attackers to hit it, considering every time they hit it, there's a chance that they don't, they get paralyzed. So, yeah. That was pretty good in that regard. Next up, we got the Dracovish. AKA Fishes Run the video game. You're not gonna run Water, so you're gonna run Strong Jaw, because for some reason Fishes Run is boosted by Strong Jaw. I don't know. Yeah, Fishes Run, Choice Band, In the Rain, boosted by Strong Jaw, and Stab. Hold up, I need to show you guys something. I just need people to know that this is a thing. So if you know Dracovish, right? He's got that nice Strong Jaw, Choice Band. You guys are Toxapex too, right? And yeah. You ever seen Toxapex get two-shot by water? Crazy, right? Also, if it's Spadef Toxapex, for whatever reason, there's the chance that it just gets one shot, right? So, needless to say, this thing is a little bit strong, just a tiny bit. Yeah. So, Choice Band or Choice Scarf works well in rain, or even outside of rain. There's a reason why this thing got banned in the first place. Yeah, Fishes Run, Outrage. Psychic Fangs is for packs if you don't want to try to murder it with water moves. And then last move can be kind of whatever. You want to use things that are boosted by Strong Jaw, though, more often than not. So, like, Ice Fan can be nice here. Also good against opposing dragons if you don't want to lock yourself into Outrage. There's a lot of other moves, though. You can look through it. Outside of the choice sets, there is a little bit of things you can do. Like, Protective Pads can be pretty cool. Wait, here. So, a fun set is Trap. So, like, you can Whirlpool something in, and then, like, for example, let's say you Whirlpool Pex it, right? I'm pretty sure with a sub, Pex can't really break your sub, and then you can just spam Fishes Run and, like, Psychic Fangs against it. So that could be pretty fun. I don't know. It's just the right things you can try to do. But yeah. Again, there's not a lot of variation here. So Heliolisk is up next. It's probably just gonna be, Thunder, Hyper Voice, Surf, and Volt Switch. Yeah, that's it. That's pretty much it. Maybe you want to run Focus. Stop pausing my music. Oh wait, hold up. This is out of my playlist already. What the hell? Okay, anyway, moving on. So, yeah, is there music playing? Okay, no, there's music playing. It's just really quiet. Okay, forget it now. Okay, so yeah, Thunder, Hyper Voice, for Surf, and oh, there it is. Thunder, Hyper Voice, Surf, and Volt Switch. You can run Focus Blast if you want for, Steel types. Specs, yeah, maybe you want to run Scarf one day if you need the speed control. Okay, moving on. Okay, before I go, Substitute Glare can work pretty well, especially since you have Dry Skin and Lefties. So, yeah, this could be pretty good. Like, for example, if you have Sub Protect, not that you should do this, but if you have Substitute and Protect, you can, like, Sub and then Protect. That heals up all the Substitute HP. So, with leftovers and Dry Skin, so that's fun. But you shouldn't do that because they're wasting your Rangers. I mean, I guess you could if you wanted to. If you're, like, sure you can get rain up consistently. So, yeah. And then, like, maybe run, like, Surf here. I don't know. This could be pretty cool. Spreading Paralysis with Glare, and even Thunder and Surf is just there for coverage. It worked pretty well. Next up we got Omastar. Now, the smart people would tell you to run Shell Smash with Wider because it's nice to get that to restore your what am I saying? Restore your defenses after the Shell Smash, right? I'm telling you, just be a man and run Meteor Beam Power because why not? Like literally, why not? Honestly. This set's cracked. This set is cracked. This white herb stuff, trash. Who likes that stuff? Power herb, meteor beam, every single day of the week. You know what? Just do it. Anyway, okay, if you don't want to run power herb, meteor beam, I don't know, probably run an earth power over this. Stick the white herb there. Maybe a sash if you want to try that. I don't know. You do you. You also don't need to run Hydro Pump necessarily. You can run Surf if you want the more accurate water step. And yeah, Beartic, you're gonna run Swift Swim. You're probably gonna run Swords Dance. Probably gonna run Icicle Crash or Spear if you want to try that out. Then like Superpower. Actually, this thing is cool. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, Superpower. And maybe like Aqua Jet. I don't know. This could be pretty cool. Ice Fighting coverage is really hard to switch into, and then you got Jet for the priority. Also, it's brain boosted. But yeah. Okay, that's about it. Maybe Night Slash if you want to hit some certain ghost types or something, like Jellicent. Yeah, Jellicent would beat you if you didn't have Night Slash. Okay, moving on. I don't know what else to say. I guess you can try to run Choice Band as well, maybe. Oh yeah, the item for Swords Dance probably Life Orb. Nice. Yeah, and then Golduck. Yes. I don't know. You run the same stuff you've always been running. You know, like Hydro, Surf. That's not Surf. Grass. Oh, it doesn't get Grass Knot. Ice Beam. I don't know, Focus Blast? Yeah, sure, that. Try that. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm not sticking around for this anymore. I'm done. Oh, okay, fine. I guess Cloud9. Since, you know, I'm pretty sure most teams are going to try to bring some sort of counter rain, like a counter weather against you, because, you know, rain is kind of your entire strategy. If you want to try to use Cloud9 to try to counter the anti-rain stuff, maybe you can try something with that, but I'm not sure exactly what you would do with it, frankly, because, I don't use Golduck. So, yeah. Okay, so I know this team has, like, 0 bulk, so I'm just going to put a 1 there for now. Okay, I'll wait. But type variance-wise, this team probably actually completely sucks in that regard, because, you know, you only have water and electric types. There's like, oh, my bad, there's 1 ice type, which contributes a lot to your defensive profile. I'm so sorry. Actually, it's probably not. Yeah, that's probably. Oh yeah, your entire team is weak to freeze dry except for Beartic, so there's an issue. And like half of the team is 4 times weak to freeze dry as well. So you know, fun times there. Thankfully, no one drafted Kyurem for you, I guess. Let's see here. I guess it's actually pretty decently. I mean, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. Freeze dry is a problem. Grass types can be a problem as well, but you have Zapdos. Electric types can be a problem, but you have Swampert. Like, yeah, like it is mostly. But again, it's like the one Pokemon is covering that issue. You know, like if you're fighting against the top of Togo, for example, like what are you supposed to do? You're gonna die because that thing has Grass Knot. Like if it predicts you switching in, like and then it Grass Knots you, oh my god, you just lose immediately. Yeah. I guess in terms of type rates, it's not the worst thing in the world, so I'll give you that. But you have like a lot of resist to a lot of. Actually, no, I take it back. I take it back so hard. Psychic, Dark, Ghost, like anything that's neutral to water and electric, just demolishes you. Like if you're fighting at the top of Lele, what are you supposed to do? Huh? You're just gonna die every time it comes in. You lose something that specs Psychic. There is no counterplay here. Yeah, that is an issue. That is a big issue. You know, Fairy too, Dragon. Okay, yeah, I take it back. No. I take it back so hard. I take it back so hard. The type variance here is terrible. What am I saying? This is literally the category is literally called type variance. You don't have water electric types. What am I saying? Okay, sorry. Moving on. I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. This is true. Anyway. Removal or hazards. Hey yo, where's your hazard, bro? What the? I'm like, okay, almost. Oh, I forgot about this. Almost does not have access to the toxic. Oh yeah, it has all of these hazards. So you know, fair enough. Um, then Swampert has rocks. Zapdos and Pelly can defog. Okay. I mean, that's great and all. I mean, this is like... I mean, you can't stick all 3 hazards on the one Pokemon and expect it to be fun. I mean, yes, you have rocks and Swampert, to be fair, though, so... To be fair, this team doesn't really need hazards, but I mean, it's still a hazard category, I can't give you points. What else I can give you is like, I wouldn't give you 2 points in the hazard category just because you have, yeah, I'm gonna give 1.5, and then in the hazard part, and then the removal part is probably gonna be like 1.5 as well, so 3. Okay, pivoting. So now your team absolutely. I'm just gonna give it a 5 before my brain melts, because you know you have. U-turn on Pelly, flip turn on Swampert, flip turn on Veriscooter, volt switch on volt switch and U-turn on Zapdos. You have volt switch on Heliolisk, you have flip turn on Golduck. I'm not sure about Beartic. Probably nothing on Beartic. Yeah. So good enough. I'm moving on. Speed tiers. Let's see here. Now, keep in mind I have to look at this without rain as well, because theoretically speaking, your Pelipper could die turn 1 and then you don't have rain for this game. So yeah, 65, 70, 130 something, 136. 136, 190. Oh no, that's 70. 10 something, 109. I think the speed tiers here are pretty good, actually. They're not amazing, but they're pretty good. Like, your team loses hard to Trick Room, for example. But, actually, it's not that bad against Trick Room. Okay, it's not the worst. But, like, yeah. Okay, so, like, the 136 to 109 gap, kind of important, I guess. But, yeah, and then you have to factor in Swift Swim, and then after that, it's just a crapshoot. I think the speed turns are fine even outside of rain, which is good for you, actually. Yeah, that's nice. So, it's like, okay. It's decently spread out. It's more than I expect from Rain Team. I'll give you 4.5, considering you have the... Actually, maybe I should give you a 5, too, actually. Oh. This is... Sorry, I'm just thinking. Just give me a second. You know what? I'm giving you a 5. I'll be nice. Congratulations. Okay, well, there is none. Moving on. I mean, unironically, there's like, what, defensive Zapdos? Like, there really isn't much bulk on your team at all. I bet, you know what? I'm giving you a 1. 0.5. Got yourself lucky you got that much. This is a team of extremes, goddamn. Okay, now the offensive categories I expect will, yeah. Actually, in terms of setup, though, you don't have a lot of setup. Oh, no, Shell Smash, Almastar, you got, Swords Dance, Beartic. But that's about it, though. I guess technically Power Up Punch for Swampert, but, like, I don't really count that, personally, so... I mean, like a 2.5. It's actually not that good here. But then, it's gonna, I mean, I would talk about it, but, like, I think it's pretty obvious that this team completely slaps in terms of cleaning and wall breaking. Like, in rain for sure, at least. This is both a wall breaker and a cleaner. This is both wall breaker and cleaner. This is a wall breaker. This is a wall breaker and cleaner. This is a wall breaker and cleaner. This is. I don't think you guys need to hear me say that every single time. Okay, let's just move on. Do I actually want to give it 5? So, is the main question, I guess. Because like outside of rain, it still kind of works. So like, yeah, no, I think I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this. Yeah. Okay. Moving on. Okay, Toledo Turtwigs. Finally, we have a team with a goddamn defensive backbone. Congratulations, you're the first one. No one has cracked 3 yet. I expect this team to do that a little bit. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is Ampharos, this is Zan, and this is Aura. Okay, now that I've said that. Okay, let's get started. So, Skarmory is a very cool Pokemon. The main thing that's cool about it is spikes. Really nice for it. Roost. This is basically, you're probably going to be rerunning these two more often than not. Maybe Stealth Rock over Spikes if you need Stealth Rock. But yeah. Item can be Leftovers or Rocky Helmet. Either one work very well on Skarm. Or even Shed Shell is also a pretty good option. Because of Magnetism. Well, actually, I don't think anyone drafted Magnetism, so I think you're fine on that arc. Yeah, actually, never mind. Forget I said anything. Don't run Shed Shell. Yeah. Stick to Rocky Helmet or Lefties. Maybe Boots if you're trying to be that guy. And then after that, I don't know. The main thing is just Spikes and Roost. Whirlwind can be really nice for phasing. You usually want an attacking move, which now would be Body Press. It used to be Brave Bird because, you know, Body Press didn't exist. Brave Bird or Body Press can work though. Maybe you want to run Toxic. Maybe you want to run Iron Defense if you want this to be a late game win condition. So, yeah, I mean, all of these can work pretty well. And Fizzef, Spadef, depends on, you can run either or, really. Depends on, like, what type of team you're facing. Next up, you got Weezing Galar. Neutralizing Gas. Well, I mean, yeah, all three of these abilities are pretty good, frankly. You probably don't want to use Misty Surge as much, though, considering how the nature of this team kind of lends it to status conditions more, so you probably don't want to run Misty Surge. However, Neutralizing Gas and Levitate are both very good abilities. So, yeah, Levitate can nullify your ground immunity, your ground weakness, and then Neutralizing Gas is really good for screwing over, like, mons that rely on their ability a lot. So, like, you don't beat this 1v1, but huge power, like, Mega Cham, like, you know, you lose your Trotter now with Neutralizing Gas. Of course, Zen Headbutt's still gonna sting like hell, but, you know, now you can actually probably take a Zen Headbutt and fire back with Drain Steam or something like that. Or, like, any Guts Mons. So, if you switch in Neutralizing Gas Weezing, now they can only use Facade to, like, deal any sort of meaningful damage. Otherwise, you know, they're just burned. You know, Guts isn't activated. So, like, Neutralizing Gas is a very good ability, and it can work in a lot of different scenarios. As for what Weezing does, Black Sludge, maybe Helmet on your item, and then usually you run Will-O-Wisp. You almost always should run Strange Steam. As for the other moves, you know, it kind of vary. Clear Smog could be pretty interesting for, you know, clearing, or Haze. Either one works. You know, if there isn't a Steel type setup on, you can just run Clear Smog though. Better. Flamethrower can be nice for dealing with Steel types, or Fire Blast. It actually has a lot of, it's a Weezing, so it has decent coverage. So, you know, Poison, Fairy, Fire is not something that's easy to switch into necessarily. Yeah. So yeah, Wisp, Steam, Defog, it can defog. You can set up Toxic Spikes. You have Pain Split for recovery. This type of stuff. All that kind of works. Thunderbolt can be nice, I guess, in certain scenarios. Yeah, that's about it. Okay, moving on. Quagsire. So, almost always going to be unaware. I haven't seen Water Absorb Quagsires before, but I don't vouch for their success, necessarily. Pretty much only, like, potentially works against something like Specscaldio. And even then, like, if Specscaldio running Focus Blast, that Quagsire is super dead. I'm not even sure if it takes Spec's Secret Sword all too well. It probably does, but, yeah. In terms of what Quagsire does, Toxic, cool. There you go. That's your, then you run, put a stick of Leftovers on it, run Max HP, Max HP, Max Defense. There you go, that's Quagsire. Not much else to be said. However, Curse is an option, and it can be very, very hard to deal with against the right types of teams. So yeah, consider it. Consider it a little bit. This should be Liquidation. Yeah, this honestly works pretty well, and you can even run Rest here because, like, if you're trying to, like, you know, set up and win, and then you get status. You know, that's kind of sucks. So you can run rest of recover if you want to. Yeah. Next up, we got Tangrowth. Always going to be running regen, unless you're fighting against the Sun team, I guess. Then you can try to use Chlorophyll. There are two main sets here with Tangrowth. So the first set is the Rocky Helmet set. So basically physically defensive. I'm going to stick on Sleep Powder, Knock Off, Giga Drain, and then the last move is kind of filler. We're on Focus Blast for Steel types. Maybe Leech Seed, Earthquake, Sludge Bomb, Fairies, like any of those can work here on the last slot. But these three moves are pretty standard on Rocky Helmet. Of course, you can switch them out if you want to, but like not super recommended. Next up, we got Assault Vest. So this just is more of a general wall for Tangrowth type thing. Giga Drain Knock, usually Focus Blast, and then Sludge Bomb. Again, you can switch it out for any other coverage Tangrowth may have, such as like Earthquake, anything else like that. Yeah. Giga Drain is usually preferred, by the way, over stuff like Power Whip, even though it is more powerful, because Giga Drain at least gives you recovery when you're, you know, Assault Vested. Yeah. That's about it. There's not much else to say. Okay, next up, we got... Oh, before I go. You can run double powders, so Sleep Powder plus Stun Spore on the physically defensive set, because basically you just sleep something, and then usually people switch out when they have a sleepy Pokemon, so then you Stun Power the Stun Spore the next thing that comes in. So basically just trying to cripple the opponent's team as much as possible. Yeah. Next up we got Umbreon. This thing pretty much only does one thing. Wish. That's not Wish. Wish, Protect, Foul Play, and then either Toxic or Heal Bell. Either one works pretty well. And then you run whatever defensive EVs you need to beat the opponent's team. So that's the main set Umbreon can run. Not much else to say. You could, theoretically speaking, run Curse. Not the worst thing in the world. So Curse, I guess Payback, and then like Wish Protect. I mean, it can be. Umbreon is pretty bulky. I have seen this work before, so this is a thing. But like usually, you just want to run this as a Wish Passer. Oh wait, yeah. So for the Wish Protect set, you can also run Baton Pass. So this allows you to let Umbreon absorb hits and then give a free Wish Pass to another one of your teammates, which can be really good in the right scenarios. So yeah. Next up, we got Lycanroc. So there's a couple things you can do here. So Swords Dance. I'm just thinking. So yeah, so basically, Accelerock is the kind of the mainstay on Lycanroc. You don't ever switch that out. And then any contact moves get power 1 with 3. So yeah, actually, more often than not, you don't see Stone Edge on Lycanroc Dusk, oddly enough, because it's first off you have Accelerock, which is already decently strong enough with tough calls, and then also you just this thing has major 4 moveset syndrome because you want to give it as much coverage moves as you can. So like this is actually more standard than Stone Edge, which is kind of weird. You can also run Crunch. You can also just run Choice Band, and then you can have all the coverage you want, or some of the coverage. Yeah. So Swords Dance Life Orb with your attack, and Accelerock, or just Choice Band with Accelerock, or maybe even Scarf. Well, if you're gonna run Scarf, obviously you want to run Accelerock. You probably just run like Stone Edge. But yeah, either of those can work. Yeah. Not much to say here. Oh, one more thing. Stealth Rock Lead. So you can run. So you just run Sash, and then you run basically Stealth Rock, Endeavor, Taunt, and yes, this. So this potentially allows you to get up rocks and get a kill. So yeah, so basically you Stealth Rock up. Usually something brings you down to 1 health, you Endeavor it, and then they kill you. Or if they're being stupid, they can not kill you, and then you kill them with this Endeavor plus Accelerock. Yeah. Taunt is there just to also prevent opposing hazards from being set up. So like, if you're fighting against a Landorus Therian, who also has rocks, you can taunt it first to stop it from getting rocks up or something like that. I don't know. This type of leaf set, though, doesn't work super well on non-HO teams, so probably shouldn't use this more often, not considering the nature of your team. It does not have a lot of offensive healing. So, yeah. Next up, we got Marowak and Lola. Alright, checking my phone there. Okay, so you're gonna always be running Thick Club. If you're not running Thick Club, you're stupid. Sorry, that's just how it is. Digletts, EQ, or Boomerang if you want to. Yeah, so basically Boomerang is there for, first off, it hits twice, so that's good. And then also it doesn't get its power to have in grassy terrain, unlike Earthquake. However, of course, there's the chance to miss with Boomerang, so you have to take that risk and try. And then you're gonna run Poltergeist last. Don't ever run Shadowbone anymore. It's not good. I mean, it is pretty good, but like, it's just like, why would you run this when you can run this? Like, it's just stronger. Yeah. I mean, yes, there's a chance to miss with Poltergeist. Who cares? Like, it's just too strong to pass up on. It's like average 99 base power. You know, power times accuracy. That's how you do average base power. So it's 99 base power versus 85 base power. So average base power. And then the last move can be kind of whatever. Usually Sword Stance. You could run Substitute as well. Either one of those work. But like this, Fire plus Ground plus Ghost, extremely hard for teams to switch into. You have to have like a Hydreigon or something to like actually switch into this very comfortably. The problem with Marowak though is that it's just very slow, so it only usually works on tripper teams. It's hard to make work outside of it. Trust me, I've tried. Yeah. Lightning Rod can give you, usually run Rock Hit so that Flare Blitz you don't take recoil, but you can run Lightning Rod because it gives Marowak a way to switch in, which it desperately needs. Yeah. Okay. Like, I mean, like, these stats were only good back in like Gen 1 and 2. Now they're just kind of meh. Okay, Articuno. Run Boots. Do not ever not run Boots. You're just don't consider it. Yeah. So Toxic, Freeze Dry, Roost, and like maybe Heal Bell. It's probably standard. Articuno here. Yeah. I don't really see what else you can run. Maybe Haze. Maybe Roar. Maybe Tailwind. Maybe U-Turn. U-Turn actually could be pretty good. Just for momentum. I don't know. Who knows? You have multiple Heal Bellers on your team that actually can work, so you can kind of pick and choose which one you want. Okay. I guess offensive could maybe work in the right scenario. Obviously, this thing gets blown up by Steel types, but like maybe this could potentially work one day. You know what? I changed my mind. Maybe consider Choice Specs. If you're being the riskiest guy, you know, you can try to run something like this. Of course, you would need amazing hazard control. But yeah. Oh yeah, this thing also gets defog before I forget. So you can run that at the defensive. Yeah. Okay. This Ditto. This one's easy to talk about. You just this, and then just make sure you have max HP. Yeah, that's about it. There's not much else to talk about. I guess you could try to. I'm pretty sure Bright Powder is banned though, so you can't run that in my league. So yeah, you probably just stick to Scarf. Yeah, I don't know. How much to talk about? I mean, I can talk about why it's good. So you know, Ditto, like Scarf Ditto is very, very good at revenge killing for obvious reasons, because you copy the opposing Pokemon and then you also you have a Choice Scarf. So at the very worst, it's going to be a 50-50 if they also have a Scarf. If not, you're faster. And usually, Mons have ways of dealing with themselves. So, like, if for example, Friendly Dragon Ball, you know, Scarf Shadow Ball, Scarf Dragon Meteor, it's gonna kill the opposing Dragon Ball. So that's nice. Ditto is also pretty decent against Stall. Especially if you get your Choice Scarf knocked off, because basically you have infinite PP with Ditto as long as you switch out. Yeah, you only have 5 PP when you switch in the first place, but you can always switch out. And then you copy, usually, when you're fighting a Stall, you're usually fighting, you know, you can copy Regenerators, you can copy Soft Boiled, you can copy Heal Bells. Ditto's really, really good against Stall because of that. Yeah, but you basically have the only somewhat close to Stall team here, so I mean, like, you're not going to be running into those very often. Yeah, anyway. What's about Boots is also pretty good on this. Probably want to run that more often than not. This main thing here is First Impression. You get access to spikes as well, which is really nice. And then, I don't know, like liquidation and maybe jet. I don't know. Something like this could be pretty good. This thing is pretty bulky on the defensive side. You can use it to take hit there, but keep in mind emergency action is a thing. So, yeah. Close combat can be used to deal with some steel types, I guess. Knockoff is a very good move to use in general. Yeah, that's about it. Maybe you can try to run swords dance. I don't know. Moving on. Last up, we got Charger Book. I don't know what this thing's supposed to do. Yeah, I don't know. Excuse me. I guess you could set up webs. Volt switch. This thing doesn't get roost though. I don't know. What the hell is this supposed to do? There you go. That's your set. I don't know. Okay, let's start rating. Okay, so if you're a stall, if you're a semi-stall, you better be able to take. You better be able to have good type variants. And let's see here. Now we commence the me staring at the screen for 20 minutes. You know what? I'll make us a day too. Let's see. That's pretty good bulk all around. Oh my god, stretching feels great. Yeah, he's got everything. Got a rock resist, got a ground immunity, got an electric immunity, he's got fairy, dragon, ghost, steel, psychic, dark resist, fire, water. He basically has a fire, water, grass core, so that nullifies fire, water, grass types. Yeah, this is really good, I must say. Like the worst. Yeah, no, this is really well done type defensively. Like, can't really think of anything that could break this. Like, I'm trying to think of specific Pokemon. I can't even think of anything. Yeah, this team does really well. Like, even like something like Tapu Koko, Marowak beats that thing really easily. I guess. Okay, so I guess like no, not even like Raichu. Raichu can't even do that. Raichu can't even beat this team either because it's all past tank growth. So like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is really good. I have no complaints here. This is a 5. Congratulations, you have the first 5 in type variants. Congratulations. Very proud. Okay, next up, hazards and removal. Spikes, stealth rock, toxic spikes. I think he has everything actually. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure I saw everything. I know his sticky web down there. Stealth rocker here. Another spiker. Yeah, that's a 5. That's a full marks on spike. Full marks on hazards at least. And then removal, you got defog, defog down here. Yeah, killing it. I guess the only thing I can complain about is no rapid spinning, but like that's a 4.5. I'm a fan of this team actually. Okay, pivoting. Okay, you might struggle a little bit here, but I mean it's a stall team. You're not really meant to pivot. Actually has almost no pivoting to speak of. Okay, that might be a little bit of an issue. So, I mean, let me just make sure. I guess Baton Pass on Umbreon here. Oh, I mean, to be fair, a lot of mods get Baton Pass, so I guess maybe, like, something here has Baton Pass that I don't know about, but, like, eh. Man, I'm so tired. What the hell? Okay, your turn. Oh, what the? Help me. Oh, look at that. U-turn. Baton Pass. U-turn. Volt Switch. Technically emergency exit. That doesn't really count though. It's not very good. But again, it's not really meant to be good. I'll give it like a 3. Me too. Oh, that's not the right. Okay. So next up we got speed tiers and 70, 60, like 30, 5, 50, 65, 65, 10, 110. Okay, speed tiers are actually terrible. You have a lot of slow mons and one decently fast one. Yeah, there's like a big gap. Like this is a if you have a gap between like 90 and 110, that is a scary gap to have. So many base hundreds and so many things above base hundreds. Just yeah, that's inexcusable, man. I don't know. I mean, you're fine on the lower end, but like you don't need to be fine on the lower end. Like, to be fair, this is a stall team. I don't know if I consider this a stall team, really. It's like, it's almost a stall team. It's like almost there. I mean, he has all the components for a stall team, to be fair, I guess. Fine, it's a stall team. But like, it's like semi-stall. Actually, it's kind of stall now. You know, forget about it. No, I'm not defending him anymore. But, yeah, I mean, I guess speed tiers on stall is gonna be crappy in general. But it's like, this is pretty crappy. Yeah, I'm gonna 2.5. So the reason why it's just like it might be similar to any like maybe I'm gonna look at Zigzag Goons again. Yeah, Zigzag Goons' problem was that he had a big ass gap between like 95 and like 30. Is not a good look, but this, I would argue that this gap between 85 and 110 is much more significant. So, yeah, it's just that's just much scarier of a speed tier to leave in there. And then also, you're not top heavy in the slightest. You have one base 110. That's not fast enough. Yeah, no, I agree with. I stand by this decision. Bulk though, yeah, I'm not gonna look into that very hard. Setup. I mean, with this stall, so you're gonna probably suffer in these categories, which probably is gonna make your team less good. But you do have a decent amount of setup. Iron Defense, Body Press, Scarm. You have Swords Dance, Like a Rocket, Swords Dance, Marowak. So it's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I'll give you like a 3. Yeah, Wall Breakers. Yeah, you have Marowak and Choice Band, Lightning Rock, and maybe in some world I would consider Articuno. So that's like a 2. Where am I? And then cleaners, you have Scarf Ditto, which is like one of the best cleaners in the game. However, that's it. That's all you have. That's I guess Lightning Rock and Bed kind of maybe a little, not really though. I mean it can work. I mean I can't give you more than 2.5 though. I feel like it's kind of crazy that I like based on my ratings, this is the best team so far. Do I agree with that? Like in my head, I don't know. I don't know about that actually. I personally think this team is pretty good. I don't know. Okay. I don't want anyone to be offended, but I haven't really found a team that I really like so far. Yeah, I don't know. They've been like it's not like they're bad. I just don't like them, like personally speaking. Which is why I don't like. I know some people who do power rankings and they have like their personal subjective rating is like what I like to use this team. I don't like doing that because well, first off, it makes the list less objective. Which, to be fair, I'm not the most objective person out there. But there's also just like, yeah, I just don't like enforcing my opinions on anything because, yeah, I don't know. I try not to. Anyway, moving on. Melting Mudkips is next. I'm gonna have to break these ties eventually, though. higher. It's kind of, now I'm thinking about it, like they're like the almost antithesis of each other. Like one's like hard stall, one's like full offensive range. So it's gonna be interesting to break that tie. Anyway, melting Mudkips. Charizard X. Very, very solid Dragon answer. Not a lot of answers to that thing. There's the full offensive. You can replace Dragon Claw or EQ with Roost. What outrage. If you wanted to do that. Or say screw it all. Belly Drum, a Fire Punch, and Scale Shot. Yeah. Now this is pod racing. Yeah, this is the heat tech. This is the heat tech, alright? This is what you want to do. But yeah, okay, mainly Dragon Dance. I hope I've inspired you though. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Yeah, anyways. So there's that. Moving on. Yeah, I mean, there's not much else to do. I mean, I know in doubles, I remember there were like defensive Charizard X's with like Will-O-Wisp and stuff, but like, I'm not sure how good they would be here. If you want to try something like that, go for it though. Next up we got Swampert. Just the regular version this time. It's just a nice, good pivot with Stealth Rock. That's kind of what it does nowadays. Something like this. That's all you do with Swampert nowadays. Sub rocks, flip turn, maybe toxic a couple things, maybe occasionally EQ. Yeah. I should probably talk a little bit more before I leave though. Bulk up could be cool, maybe, I guess. I don't know. Like this could be interesting. Or just bulk up 3 attack, probably better. Choice Band would be pretty interesting as well. You do have flip turn. Yeah, something like this could work pretty well. Yeah, I don't know about it though. Oh yeah, Yawn. That's a nice move to have. And then Damp if you want to prevent explosion stuff. So, yeah. Yes, so you want to use Lucky Punch on Chansey, because if you have that, your critical hit ratio is raised by 2 stages, which is really important with base 35 special attack and base 5 attack. Okay, in all seriousness, Eviolite, Natural Cure, and I think my music has stopped again, because screw you. Okay, thank you. Okay, Eviolite, Natural Cure. This thing just get rocks. Sock Boil is pretty much guaranteed on this thing, unless you're running Wish Protect, which is not bad. I actually like Sock Boil plus Wish, because I need more healing. But okay, the main reason actually is just like, first off, Wish Protect can be abused if you're not playing well enough. It can be abused in general though, honestly. But Sock Boil Wish is a lot better because you can still just heal yourself, but also you have the option to wish up and send that to someone else. And speaking of Wish, Chansey Wishes are so fat. 352 HP given at any one given time, which that heals basically anything to full. Like, just look at this. So, like, max HP Charizard has 360, but you're not going to be running max HP on speaking. But if you do run max HP, you're still getting basically all your health back from one Wish. So that's crazy. So yeah. Outside of Wish, though, you know, Seismic Toss, Toxic, makes your Chansey less passive. Thunder Wave is also an option as well for offensive teams, which Chansey and Blissey both can actually function on offense, because basically you just use it to tank a hit and then spam Thunder Wave and then switch out immediately. That's kind of the main thing here. Teleport is also a decent option on this as well. Unfortunately, Wish plus Teleport is not legal on Chansey due to just like how the move is distributed in specific generations and how giveaways add. It's all very complicated. Point is, it's not legal, so you can't do Wish plus Teleport, but this is the other option. Aromatherapy / Heal Ball is also good as well. That's about it. Moving on. Kabutops. I think. Yeah, so Kabutops is a thing. thought this team was like, I'm pretty sure that I thought this team was also trying to become a rain team at some point, because he does have like a bunch of rain bonds. I'm not entirely sure though, but yeah. Anyway, he has Coppertops, another rocker. Gets spin, as well. Okay, flip turn is also a pretty good move. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so these are just the utility moves you mainly use. You also have knockoff, I think. Yes, knockoff. And then you want to run offensive, Swords Dance, Liquidation, Stone Edge, Aqua Jet. Pretty standard. Yeah. I guess if you're not going to run Swift Swim, Battle Armor, or Weak Armor can be pretty useful. Weak Armor specifically for like an offensive set can be pretty good. Battle Armor is pretty good for like defensive sets or just like utility sets. Yeah. Yeah, that's about it. Maybe Toxic on something. H/. Spec Shadow Ball. Very hard to switch into. Especially when I delete Shadow Ball from the thing. Okay. Shadow Ball, Flash Cannon. Okay, hold up. Flash Cannon. Shadow Settlement is still good on spec sets for the priority. And then Close Combat. Still good on spec sets for the coverage. This thing still does have like 140 base special, 140 base attack, so even a modest H/. Can still do a lot of damage with Close Combat Shadow. Although you probably want to stick like Toxic or Steel Beam if you're a cool kid on there. Outside of that, even just like without a choice, like maybe even just Spell Tag here is still pretty good. You can probably run like King Shields here. And this set could be pretty good. Yeah, what else? Oh yeah, right. Swords Dance. So, unfortunately, this thing does not get Poltergeist, because it would kind of be a little bit good with it. But still not good enough, frankly. And then, yeah, you can try to run this. So, Swords Dance, Shadow Claw, Shadow Sneak. This combo, you can run Life Orb over this. Or you can, yeah. And then Iron Head is also an option you can run. Maybe actually Iron Head Close Combat Shadow Sneak. Probably better. Yeah, it's probably better. And then, I guess by that extension, Choice Band could theoretically work as well. I don't see people use it very often though, so. And then there is the Spadef defensive set. So you run Leftovers, and then you run Toxic, Shadow Ball, King Shield, and Shadow Sneak, again, still for the priority. So yeah, this thing could work pretty well as well. Yeah. Okay, that's about it. I guess you can also, there's also like weakness policy sets and a weakness policy plus autonomize. You know, there's a lot of stuff you can try to do. Those are the ones I listed are the more consistent sets though. Sacred Sword is also an option over close combat if you think you're fighting against someone with a lot of stat changing. So fighting against like I don't know, Iron Defense Registeel, you can run Sacred Sword. So although you still probably won't beat it unless you have Swords Dance, but yeah. Tornadus Therian, very, very good Pokemon. Boots. So the first couple sets, you know, it's just utility based. So you Hurricane knockoff, U-turn, and Defog. So this is the more defensive set. Then you can start expanding a little bit. You run a Heat Wave instead of Hurricane to hit Ferrothorn harder. Maybe you want to run Nasty Plot because I allowed that in this league for some reason. So Hurricane, Nasty Plot, Focus Blast, Heat Wave. This is the quintessential please hit for the love of God set. There's a reason why like Plot is really good if you land all your moves. The problem is you have to rely on every single move on your turn has a chance to miss, which sucks. You can also try bulk up sets. Bulk up, Acro. Like run itemless Acro or something like that. Could be pretty cool. And then you have Superpower and something. I don't know, Stick Knockoff, I don't know. Yeah, something like that. Also, this can also work. You just have to forego like run that first set I showed, and then go Geofog for another coverage move. Yeah, Torn is really good. I can't think of anything else right now. Taunt. Oh, Fast Taunt, very nice. Fast Toxic, nice as well. Weather Ball could potentially be used on specific sets. If you want to try to run Rain or Sun or whatever. Yeah. Okay. Toxic Croak. Anticipation. I guess theoretically Anticipation could be useful. Because you could scout for super effective moves. That your opponent may possibly have, but usually you can just tell by team composition and just by telling in general, just knowing in general that someone has a super effective move against you. The more useful abilities are Poison Touch and Dry Skin for sure. Yeah. Dry Skin makes Toxic Rogue a very nice Toxic Ice check, actually. You probably want Black Sludge, Life Orb, either of those two. Depends on if you want more defensive or offensive utilities. Swords Dance is the most common set. You can run a Gunk Shot, you run a Drain Punch maybe, or just Close Combat. I think it actually doesn't get Close Combat, never mind. Super Guard? Anyway, Super Guard, what the hell? Well, Fighting Type doesn't get Fighting Type movement. Or the good ones, at least. And then maybe EQ. Sucker, as well. Shadow Sneak. Launch both of those. Yeah. Then there's also Nasty Plot. Yeah, something like that could work as well. And then... Oh yeah, also has Bullet Punch for fairy types. Yeah. Outside of that, I'm frankly not entirely... Why, also I said Bullet Punch for fairy types. Why did I say that? It's literally a poison type. Anyway. Yeah, aside from that, there's not too much else to talk about, so I will just move on. Victory Bell up next. Not really sure why this is here. I don't know what this team is trying to do, frankly. there's like half a Sun team here, and then there's like half a Rain team, and then there's just not either of those. I'm kind of confused. But anyway, maybe they just like Victory Bell. You know what? I like Victory Bell too. It's kind of cool. Anyway, not sure what to do with said Victory Bell though. Swords Ends maybe could be kind of good. I don't know. It's kind of too slow for that though. But I don't know. If you try, it's not that slow. Maybe you can make it work. No Gunk Shot. Oh, he probably has Jab at least. Yeah, Poison Jab. Then there's no cover moves here. Okay. You know what? Screw the offensive sets. Let's run defensive. You have Strength Sap. You have Strength Sap is really good. You have them just like Sleep Powder. Yeah. Wait. No. Hold up. This is good. Maybe I'll like Encore. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, Stun Spore as well. Oh my god. Does he have Synthesis too? Ooh. Okay. Okay. And then Knockoff as well. Okay. Yeah. 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 There's a lot of cool defensives. There's a lot of cool utility moves here you can use. Or you can just be like, screw it, and then run Sunny Day. And you'd be like, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Weather Ball, and then Sludge Bomb, or, yeah, Sludge Bomb. That could be pretty cool. Also, stop doing this. I mean, I like Shoal Cave, but like... Here, I need to put on a loop, that's why. Okay, there we go. Anyway. If you have something else to set up Sun, you can run Growth as well, so that's pretty cool. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not frankly... I'm moving on. Frisk, again, very good on Executor... Well, just good in general for scouting items. But Harvest is a nice ability as well. Let's do this, honestly. Starfberry, Harvest, Substitute, Protect. Yeah. This is what I like to see. Yeah, the Dragon Balls and Flame. Yeah. This is the good shit. Obviously, this is... Wait, no, that doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. I'm being stupid. I thought Harvest, like, for a second I was like, oh, hey, Harvest restores HP too, right? That's not how it works. But yeah, you could, actually, this could work with Citrus Berry, though. Like, or even without Citrus Berry, you can run, like, a Wiki Berry, or, yeah, like a Wiki Berry. And just run Sub Protect, and just, like, try to, like, spam health, and then, like, run Dragon Pulse and Flamethrower for coverage. I don't know, this could be pretty interesting. Outside of Gimmick Harvest sets, though, you know, you can just run Choice Specs, and it is very, very strong, so... Yeah, Draco Meteor, Leaf Storm, and, Flamethrower is really good coverage. And then it has its own Trick Room, so you can set Trick Room yourself and take advantage of it. So, yeah, it's pretty good. Lola, Rudy. The regulars, it's okay. I guess you can try to run physical, maybe. I mean, you get access to knockoff and outreach. Oh no, probably not as good as the especially offensive ones. Oh, Wood Hammer is better than. Well, it's not better than Power Whip necessarily. Recall versus accuracy, I guess. Anyway, last up, Sandshrew. I guess it has okay physical bulk, with UV Light. Can't run Sandville in my gym, though. Sandrush, yeah, I mean, oh, it doesn't get spin. It doesn't get spikes. Okay, Rapid Spin, at least. I don't know what to think that. Oh, that could be okay. Or just run Toxic, because, you know, there's no point in running EQ on a base 50 attack, 75. It's not that bad. Okay, well, whatever. Anyway, I'm done with that. Alright, time to analyze. So there are some issues here. Dark is pretty good. Yeah, dark. He's dark. Well, no, wait, there's a fighting reason. There's dark. Yeah, just give me a second, I'm thinking. it's gonna take me a while. Just listen to the music. You know what? Actually, I'm just gonna pause. You know what? That's smart to just pause for this. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, this team works pretty well, I must say. I guess the dark thing earlier is still kind of applying. The Toxic Rogue isn't the bulkiest thing in the world, so you could wear it down. Yeah, I guess dark is the only real issue, though. Like, I don't know. I'll just give it a 4. Okay. Hazards and removal. Oh, we got Rocker. No spikes, though. We have 4 different rockers, so that's pretty good. Honestly, I can give you a 2 for that. Even though you don't have any other hazard, I can still give you a 2. Which might sound unfair to other people, but this is my tier list, so shut up. Rocks are important. Actually, nah, I'll give you 1.5. Cause like, yeah. Okay, as for removal, Defog Tor is one of the best defog in the game. We have spin on these 2. 3.5. Let's see, 3.5. It's pretty good. For only having rocks, yeah, it's pretty decent. Pivoting lines, flip turn here, teleport here, flip turn here, and I think that's it. These are some pretty good pivoting bonds. These 3 specifically are very, very solid. Combination can work pretty well. I kind of want to give this a 4. I'll be honest. Why my music pause? Why stop pausing my music? Oh my god. Or anyway. Good tears. 100. I don't know, like small. 121. Okay, so this isn't super amazing here, I'll be honest. The gap between 100 and 121 is a vast gap. Everything below it is fine. It's just that gap. There's not. It's just it's pretty gappy in the top end. I'm pretty sure someone else had something like that with their team. I don't remember who it was. Was it Eve? It was. No, Eve also had a gap below too, I think. I don't remember. No, I don't think she. I'll give it the same rating as Eve. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, well. Swamper's okay. Chansey's obviously amazing. H/slash pretty good. Torn. This team actually has a good amount of luck this time. I'm happy. It's not like amazing, but it's like balance. It's like balance ball. So that's good. It makes like a Swampert plus H/slash plus Torn already makes for a pretty nasty defensive core. You have that Chansey as well. So yeah, I'm gonna give it like a 4. I'm happy with that. Maybe even more later. We'll see. Setup wise, Tidus Charizard is always amazing. Yes, Sword Dance H/slash as well. Nice spot Torn, very good. Sword Dance and nice spot Toxic. Yeah. I guess both of Swampert can kind of do that. Sword Dance Copper Top, so I forgot about that. Yeah, well, setup is pretty decent. Is it 4 levels of this? Okay. You know what? I'll give it a 4. I'm a nice guy. I'll give it a nice little 4. Actually, 5. You know what? I have to give it a 4 at least. Okay, Wall Breakers. Team kind of struggles on that. You don't really have one, frankly, at all. Yeah, you actually have you actually have 0 like dedicated Wall Breakers. Oh no, he specs H/slash. What am I saying? But that's like 1 month. Yeah, I guess Abandoned Slobber 2. I'll give you a 2. Kinda generous though. Cleaners. Again, also kind of an issue. Yeah, no. Torn, potentially. Not really though. Yeah. Maybe H/slash and Shadow Sneak his way down to the end. Yeah, I don't know. This is not very good though. Okay, next up. Oh, he has a Sidglyph, huh? Oh, that's not my bad. 5. Okay. Next up, we got Wuppertal Woopers. So, yeah. So the Wuppertal Woopers, you got the starting off with the Ferrothorn, which is really nice. Gets access to both Stealth Rock and Spikes. Yeah. And then Leech Seed is also a very important thing to have. So, okay. I was gonna continue until I finished Wuppertal Woopers and they came back, but I should probably not do that. Okay. Some people think I'm actually not joking. Okay, yeah. So Texas Turtwigs. Fortunately, just because you drafted Sizzlet does not mean you get a free pass to first in my PRs. Although I was very close to giving it to you. I'm sorry. Okay, so Kingscon Mega. I love this Pokemon. Except it doesn't get Seismic Toss, which is the main reason why I like it. Yeah, so I've never used it in draft before. Frankly, with Seismic Toss, it's kind of broken. Because it's 200 damage per pop, which most Pokemon have less than 400, so you're 2-hit KOing basically everything in the deck. So yeah, not a, so honestly, Fake-Out's kind of meh. So I can't go. I don't want other stuff. Double Edge, EQ, Sucker. Yeah, I don't know. This is like pretty standard type of stuff to have, and then throw them twice. It doesn't work like that, unfortunately. it'd be really Circle Throw would be kind of crazy if the first one forced them out, and then the second one also forced them out. That'd be so cool. I would love that so much, but also like that could potentially be really dangerous. On hazard stacking teams, that would be really good. Yeah. I don't know. I'll throw Fake Out on it. I mean, it's a Gen 1 normal type, so it has a lot of coverage you can try to use. Fire Punch, Earthquakes, Stone Edge, probably. Well, okay, this is Rock Slide, other moves. I don't know, Brick Breaks. Yeah, you got some moves to work out, and then like, even though it has base 60 special attack, I guess you could theoretically use special moves still because you still have that like you hit twice. So I mean, all your moves are kind of like boosted in that sense. Probably not super smart idea to probably not. Anyway, you can also run Wish. This thing does have pretty high HP, so Wish Protect is not the worst idea on it. Of course, it's not super amazing, but oh yeah. Also, what am I thinking? Don't run Double Edge. Run Body Slam. Body Slam has a 51% chance to paralyze because you're hitting twice in one turn. So it's basically a coin flip. And then you run Wish and Protect. You even have Heal Bell on this thing, honestly. Oh, you don't have Heal Bell. Never mind. Take that back. Now you run Circle Throw. I don't know. So, just for fun. This is completely wall like this. Fortunately, it doesn't have access to knockups, so you have to run Crunch. But, yeah, I don't know. 51% chance to paralyze is pretty good. Speaking of paralyze, Jirachi. Body Slam, 60% chance to paralyze. And then you also have Iron Head, 60% chance to flinch. Unfortunately, you don't have Heart Stamp anymore. We still have Zen Headbutt if you want to try that. For those of you who don't know what Heart Stamp is, it's this. It's higher chance to flinch than Zen Headbutt, but also is weaker. But yeah, it's pretty not common. But yeah, Zen Headbutt still 40% chance to flinch. It's still pretty good. Although you don't really run that more often than not. The main thing you do with Jirachi is kind of Wish. It's like Wish, X, Iron Head, and then maybe like Future. With lefties, they're pretty good. I guess also Scarf. So Iron Head, Turd, Trick, and then like a cover through like Fire Punch, run a Scarf on that. Can work pretty well. I mean, there's also like Specs as well, making use of Jirachi's decent special move pool. So you have Psy Shot / Psychic, and Thunderbolt, maybe Flash Cannon. You can have access to Moonblast, which can hit Dark types pretty well. If you want to run Moonblast though, you have to be shiny. So just a precaution. Actually, before I continue, you should always make your Jirachi shiny, because there's a lot of like shiny Jirachi exclusive moves. So like if you want to be optimal, technically speaking, you should run shiny Jirachi. Because maybe you run Moonblast, maybe you don't. Yeah. Also, you get access to Draco Meteor and like Aura Sphere. Draco Meteor is kind of weird, because I don't know of any other non-dragon type that can learn Draco Meteor. So it's pretty interesting. There probably is another one, but like I don't know it. Anyway. Oh yeah, if you want a more reliable way to paralyze, Thunderwave also works over Body Slam as well. Oh yeah, Self Rock too. Forgot about that. Yeah, this thing has a lot of utility. Oh yeah, one more thing. You can run Cosmic Power, Store Power, like Mew. Unfortunately, you don't get taunt to go with it. And you don't have a very good way of recovering HP, like Mew does. But you know, this still sucks. This still sucks to deal with, especially since you just run rest. Like this is 100% a viable option if you're not fighting. If someone doesn't have a dark type. I guess this is obviously don't want to run lefties here. But like this is 100% off. It's kind of scary. Yeah. Anyway, next up, Darn Galar. Darmanitan Galar is one of the most scary things you can fight. So, Gorilla Tactics basically gives it a choice band, and then you can give another choice band for 2.25 times power boost, or you can just run Choice Scarf, and then you're basically Dragon Dance. So, yeah. So you run, Crash, Flare Blitz, and it gets Fire and Ice and Ground coverage, by the way, which basically means it's impossible to switch into. Obviously, with Gorilla Tactics, it means you only have to take one. You have to just predict. Basically, fighting against Darmanitan is just a prediction game. If you get it right, you don't die. If you do get it wrong, you do die. That's just how it is at the end of the day. Or just run U-turn, and then you'll have to wait on the prediction game later, and then you get free shit. So yeah. Bad things about it, it is a pure ice type, which sucks defensively, and also takes rocks and spikes and all that stuff. So that sucks, but still works pretty well. There's also the Zen mode, and like its Unova counterpart, it gets access. First off, its Zen mode is actually good. Let me show you the stats. So the stat-wise, has even more attack and speed, which actually makes it actually decent. Still not usually good to run, but if you run Zen mode, you can run Belly Truck, which is the main thing you want to do. Honestly, you still want to run Fire Punch with EQ. That's just better coverage overall. Or like Icicle Crash and EQ. You're part fire, so when you become Zen mode, so Fire Punch plus EQ is still good coverage. You can run Fire plus Ice coverage, but there's just a lot of types are an issue after that. So usually you run EQ. Okay, I thought it paused again. Togekiss. This man have both the annoying Serene Grand Spell. Okay, anyway. This plus Air Slash, plus Scarf, and you're good to go. That's all you need. But in reality, if you want to do more than that, well, first off, on the Scarf set, I guess you can just. I'm very glad this thing doesn't get Moonblast, by the way. That'd be 60% chance to lower his special attack every turn with Moonblast. It's so annoying. I guess this is a pretty decent Scarf set. But you can also run Trick, Nasty Plot. So the point of this type of Scarf set, usually you just use the Trick to cripple a defensive bond, and then you Nasty Plot, Air Slash, Roost. That still is a pretty functional moveset. And if you think you want to keep your Scarf Air Slash is basically all you need on Togekiss, because as long as you have that chance to flinch, you have a win con. So, yeah. You could also just forgo Scarf entirely. Just run Scarf. Just not Scarf. Something like this could work. Or even, again, basically, Togekiss only needs Air Slash in terms of offense, realistically speaking. So, basically everything else can just be whatever, or you can throw on coverage moves if you want. So, Thunder Wave, that's what Roost, Air Slash is still pretty viable. But if you're not going to run Scarf or Specs or whatever, you probably want to run Boots more often than not, because, rocks are important. Now, if you want to be really cool, and I mean really cool. Hold on. Doesn't get Brave Boost. Crap. Oh, wait, hold on. Alright, hold up. Yeah, look at that. That's a... Yeah. Yeah, this is what you want. You know, after hustle, and yeah, you have basically you're like a base 100 attack, maxed out base 100 attack. You're very close to that. You're still a little bit smaller, like you're 327, but it's basically base 100 attack fully maxed out. And then, this is terrible. So don't try. I mean, you know what? Honestly, can be kind of heat, but like, you know what? Just I don't think about it. Oh, one more thing before I go. Teal Bell. Just thinking Teal Bell. Sorry. That's right there. Yeah, Teal Bell. Tailwind, I guess. Thunder Wave. I already mentioned Thunder Wave. Wish. Yawn. Okay. The stack. I love this one. This one's so. Yeah, Trick Room more often than not is the thing. Well, usually you want someone else's second Trick Room, so you have more move slots. But Trick Room, Jar Ball, Stone Edge. Then you want to run like Body Press and then like a Heat Crash, maybe Earthquake. Kind of depends. So you have more defense than attack, and you want to kind of boost your attack. You can run minus defense nature with 15 EVs, and that will let you boost your attack. And now you're wondering, well, how doesn't Beast Boost work by boosting the stat that is the highest? Correct. Now, but why did I let this get tied? So basically, how Beast Boost works when there's a tie, it's a certain priority. So it's attack will get boosted first if attack and something else is the same, and then it's going to be defense, then special attack, then special defense, then speed. So the reason why earlier, if you were here earlier, for the Kartana, I gave Kartana one more speed than attack. It's because if I made them the same, it would be still be boosting Kartana's attack and only its attack. So because of that priority list. So the reason why I can do this, I can make them the same here, is because the attack gets boosted first in the priority list or the defense, so you don't have to run 14 EVs, for example, and miss out on that one IV on defense. So that's your Pokemon trivia of the day. Yeah. So Stack Attacker can do this. If you want to run your own Trick Room, you can. Like you can run like a Life or something. But you have to forego one of the get that. You have to forego courage. There we go. Yeah. Also get Stealth Rock as well. If you don't even maybe you don't even want to make this work on Trick Room, which it's pretty bulky. So it can still work outside of Trick Room. And even if you do even want the attack boost, the defense boost. So if you run Body Press, right? You can still take that. You can still take the defense boost and then just have a better Body Press, right? Something like that. Yeah. This thing usually works in Trick Room though, but it is not terrible in not Trick Room. Yeah. Okay, next up we got my boy, Sigilif. Magic Guard, Tinted Lens, both very solid abilities. Usually Magic Guard is going to be the ability of choice. Life Orb, Magic Guard, very good, very solid. The main set here, I would say, is the 3 attack variant. So you run usually Side Shock, Heat Wave, Air Slash. Actually, you used to run Dazzling. So, fun fact, Sigilif actually had a place in OU in the very beginning of Sword and Shield. So this set right here dealt with a good amount of the metagame, and so it was kind of like a niche kind of niche wall breaker. Well, not really wall breaker, but it's like a niche breaker in a sense, and it actually worked pretty well. So Dazzling Gleam was there for Hydreigon and Mandibuzz. Heat Wave was there for Ferrothorn. Psyshock is there for Toxapex, and just also Stab. And the Roost is there for recovery. So this thing actually worked really well. And then a bunch of legendaries and shit got introduced in Isle of Armor and Grand Tundra, and then Sigilif never seen again. But it had its time in the limelight for 2 seconds. Yeah. Outside of that, maybe you want to run Calm Mind as well. Calm Mind is pretty good. There's that infamous random battle set, Cosmic Power, Sword Power. And then what was like Psycho Shift, a Flame Orb. This honestly works pretty well here too. Outside of this here too, like it can work. Like it's not bad. Yeah. The thing is, access to Defog as well if you want to try to run that. And it has a pretty wide loophole in a lot of ways. So like I've run Scarf Sigilip in the past, and it can work. So you know, we run like Psychic, Heat Wave, Ice Beam. Yeah, it was mainly for I mainly ran Scarf for Ice Beam, because I was fighting against a Lander Asterion, so I was like, I might as well run Scarf Ice Beam and cover almost all my options, all its options, right? And it worked pretty well. It did actually kill the Landers. So Energy Ball is also there for, you know, for like Swampert or something. Yeah. What else? This thing also gets Trick Room as well. Also gets Tailwind. Thunderwave, Hypnosis. Other things that I'm forgetting because actually no, I'm not forgetting much. Whirlwind as well, I guess, but it's not a really good Whirlwinder. Anyway, moving on. Yeah. So we got Cloister. Wider. That does. Anyway, Shell Smash, Icicle, Spear, Rock Blast, and Ice Shark. This is the standard Shell Smash Cloister. I'm not sure if I banned King's Rock, but I don't think I have, so I guess you can run King's Rock actually. Maybe I should ban that though. I should have made Cloister worth more if I had King's Rock though. How much is it worth? You know what? Question for later. King's Rock works really well here if I allowed it. If I'm not sure. Read the rules if I did. White Herb is also just a nice consistent option. Sash as well can be pretty good. And then yeah, so this is Pin Missile is also pretty good here because it beats Slowbro. Yeah, you would want to do that. Also Slow King. Yeah. I guess you can also run Mixed as well, Hydro. Could potentially catch something off guard. Since you are getting that, you know, special attack boost with social. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Meganium. Sucks. Least favorite starter. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I don't have anything against it. It's just not good. I'm sorry to say it. To be fair, it's not good because it's overshadowed by almost every other grass type in the game. So, on its own, that doesn't inherently mean it's bad, but there are other options you could have chosen. Anyway, before I get more negative, let's talk about what it can do. What can it do? I guess just be a bulky grass type. So, you know, you throw on a Protect here, maybe a nice... It doesn't even get Sleep Powder, it doesn't get Sunspray, it doesn't get Sunspray. You know, the Toxic is always nice to have, and then you run, you know, like a Green Drain. Yeah. There you go. That's a nice little sub-leech, well, not a good sub, but Protect, Leech, Toxic set there. That's going to be pretty nice here with Leftovers. At least it gets screens as well, so you can set up screens on a Pokemon has no way of preventing defog, or not even a particularly fast one, or no pivoting at all. Yeah. Counter is always really nice. Just sock people in the jaw when they don't see it coming. And it's weak to U-turn too, so people like to U-turn on it, and then you can counter that. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. With Dragon Tail for some phasing. Ooh. Huh? Yeah. Swords Dance. Swords Dance could be pretty cool with Petal Blizzard. And then, like, Earthquake. Yeah, you know, that's not terrible. Maybe like 6. Maybe like Double Edge, because you kind of need the power body, so I don't know. This would be a... Okay, I'm moving on. This is terrible. Okay, Slow Start, Regigigas. Might be better than Meganium, honestly. We'll see. Oh, I'm being so mean. Okay. Anyway. So, obviously, Regigigas is bad. We all know it's bad. But at least now it has Substitute and Protect to pretend it can be good. So, the problem with Regigigas. You have to spend 5 turns sitting on the field. And it has to be on the field. You can't just, like, you know, you have to do it all at once. So, okay, you have to do it all at once. So you have to, like, be on the field for 5 turns. And if you switch out, you have to restart everything. So that's great. And then, yeah, so basically the way it tries to deal with slow start, runs Sub Protect, runs Thunder Wave, runs a lot of, like, bullshit hack stuff in order to try to wait out the 5 turns. The problem with doing that is once you run out of those 5 turns, you remember that you gimped half your moveset just to prevent slow, like, just to get through slow start in the first place, and now you don't have any way of abusing, you know, your actually good stats at this point. So, in conclusion, Regigigas sucks. And there's really not much you can do about it. God, slacking even is better. It frankly is a lot better, because at least you have a turn where you can do something immediately, before you get useless. It's just, yeah, Regigigas is not good at all. I'll be frankly quite honest. It's not even that bulky. Like it has good bulk, but the problem is the normal typing is terrible. In fact, I think it's it's a contender for the worst type. I'll be honest. The thing that's like the issue with normal types that, you know, like, you know, ice types and rock types and grass types, yeah, they're all bad too. But, like, at least they have resistances. Normal types have no resistances at all, which makes it really hard to be defensive. Like, unless your name is Chansey and Blissey, you can't tank hits very well as a normal type. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of Regigigas. I mean, I like Regigigas' design and all that. It's just you can't use it competitively. It's very hard. It's very, very hard to use it. I don't know. There's not much I can really talk about here. I guess, like, run Double Edge. You don't even get Double Edge. You don't get return to this, and you don't get return to this meta either because there's no return. I guess Body Slam. Maybe you don't need to run Thunder Wave with Body Slam, so, like, run Drain Punch or Power Punch, I guess. It's not good enough, I'll be honest. I mean, I'm moving on. This is making me depressed. Butterfree, though, is actually not terrible. It's not the best Quiver Dancer in the world, but it gets the job done. So you basically just run Quiver Dance, Hurricane, Sleep Powder. So, yeah. This is basically worse for Villon, but it's still pretty decent. Actually, probably want to run Boots too. Well, Boots, maybe Roost. Boots with Roost or Leftovers with Substitute. That's kind of the main combinations here. Yeah, you can even run Tinted Lens if you want to. If you really just want to take that risk on Hurricane and Sleep Powder. But usually you probably just want to Compound Eyes. Yeah. Not much else Butterfree can do. Or not much else Butterfree even wants to do, frankly. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could try to make like with Volcarona, you could try to make like a defensive pivot. But just run Quiver Dance. And then we have Watchog. Analytic, obviously. I guess you can try to run it against it. Get Body Slam. What the hell? Does this thing get a goddamn normal move? Wow, this thing really got screwed over by the Generation 8, huh? Its best normal move is Facade. Seriously? It doesn't get Double Edge at the very least? It's really its best move. Okay, it's Hyper Fang. No. It's Strength. Strength is its strongest move. I guess that makes sense. Okay. Well, that sucks for it. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of how you can abuse analytics, so I was just thinking like run a Choice Band set. That meant to be Crunch. Yeah, this thing doesn't have any. Gonna be honest, who's this guy? Turtwigs. I think that's Zach. Is that Zach? I'm not sure. I don't know. You pick some. I'm gonna be honest. Your mons in the lower tier, I wouldn't. Yeah, they're bad. Again, in Regigigas Watchog, I would never see it. Like, I'm being so mean right now, but like, oh my god, I don't like them. They're not good Pokemon. I don't know. I'm not sure what you can do with Watchog. I'll be honest. I don't know. Like this could potentially work here. Maybe quick attack. It doesn't even get quick attack. Come on, bro. What the hell? Oh my god. Oh well, I guess you just run a coverage. Oh wait, it gets knockoff. Yeah, just run knockoff. Yeah. Okay, that's good. That's good. I don't know. Maybe like this could be pretty good. Stop picking normal types. Hey, you have so many normal types. God damn. Okay, you have 3. God. Okay. Anyway, let's start ranking. Yeah, I'm just gonna pause right now. I know it's gonna take me a while to look at the type variants. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna apologize for earlier. I was kind of mean. I took a little break. I thought about it. You know what? Every Pokemon does have their use. So I'm sorry for earlier. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna continue on that. Anyway, so for type variants, fire types are an issue. Period. They are an issue. You have no resist. There are a couple types that do also pose a threat, like dark types and steel types. However, they are covered by one mon that is decently bulky, so kind of excusable. Not that excusable. So like 3, not 34. Either 3 or 3.5. I will actually look at Alpine. You know, I'm too tired to think about that. I'll leave it at 3.3 for now. Maybe I'll give you a little bit more later. Hazards and removal. Okay, so let's Stealth Rock on Jirachi. Have Stealth Rock on the stack. Defog on Kiss. Defog on Sigilif. Technically spin. Oh yeah, I forgot. Cloyster has like spikes and spin, so you don't, and toxic spikes, so like you don't have to run Shell Smash every week, but probably you should. Yeah, so there's that, and then yeah, Butterfree does have defog, I guess. Want to make defensive defog, Butterfree one day. Oh, I completely forgot what I said. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, hold on. Let me look at this again. Alright. Oh, got 2 rockers, a spiker, and a T-spiker. Pretty good. I would give that a 2. And then for the hazard removal side, 2 defoggers and a spinner, which is pretty solid. I guess like also a 2, so I'll give you 4. Okay. Pivoting. Jirachi, Darn. That's basically it, actually. Yeah, that's. I mean, you have a defensive and offensive pivot, which is really nice, but you know, that's like I can't give you more than like a 2.5 for that. That's 25. Okay. Okay, B-tiers. They are pretty bad. Actually, this is really bad. I will be honest, because you have nothing above base 100, and that is. It's not like this team's a dedicated trickery team either. Yeah, that's a yikes for me. Everything under 100 is great, though. Like, you have pretty spread out. Actually, it's not even that spread out, though, on the bottom. You have, like, everything's, like, centered between, like, 95, 180, or 70, I guess. Wow, wait. Yeah, like, everything is seriously, like, just... Yeah, like from 100 to 77, 100 to 70, like everything's within that except for Stakataka. Oh god. Yeah, that's not a good look. This is you have no highs and no lows. Yeah, no, this is by far the worst I've seen in terms of speed tiers because it's just everything's concentrated within 30 base points of each other, which is really except for Sakataka, which is like at 13. Like what about your base? What about like oh no? Okay, I'm sorry. That is okay. Bulk is pretty good. Oh wait, hold up. Bulk is Bulk is okay. It's okay. Yeah, I mean it's okay. I mean you have a couple of Wishmons and you have some Roost Mons, Roost, Heal Bell support, and then like you have generally bulky mons like Karachi, Togekiss. Kakakaka is pretty bulky on the defensive side. Meganium, I guess. So I'll give you a 3. Seems pretty average. Setup. Karachi can use Calm Mind or like other types of positive counters, so Cal Smash on Cloister, Calm Mind, this is a live next support on Togekiss, Squirtle on Free, and the Belly Drum on Thorn. I guess Power Up Punch on Kangaskhan as well is basically a Swords Dance, so might as well count that. Yeah, I mean it's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad at all. Problem is where to put it. Sorry, I'm listening to the music. I love Lake Verity so much. Anyway, by the way, like everything in this playlist from Mewmore. Go check him out. He's really good. I'm leaning towards 4. 4? Is that too much? No, I had Shell Smash Cloister. It's not too much. Well, actually, that's fine. Wall Breakers. Choice Band Darn. The Sakataka. Sigilyph a little bit. I guess Kangaskhan kind of falls into that category as well. Not bad. Yeah, not bad at all. Yeah. Like also probably a 4, I guess. Oh. 3.5. I'll give 3.5. Okay, and then cleaners. Last one. You have 3 very solid cleaners here. I guess Trick Room Sakataka kind of counts as one as well, so 3.5. Okay. Moving the Heckle Bomb. Span only drafted 9 mons. I think that's not the first one I've seen. Okay. Wuppertal Woopers. I already did kind of go over Marathon a little bit. Basically, Stealth Rock, Spikes, Leech Seed, all very good. It's the king of Chipmon, basically. Anytime you hear Chip, Ferrothorn should be the picture on the dictionary. So, Rocky Helmet, Iron Barbs, Leech Seed, Stealth Rock, Spikes. So good at that stuff. And then Knockoff is always really nice. Obviously, usually you don't want to run both Stealth Rock and Spikes on the same team, so you run one or the other. And then run like Body Press, Gyro Ball, Power Whip. Any of those can work. Thunder Wave, Toxic, those can also work as well. So, yeah. Now, if you want to be a cool kid, here's the secret tech. Alright? No, wait, no. Here's the actual secret tech for right now. Here we go. Yeah. This is secret. I'm getting close to the mic. Secret tech. All right, you gotta. Don't pass this along. Yeah, Curse. Honestly, I've seen Curse Ferrothorns work, so I'm not. It's not even a joke. So like, try it out, and you'll get some good stuff from it. Yeah, basically whatever. Heatran. Oh, it's one of my favorites because it's so. It will never leave OU. It's basically like Landorus Styrian in that it will never leave OU. It's just it's too good of a defensive typing, and it's just too good. It's just too good. Anyway, leftovers, flash fire. You can run flame body if there's no fire types you need to fight, I guess. Yeah, and then you run stealth rock, or the standard set is magma trap, so magma storm, taunts, usually like earth power. Yeah, something like this. You usually run something like that on your run. Of course, you can start switching stuff around. If you have another rocker, you can run toxic here, help with the magma trapping. Maybe you don't want to run magma trap at all, so you just run lava plume, earth power. I don't know, protect, I guess. Something like that. Protecting also work on the magma trapping set as well. And then there's also air balloon keep running, which has been rising in usage quite recently. Basically, actually, you run eruption. Eruption, like magma, earth power, and like I don't know about the last one. But master is probably usually rocks. Heavy slam is not terrible because it hits Clefable Calm Mind Clefable. It beats that very easily with heavy slam. Because flash cannon can be good, but like the problem is if that clef keeps up too many calm minds, then flash cannon isn't going to be helping too much. So that's why I usually run heavy slam. Body press is also a decent option against something like Tyranitar. This all doesn't have to be on the air, by the way. You can just use these in general. And then just Choice Specs and Choice Scarf. So Specs and Scarf with Eruption is always going to be very good. It's probably on a more consistent move than Magma Storm, Flamethrower. Yeah, so Choice Specs and Choice Scarf like this also works very well. That's probably about it. I guess you can use Scorching Sands over Earth Power if you want to try to burn something with Scorching Sands, but usually if you want to burn something, you're just going to run Lava. So, yeah, Scorching Sands usually not super useful. Also, this thing gets Steel Beam, I guess. Just you probably shouldn't run Eruption and Steel Beam on the same set at the very least, because kind of antithetical to each other. Yeah. Okay, move on. We got Politoed. The other Drizzlemon. So I guess this guy has the other part of the Rain team, which, although frankly his team doesn't seem to be super based around it. It's just basically Pharaoh plus Seismitoad. But yeah. The thing about having a semi-rain team, though, is that you can run offensive Politoed sets without being super gimped. So, yeah. Unfortunately, offensive Politoed is much worse than offensive Pelipper. Over here. When you don't have a secondary stab, it's a lot worse. Who would have thought? And, yeah, no grass moves or anything. So, Weather Ball, Ice Beam. I guess Earth Power could be nice. Maybe Focus Blast. So there's that. There's that part. Oh yeah, Skull. So there's that part of like offensive Politoed, which I haven't really seen a lot though. So usually people run just like defensive ones. So Skull, Toxic, Protect, maybe I don't know. Something like this could be pretty good. This is like old school. Actually, correction. This is old school Politoed. Or like you also see Encore too. Like this is like old school like Generation 5 Politoed where permanent rain was a thing, so you can run leftovers instead of Damp Rock. Yeah, this is like old school. Doesn't work as well because you don't have leftovers in Generation 8. Or you can't run leftovers on Politoed without rain turns being 5 turns instead of 8. So you have to run Damp Rock usually. So you have to compromise on the whole. This set doesn't work as well. Usually, Politoed is just here, just to set up rain, and it's trying to switch out as fast as it can, so it can make way for the other rain sweeper. Usually, but there's only one here on this team. So yeah, Scald, Encore, maybe Parashon could be pretty good. I guess you could do if you wanted to try just running other types of Politoeds. You could run Perish Trap. Yeah. I don't know. But, this is kind of any set that isn't defensive, is just not super useful for rain. There's a reason why Politoed sucks for rain, or is worse than Pelipper, right? Even though I think it has better stats overall, it does, than Pelipper. But the problem is no U-turn. That's actually a really big knock against it. And also, like, the water flying typing is better than pure water as well, just because you have more resistances and immunities to take advantage of before switching in. So, yeah. That's like the Politoed. The reason why Politoed fell off after Pelipper got Drizzle. But yeah, I'm gonna move on. Okay, Sabotoad. This is a good mod. I guess we should go over how it works in rain. Basically, the whole thing is Weather Ball, Earth Power, Focus Blast, Ferret. Well, you know what? You're not fighting Ferrothorn, so I guess you don't need that. You can just run like Ice Beam or something. Maybe like Stuff Up. So this is mainly how you run all the Sabotoad in rain. If you're wondering why you don't run Physical, even though it has better attack, again, it comes down to base power and moves. You do have a stronger Earthquake in rain than Earth Power, right? Because Earthquake is stronger than Earth Power. Problem is though, your rain move. Like the whole point is of using rain, and your strongest rain move with Sabotoad is like Liquidation, which is base 85. Whereas Weather Ball is already 100, Hydro Pump is 110, and then those all get boosted by rain. So like usually you do run special over physical for Sabotoad because you have better water stab on the special side. You also get better coverage moves. Ice Beam is better than Ice Punch, for example. Sludge Wave is better than Poison Jab, stuff like that. Yeah, base power. Essentially, base powder matters a lot more than you think than just the raw stats itself. Yeah. You can also run Choice Specs, by the way. Yeah, something like this can work very well. Yeah. So outside of rain, which obviously Sabotoad has, so you can run defensive. So this is actually pro tip: if you're fighting against Zan, you should bring Water Absorb over Switzerland. Potentially, actually, I'm not sure. Either one works actually, but you know, the potential of Water Absorb is really good at beating against, fighting against other rain teams, right? Obviously, because you absorb all the rain moves. So yeah, Stealth Rock, Scald, Toxic, Knockoff. I used Sabotoad in like one of my older draft leagues. It was actually the first season I started making videos. Yeah, and basically I just ran defensive Sabotoad every single week. Like, well, to be fair, I didn't have the option of rain because I just didn't have one, rain setter. But I thought it was pretty good. Yeah, it's just really nice defensively. I usually didn't even run Earthquake or anything. I just ran Scald, Toxic, Knockoff. Like, this is really good defensively. It gives you a lot of, like, crippling options as well. I crippled so much shit. It was fun. Yeah, so run that. Poison Touch can be useful, I guess, as well. I probably would never use it personally. And I think pause again. Screw you. Okay. Next up, we got Gliscor. You're always going to be running Toxic or Poison Heal. Make sure you can safely get that Poison Heal off, though. I've seen plenty of Gliscors accidentally switch into knockoffs or get burned immediately. In fact, when I played them on ladder, that was basically the reason that as soon as I did that, they forfeited. So, you should always be conscientious of your Gliscor before it gets poisoned. After it gets poisoned, who cares? You can switch it in on anything, which is honestly not entirely inaccurate. This thing is really, really annoying to deal with if you're not careful. Once I think it's poison, it's really hard to wear down because it is sand immune, status immune, and it gets health every single turn with Toxic Orb, which is double the health of leftovers, and it gets access to Roost. So, really hard to wear down. Also can wear down other things itself with Knockoff and Toxic and Earthquake as well. Yeah. Maybe a nice Pivot Mon with U-Turn, and then also has Defog as well if you want to try that. There's also offensive variants, so you can run Swords Dance, Facade, or Ice Fang even, and then like Roost. I don't know. Gliscor basically just has a lot of different options. It's literally just like both it and Lando T are like really just. It's hard to tell. It's hard to say which one's better. Usually, Lander's Theory has more usage because it's a lot. It hits a lot harder. For one, and I think it just hits a lot harder. But like Gliscor is just really awesome, just really amazing. It's hard to honestly, I couldn't tell you which one's better, frankly. Honestly, like there are days where I lean towards Gliscor as being the better one, but you know, Lander's Teeth does have a lot more usage, even in Nat decks. So actually, I'm not sure about that. I can check right now. I'm gonna check right now. Go to Nat decks. Go to highlighter Nat decks. Why not? Yeah, okay, Lander's Teeth. Like, you know, Gliscor's not okay. Gliscor's pretty far behind, but you know, it's like it's just you're good. It's good. Like I don't know. I guess basically not having Intimidate, like it literally has every single move that Lander Steering has in terms of defensive utility. Yeah, I don't know. I still struggle with that question today, basically. Anyway, moving on. Snorlax. I like Snorlax. All three of these abilities can be useful. I do think Immunity and Thick Fat are more so useful than Gluttony, but if you want to try to run... You know, I mean, you do have a Trick Room setter, so if you want to learn Belly Drum with Wiki Berry, like you did with Lanoon, like, yeah, I mean, that can work. Yeah. Well, not Wiki Berry, sorry. You can't use Wiki Berry. You should be using them, I don't know, look at the other berries. I forget which one. I don't remember those, like, 4 33% berry names. I only remember the Wiki Berry. Anyway, so yeah, Immunity, Thick Fat, both are very good. Depends on what you need. First Lax is the most famous Lax, although frankly, it's not the best Lax. Well, it's a pretty good. It probably still is the best Lax. Darkest Variant, I guess, is the best one. I don't know, RT Crash, I don't know, it kind of depends. Well, this is pretty good. Twixman is honestly not terrible. Go figure. Body Slam, it has a lot of good coverage. You know, Body Slam, Heat Crash, like stuff like that. Like, it can work pretty well. Already mentioned Belly Drum. Yeah, I don't know. What else is there? I don't want to talk about the replays. So I'm trying to avoid the set that was used in that certain replay. Yeah, if you're watching this, yeah, that is 100% an option. Oh wait, Wuppertal Woopers uses Zag. I'm gonna figure out who's that. I'm gonna figure out who Texas Turtwigs is. Give me a sec. This is buggy. This is bugging me. Okay. Oh, it's Terra. Okay, cool. Anyway, now I got that fixed. Never mind. Snorlax, right. I don't know what else you can use, frankly. I try not to mention the set. So yeah, I think this is fine. I'll just leave it. I'll leave it alone for now. Slowking up next, always gonna be a regen. Lefties, Boots both work on Slowking, and you want to run Teleport and Slack Off. That's not Teleport, but you know Teleport and Slack Off. That's what you want. I can't type today, I swear. But that's a very standard Slowking set. Outside of that, there's a couple bits of variation. Maybe you want to run an Asplot. It does have very good coverage. Maybe you want to run Tricker. Not where I type Tricker. Yeah, Trick Room can be pretty good. With Teleport, it's really good at bringing in teammates like said Snorlax. Yeah. And in terms of coverage, it gets a lot of coverage, so you just kind of look through it. Kind of look for what you want. Yeah, Thunder Wave, Trick, Yawn. Moving on. Okay, next up we got Reggie Elect. Like that one. It's pretty cool on. It's the quintessential, if you don't have a ground type, I will 6-0. And I remember there's a couple teams that don't have ground types, so yeah, you guys better watch out. So actually, the most common set right now is actually boots. It's not even specs. You just run like Volt, Rapid Spin, like Explosion, and like Fall. So this set obviously is not really intending on sweeping with electric moves. It's more so for utility, as well as baiting ground types in, so I can explode on them and deal a lot of damage. Volt Switch is just there for pivoting. Electric Ball is there for stab, because you know it's really fucking fast. So Electric Ball usually does a lot of damage. Of course, you can always just stick Thunderbolt to Thunder. Oh yeah, he does have a Rain Ball, so yeah, Thunder can work pretty well here too. You can run full specs. You want to power up the electric moves, obviously, so like Thunder. You can just run like all three of these, something like that. Maybe you want to run Ancient Power for extra coverage. I don't know. Yeah, Extreme Speed is not. I mean, I guess you could try to use it as someone. Yeah, Thunder Wave. Yeah, not much to say about electric. Oh well, one more thing. We can set up screens. I forgot about that. Yeah, something like this could work pretty well. Obviously, run Light Play here. Yeah. Okay, last up we got Cottony. I hope you realize. This is Zach. Yeah, I hope you realize, Zach, that you can't use level 1 Pokemon. So not sure why you drafted this. Because yeah, if you could use level 1 Pokemon, yeah, Cottony's a pretty good 1-point pick. But the reason why Fear Pokemon we only do level 100, because otherwise I have to start ranking Fear Pokemon, because those would obviously be worth more than 1 point. Too much value. So yeah. Anyway, Prankster. I mean, even if it is level 100, it probably can still. Yeah, it probably doesn't work as well. But, you know, it's still. You can try to be annoying. Leech Seed and Encore, stuff like that. I don't know. Maybe with Eviolite you can take some hits. Although, frankly, its stats are pretty bad. I don't know. Knockoff. I don't know. Basically, see what I did for Cottony, and then just know it's worse. That's the meanest way I can put it. Switcheroo. It gets a lot of utility moves, so you can try to just explore and see what you want to find. And yeah, let's move on. Okay, so I'm gonna pause because I think that's better for me analyzing. So I'll be back. Okay, I am back. Dark types. Dark types are a big ass issue. Such a large issue, honestly. Also, I just realized if I've been pausing and unpausing, you've been skipping ahead in the music, which is yeah, good luck having fun with that. So yeah, dark types. I mean, I probably should stop pausing then. But yeah, dark types are an issue. Okay, clearly I didn't think about this hard enough. Outside of that, I think it's pretty fine, honestly. Basically, like, when I'm looking at this, I'm just like, okay, I see 2 steel types. So what's super effective against those, and then and then does anything cover that? And then after that, I look at like neutral stuff. But yeah, so it's pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna move on. I don't need to dwell on this long. So yeah, if it's only dark types that are an issue, then I'll just give it 4. I think it is. Okay. Hazards and removal. 2 rockers here and spikes. We got another 3rd rocker here. We got a 4th rocker here. And then spikes. And then defog. And here. And here. I'll give that a 4. Pivoting. Ball switch here. Teleport here. U-turn here. Not bad. Like a 3. I like this team, honestly. It's kind of weird. It's like a little bit anti-synergistic just because you have the Heat Ram plus Rain. Outside of that, it's not terrible. No team is perfect. Although I like this team that I'm looking at right now. We'll get to that soon. Speed tiers. Tier 3. Pretty. Oh yeah, that's a hot issue. This is an issue. God, such a large gap. 95 and then 200. Yeah, there's a lot of things in between those that I would love to run minimum speed so that you can run max attack and max bulk. Yeah, so that's terrible. You do have a rain bond, so like there's, I guess, Swift and Silent Hood somehow an in between. Yeah. 95, 78. It's probably not 30. I'm just. Honestly, kind of have a gap between like 70, 74 and 30 as well, which includes the base 60s. Yeah, I guess that can be theoretically an issue. Yeah, there's just two very large gaps. Well, not okay. The first one is extremely large. The second one, and it's also very important. The second one's like less important, but still kind of important. I give it a 3. Maybe I give it 2.5. Look at the Zigzag Goons. Yeah, you know what? I think this is fine. Moving on. Okay, well. So, he ran pretty bulky for those who also kind of. Sounds like kind of. That score, yes. Well, I feel like everything on this team has like a modicum of bulk, except for Reggie and Cottony. Yeah, not bad. There's no like wish passing necessarily or anything, but like this team doesn't necessarily have to have that. Got a status immunity mon here too. I don't know. I feel like this bulk category has been kind of subjective. I'm gonna give this a 3.5. One has gone to 5. Oh yeah, wait. Sorry. I was about to say. Which category have I not given a 5 to? Hazards. Oh yeah, I kind of pivoting. Yeah, gave one to speed tiers. Gave some to cleaners. Gave one to wall breakers. I haven't given a 5 in setup yet either. Anyway, not important. Wait, what am I on? Setup. Force Curse. Master Plot, I guess. Yeah, our setup's not super good here. Like a 2.5. I get, well, because your setup mons are pretty good. 2.5, I'll give it 2.5. Okay, Wall Breakers. Not bad. Problem is, you have like Specs Heatran, and then you also have Rain. Kind of throwing it off a little bit. Has I guess. Well, yeah, Glacier is not a wall breaker in the traditional sense. A stall breaker. Expanded Lax. Yeah, I guess Specs Polytoad as well. Give it a 3. Then the cleaning. Regilucky and Silent Toad are both amazing at that. But that's about it on your team. I guess Scarf Tran, not terrible. Scarf Toad, maybe. Yeah, that's about it though. So 3 again. Maybe 3.5. I'll give you 3.5 just to be nice. Okay. Denver Digletts. Yes, the previous champion of season, the champion of season 1 has come back to take his rightful place at the top again. Starting off very strong with the Mega Sizzler. This thing is scary as all heck, to put it in light terms. So this is probably the most standard set. Stabs, Bullet Punch, U-Turn, Roost, and Sword Stance work very well. If you don't want to pivot, you can run Knockoff. Bullet Punch is almost always the mainstay. Roost is 100% like you want Roost obviously, and then the rest of the moves can be kind of whatever. You can run like 3-attack Roost. You can run the Sword Stance stuff. You can run Sword Stance. You can run full offensive. Like this could work pretty well. You can run U-Turn too. But yeah, and then also there's also even more defensive versions where you can run default. This is the default. Yeah, those are all the main sets really. Knockoff, Roost, Superpowers, U-Turn, Sword Stance, maybe Toxic. Yeah, those are all the things. This thing is, before I continue, I want to profess how much Mega Scissor is good. Like, basically, it's the same bulk as Skarmory, except better Spit F. And I don't know, it's not necessarily better. It's hard to argue if Bug Steel is better than Steel Flying. So you're training the Thunder, training the Electric weakness for 4 times Fire weakness. Probably, I don't know. I need to look at like the resistances as well to like, determine if one's actually better than the other, objectively speaking. But like, I don't know. Bug Steel is really good defensive type. Or, well, not really good, but it's pretty good at the very least. That's really good. I'll say really good. Steel Flying is also really good too, though. So it's hard to tell. Yeah. Clefable. Stuff of living nightmares, essentially. This thing is really hard to play against, in general. Like, sure, you can have steel types, but Clefable can literally beat all your steel types. Like, it's not even a joke, it can. Except, like, maybe Heatran. Flamethrower deals with most steel types. Yeah, I mean, Flamethrower deals with most steel types. Thunderbolt can also deal with other steel types, like... but yeah, okay, let's just... Okay, well, I guess I'm here. So, first set, I guess, is offensive. You run, you know, three coverage moves, and soft will or whatever. And then, but this is not the terrifying part of Clefable. The terrifying part of Clefable is that leftovers with Magic are really, really hard to wear down. And the Fairy typing is excellent type. If you wanted to be a mono type, the Fairy would probably be the best choice. But yeah, it's near Mew levels of versatile, which is crazy considering you can learn almost every move of the game. So yeah, Stealth Rock, Boom Blast, you know, gets Knockoff, gets Thunder Wave, Soft Plug, Wish, Teleport, like Heal Bell, Healing Wish. Oh god, so annoying. This mod sucks. Sucks to fight against. There's also even Trick Sticky Bar, which I actually like a lot. If I run Cliff, this is what I usually like to run. Trick Sticky Bar, it's kind of an old relic, but it still works pretty well. Oh yeah, also Calm Mind Clefable. Extremely, notoriously hard to break. Because like, you can run, first off, Fairy type is so good, you can just run Boom Blast and get away with it. So there's that. And then second off, like, so you don't have to run like Thunderbolt or Flamethrower. You can run like Knockoff, run Thunder Wave, run Trick Sticky Bar. Like, it's not even, like, there's so many different variations to Clefable, it's impossible to just like predict what it can do. This is legitimate. I could see this set and I'd be like, yeah, you know what, that totally makes sense. And actually, now I'm thinking about it, it completely does. You trick a Sticky Bar onto Heatran, get its leftovers, and then you just call my Clefable. Like, why does this work so well? Oh my god. I hate this one so much. Oh my god. Oh yeah, and this is all disregarding the fact that it has underwear too. Oh. Pain. Okay. Unaware, yeah, I don't know. Same kind of sets. Usually for unaware, you run more like defensive, like Thunder Wave, Blast, Software. Because you're trying to beat setup mons. And you run, you know, it's just... I hate this thing. I hate this thing so much. I'm moving on. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Anyway, Vendabuzz. So you're going to run Overcoat more often than not, unless you're going to try to run offensive Vendabuzz, which, go ahead and go with your Sleep Armor, I guess. So yeah, Overcoat protects you from Spore, protects you from Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Toxic, all that type of stuff. I guess Poison Powder too. And then you also have the immunity to Sandstorm and Hail. That's really nice. And then for sets, very standard. You just run. This is the main set here. I'll play Roost, Defog U-turn. If you want to run knockoff, you can run knockoff. If you want to run Bravebird, which you want to run, like for Full Run, for example, you want to do that, go ahead and run Bravebird. Yeah, usually you want U-turn. Yeah, Toxic is also a pretty good option as well. Yeah. It's just a defensive. It's just a defensive bird. That's what it does. It can be a little bit faster at times, but that's what U-turn is for. Yeah. Taunt is also not terrible as well. Tailwind, I guess. Whirlwind could be pretty good. All that stuff. Yeah. As I said before, you theoretically speaking can run offensive, but like Massipod on a base 55 special attack is ambitious to say the least. But it has good coverage. Anyway, Raikou. Probably only going to run pressure, unless you really want to make sure you don't get flinched. Jirachi. So yeah, against those you might, against those you might want to run into focus. But other than that, probably you're going to run pressure. Two main sets here: Specs, Thunderbolts, Aura Sphere, Scald, and Switch. And then the other main set is called Mind. So you run lefties. Basically, you're trying to. Basically, Raikou tries to copy Big Brother Suicune, and yeah, doesn't do very good at it. It's okay. It's not Suicune Calm Mind levels, but it's pretty good at what it does. So yeah, you want to run Scald over like Aura Sphere because Scald hits ground types more, obviously better. Yeah. Okay. Actually, before I move on, Adam. Wait. Idea. You want to really make use of pressure. This could potentially be very annoying. So Toxic Sub Protect, and then you run Thunderbolt just for stab. I mean, yeah, this looks really annoying. Oh. Anyway, Thunderbolt hits most steel types pretty well. Okay, Gastrodon. I like East because it's blue, and I like blue. But I don't mind mind the West version. So they both look fine. Anyway, two pretty decent abilities here: Sticky Hold and Storm Drain. Both are good. Storm Drain probably going to run against, I don't know, Fighting Rain, for example. Maybe you want that. Sticky Hold is also a very fantastic ability. Making sure you don't lose something like your boots or leftovers is always going to be really nice. But either one works. This thing is basically kind of like Seismitoad, except it can run rocks or knockoff. But it just have instant recovery and recover. So, that. I feel like this could work pretty well. You could also run Clear Smog, which works well in obviously stopping hazards. Stopping setup. Yeah. Really not a lot of variation with Gastrodon. I guess you can run Yawn. That's about it. I don't know. It's just meant to be kind of a defensive one. There's not much else you can do with it. Next up, we got the Cobalion. Well, I guess you can run a defensive version. I guess I'll talk about that one first. Soft Rock, Iron Head, maybe like Sacred Sword. Because like maybe Sacred Sword over CC, just because you don't want the defense drop maybe, and then both finish. This could work pretty well. Maybe you want to run Toxic over something. Like, I don't know, maybe some taunting, some thunder waves, I don't know. And then you can also run offensive. Frankly, it's actually not that strong. It's only base 98 attack, but at least you still have Sword Stance. So Iron Head, CC, like maybe Stone Edge for fire types. So, and then you maybe want to run a Life Orb. Maybe I don't think Choice Band works very well, frankly. This thing should have gotten a Body Press. That would have been really nice for it because I got his defense. Yeah, why didn't I get Body Press? Moving on. Actually, I'm actually not I've used Cobalion before. I'm not the biggest fan of it, frankly, but it's not like it's terrible, so I will keep my trap there. Yeah. Next up we got Mega Horde. I want to mention that Mega Horde is very good for dealing with Slowbro. If you have to fight one, I don't think anyone drafted Slowbro though. So someone drafted Slow King, not Slowbro. Anyway, next up we got Noivern. I've already talked about Frisk being good. You can identify draft league items and stuff. Not say draft league items like they're specific items or whatever. Full Trader is not a bad ability as well. Giving for screens is always nice, as well as Substitute. Nice. Yeah, usually kind of just run boots. Okay, sure. I know Key Wave is also good coverage. You want to run full out offensive. Usually you don't though. You run default, hurricane, U-turn, at least. Or maybe you run. Influenced by Poke-Aim when I say Super Fang and U-turn and taunt. I still don't see what this was supposed to beat in anything in OU, but you know what? You do you, Poke-Aim. I think. I don't think it was meant to beat any one mon. It was just meant to be annoying. I guess it does resist Rashid Rabbit Strike on their stabs, so I guess there's something, but I don't know. Still looks kind of crappy to me, I'll be honest. At least run. I would just at least run a stab move. I wouldn't run like Super Fang, only Super Fang and U-turn. It doesn't make sense to me. But you know what? There's a reason why I'm not the GOAT of Pokemon. So might be missing something to put it down. Anyway, Choice Specs is good as well. Especially since you have access to the mons like that. Yeah, I don't know. Just a nice, fast pivot mon in general. Diancie is a very like Diancie. On my winning team, very good Pokemon. I guess this is the most standard type of set here. Stealth Rock attack set. But there are variations. Diamond Star can give you a +2 boost to your defense, so you can run Body Pressure. There's also the Meteor Beam Power Herb set, which I definitely did before Pokemon. No one, I swear to God, that set was in my builder before Pokemon releases. I'm so salty. Anyway, you run Rock Polish and Meteor Beam, and then you run Moonblast Mystify. This set is this set is super heat. You can also run Power Gem if you want, just for if you want to, but remember you're losing out of coverage. But yeah, this is. Oh my God! I swear I made this first. I thought of this first. Okay, anyway. What else is there? I don't know. I basically just went over everything. I guess if you want to try to run Calm Mind, Storm Power, like Diamond Sword, this will be potentially kind of interesting. I don't know. It probably wouldn't work very well, but like maybe it could work. I don't know. Anyway, Diglett. This doesn't have a rated trap, so I'm I have to use Sand Force first off. Moving on. What am I supposed to? Okay. Sash. Okay, my Stealth Rock lead here, right? Sash, Stealth Rock, Endeavor. Oh wait, it doesn't have any. Crystal, Earthquake, Fire Punch. Yeah, there you go. That's the new tech. Slowpoke. Also kind of useless, but at least you can kind of take it. Actually, I take that back. It's not bad. You know, with the still has the decent HP and then the 65 minutes you get light, it won't be too bad. I guess you could. Well, it doesn't have any good special attacks, so maybe you don't want to do Super Sight. But like, you can still do like Scald, Teleport, Back Off, and just like maybe run like Toxic or something. I don't know. This could work pretty well. You know what? I take it back. It's not terrible. And yeah, okay. So let's get into ranking. This team, I think I like this team a lot. See what happens. Okay, I'm not gonna pause. I'm just gonna look at it. You guys are just gonna have to sit here with me, or just use the right arrow key. It's a nice option. I use it all the time. So I guess one thing I should mention: this team is very pigeonholed into running Storm Drain Gastrodon because you don't have a lot of water resist on your team. Slowbro and Wyvern, which both aren't necessarily super bulky, so I guess Storm Drain Gastro probably more preferred. But that's not a knock against this team because if he does run that, then water types aren't an issue at all. Grasses aren't an issue. Fire isn't an issue because again, a Wyvern, a Gastro, and it's Slowbro too. Thunder, I guess electric types. Types aren't really an issue either. You have ground type and you have the resist. Dragons aren't an issue. Seals aren't an issue. Ghost types aren't an issue. Dark types aren't an issue. Psychic types aren't an issue. Bug types aren't an issue. I don't think anything's an issue here. This is a very well constructed team. I wonder why it was well constructed. Who knows? 5. Subtle dig at Denver Digletts. Anyways, I hope he sees this and messages me afterwards. Okay. So Tyrant, I think it's also a 5. This is a very well constructed team. I can't think of anything that can break it very well. At least one type wise. Maybe if I start thinking about multiple, actual Pokemon, maybe Coco, but Coco's not that big of an issue. I mean, yes, it has Grass Knot, but you also have Raikou that can type and take. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I can't think of anything. Maybe I'm just not thinking hard enough. Fighting types, I guess? No, you have Clefable. No, what did I say? Yeah, I'm just moving on. Wait, what? Ice Type. I think I say it gets shut down immediately. Okay, hazard removal. Okay, let's talk about that. T-Fog. Rocks. T-Fog. Rocks. T-Fog. Rocks. Fog. Rocks. T-Fog. Only Rocks. Only Defog. But he has a lot of both. 3.5. Plus I can give you. Pivoting. Rackadoodling amazing. This might be my first 5. U-turn teleport. U-turn teleport. U-turn volt switch. Volt switch. U-turn. Teleport. Yeah, I'm gonna go 5. And they're all really good at it too. It's not even all of them are really good. It's not just. It's not like, oh, this thing can use U-turn, but you probably shouldn't use it. Everything here can and would use their pivot move. Oh my god, this seems so good. Speed tiers, pretty good as well, honestly. I guess you could be a little bit faster on the top end, but Wait, 123, 110, 108. Actually, I take it back. I take it back. There's actually an issue here. So there's a big ass gap between 108 and the next fastest spawn in his team. It's 70? No, how fast is Venomous? 80. It's still a big gap. 108 and 80, that's leaving that kind of open for base 100s again. You know what? Yeah, that is a pretty big issue. But I mean, other than that, so I'll give it a 4. Other than that, I think it's pretty well spread out. Bulk. This team is pretty good on that, and this Clef Mega Scizor Gastro Noivern is insane. There's Wish Passing, there's everything on this team can recover, except for more offensively oriented ones. Heal Bell is just Like, I guess Scizor plus Clef. Fucking disgusting. And then you add Gastro after that, and then you add forget the Noivern. There's a Manibus. What am I saying? Like, the first three is like Insaneo defensive core, and then you have the fire, resistant Gastro. Ugh. It's so disgusting. Oh my god, it's disgusting. Ugh. Yeah, I feel justified in that one. Setup. Dude, this team say, what the fuck did I have in here? Doors Dance, Call. Oh yeah, this is also good Call Mine. Doors Dance. I guess Call Mine. Diamond Storm and Stone Setup. It's not amazing, I guess, but like, still pretty solid. 1, 2, 3 right off the bat, amazing. And then like, there's 2 other ones that are like, okay, so I think that's 4. He's already at 26, and I haven't gone to the last 2 categories. Wall-breakers, technically Life Orb Clef. Okay, this maybe struggles a little bit here. Life Orb Clef, technically a wall break. Specs Raikou. Specs Raikou. Specs Noivern a little bit. Okay, yeah, wall breaking is a kind of an issue, I guess. So I guess that's like 2. 2.5. Is it the worst wall break game I've seen? Let me check. No, it's not. Okay. And then cleaners. Full Punch Scizor. A little bit of Raikou, a little bit of Noivern. A little bit of Kawalion. Just a little bit. Yeah, so I guess that's like a 3.5 as well. Alright, we have first person hit past 30. Anyway. Oh, there's only 2 teams left. I'm almost done. My suffering's almost over. This team is also good as hell. Okay, well, I'm a little bit biased because I love grassy terrain-based teams. But, yeah, I'm already liking what we'll see. But yeah, also, you know what else I'm a fan of? Mega Mawile. My favorite. It's not actually my favorite, by the way. My favorite is Mega Beedrill. But, I'm talking about favorite Megas, not in general. Favorite Pokemon, obviously, will always be my one triple up. But, Mega Mawile is best. Really good mon. I wonder why it's a really good mon. Because, you know, it has, I don't know, base 105 attack with layer up with huge power. It's alright. And Sword Dance. And one of the best, and in my opinion, the best typing in the game. Actually, I don't think it's an opinion, it's probably a fact. I'm gonna be honest. The best defensive typing with the best typing, like, it's gonna be pretty good. Yeah, so Sword Dance, really good. Player of Knockoff, Ironhead. But almost never want to leave home without Sucker more often than that with Mawile, because fortunately, its main flaw is its more lumbering pace. Yeah. Ironhead is also good. Yeah, so this thing basically 2-hit KOs everything in the metagame. Not a joke. It OHKOs most of it too. Especially after the Sword Dance. Problem is, it's too slow. It's slow. That's its only issue. And you can really circumvent that with Sucker Punch. Plus 2 Sucker Punch will do a good chunk to a lot of things. So if you can be patient with your Mawile and like wear the opponent's team down, you can really clean up games, late game with Mawile Sucker Punch. Yeah. It has a lot of good coverage too, which helps it beat a lot of the metagame. So for example, Fire Fang, there to beat Ferrothorn, or you can just be a man and just use Focus Punch. Let's be real. I mean, I did it. I used Focus Punch against Skarmory. Yeah. What else? Ice Punch for Lando T, Garchomp, Thunder Punch for Toxapex, Psychic Fangs also for Tox effects, as well as Grass Poison types, like Venusaur, the Mega Variety, and Vileplume. Crunch for Ghost, I guess, although you don't really need that. Yeah, pretty much it. Brick Break for Heat Ray. Oh yeah, that's the war one. Brick Break for Heat Ray. That's about it, I guess. Stone Edge for Zapdos, I guess. But yeah, Ice Punch is already thing. The Stone Edge, make sure you don't take contact. Oh yeah. And yeah, you still have Sword Dance and stuff. Oh yeah. You also get Rocks and Metal Burst. I was very, very close to bringing a Metal Burst Wall Ball in one of my games last season. Because like it's kind of it's just a nice surprise factor, mon. Surprise factor move, I should say. And the Stealth Rock is always good with utility, but I ended up just bringing Sword Stance in and it worked out a lot better. So yeah. Anyway, next up we got Greninja. Unfortunately, no Protean and no Battle Bond, so that sucks. But Greninja still has a few tricks up its sleeves. For example, Ghost Spikes and Toxic Spikes. Very nice there. Besides that, I guess I actually don't know what to do with this thing when you don't have the broken abilities. I guess this set could be not terrible. Not having Stab is really annoying. Because then you can, if you run Protean, you can just run whatever you want. And then you'll just get Stab boosted, so it'll still be strong. But I guess without it, you kind of just run something like this, maybe. This could be a decent spec set. To be fair, you have a lot of coverage moves, so like you still run stuff like Gunshot and Rock Slide and stuff like that. It's just not going to be as strong. But like Scarf Rock Slide is still going to be doing a lot of damage to Volcarona. Gunshot is still going to be doing a lot of the Fairy types, stuff like that. Yeah, it's just not as strong. Obviously. Also, I'm sorry in advance if you can hear a fan in the background. It's just really hot in my room. So, anyway, Water for him is okay priority. Shadow Sneak also good hurt, but like Shadow Sneak sucks on non-Protean sets, so yeah, I don't know what else to talk about. It's just like a fast attacker. Landorus Therian. Cool. Now this boy is a boy. Stealth Rock, Defog, Knockoff, U-Turn, Toxic, EQ. More moves that I don't want to mention. It's got it all, baby. And then, like, if you want to be cool, run Sword Stance sets better than everything else. Sword Stance, EQ, Stone Edge. Maybe throw in a Substitute. Maybe throw in a Bulk Up. Who knows? This thing is very good. You don't screw it. Run Fly. Run Fly. Throw Power Bomb. There. Power Fly. I don't want that. You know what? You want to run Special? Go ahead. The world is yours, my friend. Earth Power. Fucking Psychic. Sludge Wave. I don't know. Figure it out yourself. I don't know. This thing just has a lot of versatility. Run defensive. With leftovers, you can run or Rocky Helmet, run Scarf, run Sword Stance, Choice Band. Probably not Specs. Probably the one thing I probably can't do. But yeah. Weather Ball with like Weather Ball with like a Sunny Day setup where like, I can actually surprise like surprise a Ferrothorn. Like it's not stupid. Anyway, moving on. Rillaboom, Grassy Surge. Two main sets here, Woodhammer. Well, first off, it's Choice Band, so Woodhammer, you're never going to leave home without Glide, speaking of which, and then U-Turn, Knockoff. You can replace Woodhammer with Superpower if you so choose. And then there's also the Swords Dance Life Orb variant. Life Orb is fine on Rillaboom because you're getting health from Grassy Surge, Grassy Terrain. And then this is standard Life Orb Rillaboom. And then you can also run Grassy Seed Acrobatics if you're fighting against something like a Tangrowth. So this could work as well. Probably maybe Superpowered better than Knockoff here. yeah. Outside of that, there was a time where I was about to experiment with a very defensive balloon set. Basically, it was going to be Leech Seed Substitute. Obviously, you're not going to not have Glide. And then I think I have like Knockoff. So, I don't know. This is kind of a weird set that I was experimenting with. Because, like, this thing has pretty good bulk on the defensive side, on the physical side. So, like, you could try to, like, I don't know. I was trying to do some weird stuff with this, but I don't know. Kind of have to experiment, I guess. Bulk Up's also not a bad option. If you want to try using that. Yeah. Okay. Rotom Heat. Very similar to Rotom Wash. Basically, you just use it. You throw these two moves on. Except for Heat, you're gonna have to run Boots. Because you just have to. That's just how it is. That's how it. Yeah. So Volt Switch, Overheat, and then you Defog, Cane Split. Toxic, Will-O-Wisp, Thunderwave, all those moves can work pretty well here. Nasty Pot I think is a little bit better on Heat than it is on Wash. Because I like the Electric Fire coverage more than Electric Water. You can also run Scarf. Keep in mind though, if you run Scarf, you're going to obviously have to worry about rocks a lot more. So, yeah. It's just Rotom Wash except Fire type. I don't know what you want to say. Use it as such. Except also keep in mind you are weak to Stealth Rock, so you're really weak to Rock. Yeah. I mean, there was a time when Rotom Heat was better than Wash. Not so much anymore, just because with all of the ground types that have been introduced, specifically like Garchomp and stuff, makes Rotom Wash a lot better. Also, Heat Ram, pretty big factor in Wash being a lot better. But yeah. Okay, next up we got the Volcanion. He basically like specs is like the main set, IMO, Steam Eruption, Flamethrower or Fire Blast, depending on what you want. Stronger stab or accuracy, Earth Power, Sludge Bomb. This is a pretty good set. You can also run like Substitute. And then like maybe like Boots or something. It's like helps to ease prediction. So boot sets are pretty common. Yeah. And you can just run Boots and this, honestly. It still will work pretty well. And just get access to Defog, although it's not a very good defogger. Tried. Fast. Yeah. Stone Edge can be really good against Volcarona, fighting against that. This is one of the better Volcarona checks. Toxic can be nice. Yeah, I don't know. You just run like I feel like these three moves are like almost mandatory on a Volcanion, and the last one can be whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Of course, I'm not the expert on Volcanion, so I could be wrong. But yeah, hold on. Hitmontop. Yeah, Hitmontop. It's cool. Intimidate and Technician are both fantastic abilities, especially Technician on Hitmontop because it does get a lot of moves that abuse it, like Triple Axle, Punch, and Bullet Punch. Combat, I don't know. It's probably not exactly what I said you want to run one anymore. Main set, I guess, is probably Assault Vest. Get a lot of those. It gets some utility and some priority in Rapid. Pretty nice. You run Stone Edge for flying types. If you don't want to run Assault Vest, you can run just like lefties or actually Choice Band might not be terrible. Choice Band is probably pretty good with Technician, just for that priority Mach Punch and whatnot. And then like if you want to run Bullet Punch, you can. I don't know, stuff like this can be pretty good. Yeah, Intimidate is also not a bad ability. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Bulk Up could work too. Who knows? I've never tried that, so someone should. Is this kid wiggly? Glaceon. You have to run ice bodies. Okay. And no evasion, but boosting abilities. Even situational ones. So yeah, I guess for Glaceon specs, probably like the best ability you could do. Ice Beam, Freeze Dry. Fortunately, its coverage is pretty bad. Run Water Pulse for hitting fire types and rock types. It's like Shadow Ball, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, this thing hits like truck, obviously with 130 special attack, or not to. And Freeze Dry is one of the best ice moves in the game, so yeah, works out pretty well. There is a certain battle that has showcased the effectiveness of not even Specs Glaceon, but Spark Glaceon with Freeze Dry. So yeah, I wonder which team. Okay, I'm gonna stop doing. Okay. I guess outside of this, you could try to run Wish Protect. Yeah, Wish Protect. Obviously, it's not going to be very good because, well, I mean, you have pretty good defense. Yes, but it's not going to Wish Passer because of the low HP. The low HP. Try and toss it, I guess, or Heal Bell. I don't know. All the evolutions can technically run Wish Protect. It's just Umbreon does a lot better at doing it than everything else, so just because of its stats. Yeah. Next up, last up, we got Lopunny. Probably Klutz is probably the best one here. My favorite type of thing to do Lopunny, you just stick an Assault Vest on it, stick a Klutz on it, and then stick a Switcheroo. So how Klutz works, you can't use items yourself. So you can trick Assault Vest or Choice Bands or anything, and without any consequences. So yeah, so this makes it really good at like screwing over defensive mon really easily. And then you can kind of tailor the rest of your moves for that. Run like Encore, you have Healing Wish for support as well. And maybe just return, I guess, in the last slot, just for pivoting. This set honestly probably could work pretty well. It has good speed, so Lopunny is I think it was like 1 or 2 points too. So it's like very good value there. Smart. Anyways, let's figure out if there's any weaknesses. General weaknesses. General inclination is probably not, but I could be wrong. So we'll see. Rock types? No. Yeah, no. I guess Mawile and Hitmontop aren't necessarily the bulkiest things in the world, but like, there's still 2 rock types on the team. Yeah, it's fine. Dark types, so I guess that deals with the ghost types. Oh, you have a normal type too, so that definitely deals with ghosts. Dark types. Oh no, you have fairy types. This is pretty good, I must say. I can't think of anything that could break this team. Again, well, I'm glad we're all doing this now. I can't think of it. I can't think of anything. I can't think of anything. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? I'm moving on. Wait, hold on. Yo, I completely forgot about flying. I just realized flying I forgot about for like everyone when I was looking at TPLC. I always forget about flying for some reason. I think it didn't matter probably for the most part, but yeah, I forgot about that. But flying still doesn't affect this team really. Well, yeah, no, not really. You have Mega Mawile and Rookie. Okay. I may have to give it my third 5. What? Hazards and removal. Basically, I think the more colorful a team is, the better, the more type variants it has. Probably. Hazards and removal. This gets rocks, but probably should never run it. Spikes and C-spikes on this, rocks on this. That's it. Okay. Well, I guess Loyalty is a little bit. Well, I mean, Rock Small Wild isn't the worst thing, I guess. But like, I personally would never use it. But again, that's personal opinion. So I guess 2 rockers and a rock spiker and a T-spiker, so that's pretty easy too. And then for removal, you have Defog on Lando, Defog on Venom, Defog on Canyon, and then you also have Rapid here. So I think 4. Pivoting. U-turn here, U-turn here, U-turn here, both switch here. Yeah, that's about it. Okay, so that's pretty good though, all around. So that's 4 decent Pipmons. Like all 4 of them would want to use their pivoting moves, so 4. 1 for each of them. Speed tiers. Tiers aren't. I forgot about the Alpine for a second. So actually, it's a little bit better than I thought. But yeah, so I guess 105 here, 122, 90, 185. Wait, no, that's 70. That's like 74, 76, something like that. And like, I was like 55, 50. I think it's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. I think there's a little bit of an issue with top, I guess. I mean, that's like kind of nitpicky. So I think that's 4.5 is actually pretty well deserved here. Wait, actually, well, before I do that, why are just that? Let me just look at the bottom. Yeah, it's not bad. I guess maybe you can have a little bit lower as well. Again, that's nitpicking. Bulk. This team doesn't have a lot of bulk, frankly. It's more of an offensive team though, so that's kind of the point. Landorus, Rotom P can have their moments. Mawil's bulk is more so like I'll take it's a 1v1 health trade kind of bulk. Like I'll take 1 super effective hit and then I'll kill you. But then I won't be able to do anything else for the rest of the game. So, yeah, it's like that. I guess Hitmontop can kind of be bulky in the right matchup. Yeah, overall, though, it's not super bulky. I think like a 2.5 is 2.5 or 3. It's my kind of general inclination here. I might give it a 3 later. Setup looks pretty. Basically Sword Dance, Master Plot. All in a row. Not in a row, Greninja in the way. But 2.5 or 4 is my inclination here. 4. Wall breakers. Just wall breaks. Bandorus is pretty decent at that, actually. Wall break. Band Rillaboom, Specs Rotom, Specs. I might just give this a 5. Yeah, I might just give this a 5. Yeah, so like, Wall is fucking crazy. Bandorus, Band Rillaboom. Specs Rotom, Specs that, first band that, expects this to work. I think like everything on this team can potentially wall break except for like Lopunny. Greninja's a bit too weak to wall break frankly though, so I guess that too. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 5. It's also kind of I never have such a good team. What's going on? Why is it all in the back? Anyway. Last one, cleaners. I said Sucker Punch can't clean it earlier, so I'll say that. Priority here, Rillaboom, obviously. Scarflando is that is insane for a reason. Although I forgot there's some anti-synergy, I guess a little bit. It's like Earthquake's nerfed in Grass During, so take that. Your team's not as good as you thought it was. Destroy you. Okay, that kind of can clean. Scarflando can kind of clean. Yeah. The main way this team's clean is with Spyro, I think. Nothing against that. We also have Scarflando. I give this a 4. 3.5. I don't want this. I don't want this to be a complete blowout. Okay. Well, finally, team. All right. Time to turn on my brain. I mean, my brain was already been on. Okay. First up, we got Dragapult. Good Pokemon. Okay, so Clear Body. I mean, all three of these abilities are pretty good. The main two ones, though, are probably Clear Body, Infiltrator. Clear Body lets you ignore, like, Intimidates if you're running Dragon Dance or Sticky Web in general. Infiltrator lets you get through screens as well as Substitute, so that's also very good. So either one of those can work pretty well. Two main sets here, Specs. So Draco Meteor, Shadow Ball, U-Turn, and then the last move is kind of filler. From Fire Blast, Thunderbolt, Hydro Pump. Any of one of those moves can work pretty well there. That slot. Even Hex. Yeah. If you can status, if you like, especially since you have T-Specs on your Toxic Specs and whatnot, you can run like a Hex thing going on there. Yeah. I love Specs Hex personally. I haven't used it in a while, but like it's one of my favorites. Anyway. And then the Dragon Dance, right? So, fortunately for Dragon Dance, Dragapult is not blessed in the physical move pool, unlike its special move pool, which is why Specs is generally regarded as better. But it can still kind of function here. These are the main physical moves you would use. You could run sub leftovers with Dragon Dart to Phantom Force. You can run just an all-out attacking one with Steel Wing, or you can run Flamethrower as well, and you would probably actually replace Phantom Force with that. And then I almost forgot. There's one set that is actually really good. It's Boots. So this set is actually pretty good. I completely forgot about it. Will-O-Wisp or Thunderwave can work on this slot. You can even run both and just forgo U-Turn or something like that. And then Dragon Meteor or Dragon Darts. Again, depends on what you want. And Hex is the main selling point here. So yeah, this set can actually work really well. Yeah. Okay, that's all I had. I guess before I go, this thing can set up screens. It has both Reflect and Light Screen, I think. Yeah, so I guess it could set up screens. I mean, frankly, I wouldn't use it to set up screens, but it can. Okay, moving on, Urshifu of the Rocket Strike variety. Surging Strikes, Close Combat, Turn, all are staples. Last move can be either Aqua Jet or like something like Thunder Punch or Ice Punch. Yeah. That's pretty much it. Urshifu is a very not complicated mod. And then you run either Choice Band or Choice Scarf. That's like the main set you would always use. And then there's like some other variations. So protected pads with bulk up. You can either run Drain Punch or Close Combat here. The main thing is bulk up, Surging Strikes, Thunder Punch. And then yeah. So like this set is pretty good. Pads is always going to be really nice on a mod that relies on a multi-hit move because that means you get to ignore the chances of getting burned from Flame Body or taking Rocket Helmet plus Rough Skin, Chip, or anything like that. So, yeah. For that, Pads is pretty good. And this thing does have pretty good defense. So, bulking up, you can actually take a lot of physical hits. You can take physical hits in general already, but like with the bulk up, it's even better. And then, obviously, Drain Punch is good for just if you want to stay alive. But Close Combat is just good if you want to just kill things. It's pretty much it. Okay, Toxapex. Also, I just realized he has like 3 water types all in a row. Fun. Okay, so we all know Pex is very annoying. Because it's probably the least passive out of the walls in the game, in my opinion. Because it gets access to so much anti-passivity. Like knockoff and scald and haze and toxic, all of these can really just screw with your opponents really well. So it's hard to do anything against Toxapex. The most annoying part is Scald plus knockoff, because it makes it really hard to switch in on. Like physical attackers don't want to switch in because of Scald, and special attackers still don't want to switch in because like nothing wants to switch in because of knockoff in general. And Toxapex is really good at knocking off items. So yeah, this is the main set. You replace like stuff here with toxic or whatever. T-spikes as well. You can throw on whatever. I don't know, something like this. You can also run Poison Jab. This is mainly for the Tapu Fini matchup, which no one has, so you can ignore everything I'm about to say. But I'm just saying, in general, if you were to fight a Tapu Fini, Poison Jab is like almost a must, because Fini is one of the few water types that can beat Toxapex through. Basically, it has Calm Mind plus Taunt, and it's in Misty Terrain, so you can't really just, like, the best thing you can do is knock up its item with the standard set for Toxapex, and you can't haze away its boost because it's going to keep taunting you. So yeah, Poison Jab is really nice for that matchup because you're going to obviously do a lot of damage. Even if you are pretty weak, if you want to do even more damage, you can try, I guess. Yeah. Then a helmet or Black Sludge is the main items. Shed Shell is a good option as well of Pex if you're going to fight a Heatran. Because with Magma Storm plus Taunt, Heatran does actually beat Toxapex. So if you run Shed Shell, you can ensure that won't happen because you won't get trapped by Magma Storm. So you can like stay in, scald a little bit, and once you're the red, you can just switch out and go to your whatever. Okay. I guess the last set I can recommend, the Choice Band set, the Sacred Sky special. Gunshot Liquidation, knockdown. It's a surprise, at least. So, yeah, probably want to run Recover, but find some other coverage move. Yeah. Okay, Mega Blastoise. Nice spinner. Unfortunately, no Shell Smash because it would be ridiculously broken if it was. But yeah, you basically run Water Pulse. Since with Mega Launcher, it's base 90 power, so it's stronger. It's a little bit weaker than Surf, but it has that 20% chance to confuse. And then you also can run Aura Sphere is also boosted by Mega Launcher, Dark Pulse also as well. Ice Beam is not, unfortunately. But yeah. Basically, any of these offensive moves you would use, and then you would also mix it with stuff like Rapid Spin, with Flip Turn, Pivoting, maybe Toxic as well. Yeah. Basically about it. Refresh is not a bad option, just to relieve status conditions. Or if you want to run Rest, you can also do that. I guess Rest Talk? Rest Talk isn't necessarily a bad idea. I don't know. Like, this could be pretty interesting. I don't know. Makes your Blastoise last a lot longer, for sure. Like, even Flip Turn, pretty interesting. Oh yeah, this thing gets Water Spout. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, I mean, if you find the matchup for it, you can 100% run Water Spout. Okay, Yawn as well. Okay, cool. Okay, Fortress. This thing rarely gets Overcoat at full health, so probably Overcoat might be better overall. I mean, if you're not fighting against a Hail team or you don't see any powder moves, then yeah, just run Sturdy, I guess. Yeah, this gets access to Rocks, Spikes, and T-Spikes. So that also gets access to Spin. So yeah, this thing is very good at hazard control. Obviously, you're not going to run all of these at once, so just pick and choose. Yeah, so usually like you do like a hazard, maybe Gyro Ball for some offensive pressure, Volt Switch for momentum, then maybe like Toxic. Or maybe if you want to run Raviston, you can run Raviston. And then you run Leftovers. Or Rocky Helmet. I don't know this. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, that's about it. Fortune is pretty one-dimensional. Okay, next up we got Bisharp. Never run anything besides Defiant. They're all trash. Defiant is super good for Bisharp because you apply that like, everything's very afraid to defog against you, especially since you have T-Spikers and Spikers and all that. This could work very well. Your team can work pretty well for a hazard stacking team, actually. You have three different. Yeah, you have two different two T-Spikers and two Spikers. Yeah, this is definitely could be a this could definitely be a very good bulky offense hazard stack team, especially with Bisharp in the back, to like scare away defogging. Like this could really work. Like an actually good team idea, just in general. Yeah. But anyway, getting off topic. So knockoff, Iron Head, Sucker Punch. Kind of the main moves you need. A Swords Dance is usually the standard set. Swords Dance, Life Orb, or Black Glasses. If you want to run Choice Band though, you can run Beat Up. And this is actually, again, pretty scary. Although I guess some of your team is pretty, so I guess, yeah, Beat Up can work pretty well. Again, it's a multi-hit move with no contact, which is really nice. Yeah, okay. I guess Brick Break would be nice for opposing steel types, maybe. You encounter those. Like, for example, against someone's Cobalion. Low Kick might be good with it. I'm not sure how heavy Cobalion is, so Low Kick might be better. Oh yeah, this thing also gets rocks, unlike Thunder Wave. Yeah, okay. Lucky. Magician, I guess, wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but Prankster is obviously a lot better than Mile. So from that, this thing mainly sets up spikes. You can also set up screens as well, Light Screen, Reflect, Thunder Wave. Good. I don't know if I'm assuming, did I ban Swagger? Give me a second. Okay, did I ban Swagger? I did not. So I guess you could run Swagger. You could run Swagger Fireplay if you wanted to. Oh yeah, right. Because I mean, yeah, there's no point in banning it because like the confusion nerf is pretty big, 50% to 30%, 33%. So okay, yeah. So spikes, Foul Play, Thunder Wave, and then like I don't know what you run on the last move on. Oh, Magnetize is pretty good. You know, beat ground types like that. And then you could also run like Play Rough or Flash Cannon. Either of those can work. You need just like a general stab move. Defog is a thing on Klefki, though I wouldn't recommend it. Wait. Secret hidden tech that I definitely developed before Envy. Very locked. I swear this is I swear every single YouTuber steals my ideas. Don't say it. Don't tell them though. I swear to God. They don't actually steal it. I come up with stuff and then usually like a week after someone posts about it and I'm like, well shit. I mean for sure the idea that I come up with definitely has been around. So I mean I definitely stole it from someone else by that logic. So yeah, anyway. Well, Fairy Lock is super sick. So with Eject Button and Fairy Lock, you basically lock something in for the next turn. So basically, how it works. Okay, so let's say you're fighting Heatran, right? So you switch in Heatran, like they switch in Heatran, you switch in Klefki, you go for Fairy Lock, and then if they hit you with Eject, since you have an Eject Button, you're gonna get switched out immediately. But now that Heatran is gonna be trapped in for the next turn. So now you can bring in like, since you have a Shifu, bring in your Shifu, you can easily kill that thing in close combat because it can't switch out. So Fairy Lock is actually super heat tech. Of course, it's a little hard to pull off because, you know, Eject Button is a one-time use item, but this also works even if you die as well. So you just have to get the move off. So if you die as well, this also works. So yeah, it's kind of cracked. It's kind of a crack move. Listen. Yeah. Oh, one more set. Yeah, so it does. If any of you remember Makirna, this used to be a set it ran. when it was still legal in Sword and Shield OU. Klefki can do the exact same thing actually, which is kind of funny. Obviously, he does that a lot worse because it has worse offensive stats. It just has worse stats in general. But yeah, you can make this. You can make this still work in the right matchup, and it still has like draining kits to deal with dark types against his powers. So, good. Anyway, I like Klefki a lot. If you can't tell, that's a lot of good utility. Torterra, nice little ground type here. Gets the rockers. I guess this is a set you can run. Maybe you can run Leech Seed or something, and like Toxic. All those could work. Yeah. I guess okay. Before I start, Torterra is my favorite starter. It's my first starter. It's my favorite. Okay, why did you? Now, before I need to start ripping into it though, unfortunately. So, Grass Ground. It's a cool typing in theory, but it also has a lot of issues. So, obviously, the first one that everyone likes to point out is the 4x Ice weakness. I'm fine with that. It's whatever. But the main thing is that, so, grass types, right? So they have a crucial water resistance that not a lot of things have. You lose that when you add the ground type into it, which really sucks because most grass types are meant to beat water types, and now you can't do that because water types are still neutral. Water types are neutral against them. So I don't like that part. Actually, that's the only thing I really don't like about it. But yeah, I'd like my grass types to be water resistant. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, that wasn't actually that big of a roast. I thought more was gonna come out of me. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah. Oh wait, no, I'm not done. I'm lying. It gets Sword Stance and also gets access to Rock Polish. When Z-moves were a thing in Gen 7, I used this in Gen 7 NU. I ran Rocky and Z. I ran Rocky and Z Double Dance Torterra. So basically, I just assumed people would think that I would have Woodhammer, so I scare out water types like that. And I run Stone Edge, Rocky and Z just to like surprise like flying types. Worked pretty well, honestly. Of course, obviously you don't have access to the Z moves in this draft league, but you know, this edge quick coverage is still pretty good and Double Dance is still pretty cool. So yeah. Last up we got Raichu, and yeah, this one's pretty good. Static, again, harder to abuse on Raichu than on other static Pokemon just because it is quite frail. So you probably want to run Lightning Rod. And then, you know, you run Nasty Plot, Thunderbolt, Surf, Grass Knot, Focus Blast. Yeah. All those things. You can also run like a spec set with Volt Switch. If you wanted to. Or you can run maybe like Utility with Knockoff, I guess. I'm not sure how that will work exactly. This could probably work in a certain matchup. Or like Encore. Nuzzle is also a very good move. Basically a free Paralyze, and that it can't be taunted. Plus has access to Wish, I guess, but like, space 60 HP wishes aren't anything to be super proud of or anything. Yeah, okay. Alright, Boss Ben. Let's rank your team. Okay, so looking at the matchup, we got pretty good actually. This team looks kind of weird because there's like three steel types and three water types right next to each other, and so it looks like there should be like weaknesses, but like there should be shared weaknesses, but like honestly there aren't really that many shared weaknesses at all. Like they cover each other very well, often. And then you still have the fighting. You saw the I don't know. I guess the main issue here is lack of a ground resist. You have one ground resist, but like you have no ground immunity, which is pretty bad. So that could be an issue. What else? I think it's fine. Well, you know, the ground thing is a sticking point, I guess. Other than that, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. So, yeah, I guess you should just be more careful about electric types than usual. I mean, you have 2 electric communities. Why am I saying? Like, yeah, I mean, you still have 3 water types, so it still can't be an issue. Not counting it against you anyway. Yeah, I think it's fine. I'm just gonna move on. So I think you have the ground thing, kind of an issue. So I'm gonna 4.5 because that's like the only thing I could find that was wrong. So, and you still have something that covers. You also have like Magnetized Klefkios, type of tech like that. So, not the end of the world. As it's post removal, as I said before, this is a very hazard stacking team. You have 2 T-Spikers, 2 Spikers, multiple Rockers. So, yeah. You know what? I'm going to give him a 2.5 in hazard because, even though he doesn't have webs, because, like, it works really well with his team in general. I'm going to make an exception. And then for removal, it's not that good. You have 1 Rapid Spinner. 2 Rapid Spinners. Okay, Energy Fog. No. Not bad, it's not bad. And then you have anti-removal. Well, that doesn't really count for me. So. Maybe 4.5. 1 wowed me with their hazards, I guess. No one gets a 5 today. Pivoting. U-turn. Lip turn. Volt switch. That's 5, I think. And then, like, 4 of them, give or take, want to actually use it, so... I'll give it a 4. Yes. Maybe I want to give it 3. I don't know, I'll think about it. Anyway. Speed tiers. So... okay, we have a problem. Why does everyone leave, like, big-ass gaps? Okay, to be fair, you know, I'm being very critical of speed tiers overall for everyone, but I understand that it is hard to, like, just make speed tier, like, consciously draft for speed tiers while you're drafting. I understand that, so, like, it's not... I might sound like I'm roasting people, which I am, but, like, it's not, like, super, like... It's not... I don't know. It's basically just don't take it too seriously. Like it's not like a serious criticism. I mean, it is kind of a serious. It's not like super important, but it's important to me. So screw you guys. No. Yeah, but anyway, so 142, but like yeah, so there's a big gap between 142 and 110. To be fair, not a lot of mons between those, as much as like between 100 and 110. So I guess it's kind of fair. Yeah, like 97 here. I mean, yeah, you know what? I guess this is fine. This is fine. This is more fun. 97, and then this is like, you know, 65, 70, never mind. I don't know Klefki apparently. It was 75. You know what? It's fine. It's just fine. Good at 4 points. For that slight gap. Okay, well. Pretty good. That's it. No further questions, Your Honor. Okay. Klefki, Fortress, Toxapex, Torterra a little bit, Blastoise a little bit. Yeah, it's like okay. We're like a 3.5. Sure, I'll be nice with 5. Set up. Dragon Dance, Dragon Ball, bulk up this. Swords Dance this, oh god, Swords Dance that. Double Dance this, nice about that. To be fair, he probably won't be using Double Dance very often. I'll give it a 4 then. Wall breakers, those two, this one, this one. Oh, why is the back half is just really killing me? I don't know what's going on. Why is the back 3? I don't know. I think these last 3 teams are the best 3 teams in the draft actually. Oh, it's definitely shaping up to be. And then the last column is Paul's the best at that. Paul's one of the best at doing that. Sucker Punch pretty sharp as well. I see maybe a 3. Actually, do I want to give him a 3? I don't know. Actually, I think I like Denver Digletts' team more than this one, but I don't know. That might be a little bit biased or something, I don't know. I don't know, you know what? That's how I ranked it. That's how it's gonna be, I guess. So yeah, I guess we're done here. Maybe I should look through all this and just try to... You know what? No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm too tired at this point. Okay, so... I know there's a rank function I can use. Let me see. 2A to 13K. Wait, all the way around. What's the battle? Although, how does it work? You know what? I'm gonna pause. I'll be right back. Okay, that took me a while. Trying to figure out some code there. Okay, so the team has been ranked. They've been ranked for the most part. I just have to split the tie now because there's one tie here that I need to figure out. So, Driftveil Delibirds versus Toledo Treeckos. You guys are right next to each other. You guys have the same ranking. I gotta figure out which one is better. Frankly, I like Toledo's more, so I'm gonna put them higher. So. Basically, the reason why I don't think Driftveil Delibirds is better is it's really rain offensive, which is good, but also the issue is just like it's only rain offensive. I guess I don't know. I think Toledo Treeckos has a little bit more versatility at the end of the day, so that's why I'm putting it higher. Yeah, and I frankly don't like this list. I don't know. Like I feel like. Also, I thought that, frankly, going into this, I thought Denver Digletts was going to take number 1 in my place. And then I basically would have swapped this top 3 around. So this would have gone first. Virbank would have been second. Italian Torterras would have been third. That was my personal opinion there. But I guess I can't argue with the numbers. I guess I could. I didn't actually change any of the numbers in this area, though. So maybe I could have done something about that. But I don't know. Yeah, so I will be posting, I will share all this on the doc for anyone who's interested in looking more deeply at this. If you have any questions about it, let me know. If I missed something, let me know. I 100% did, by the way, because, you know, this is like, I did this all over the course of 6 hours. I need more time. If I wanted to be completely accurate, this would have taken me like 24, like, frankly. So, you know, I definitely made mistakes. If I did, you know, let me know. And maybe I'll change the rankings. Yeah. I think overall, everyone's mostly in the right place. Yeah, I think I remember the team. Yeah, I think, yeah, basically, I don't like the top 3, how I sorted that, but I think everything else is mostly fine. Yes. I don't know if I put Popular's team higher than these two. Maybe that as well. Yeah, I mean, so there's 2 ways of ranking teams, right? There's just like, you know, kind of going for the feel of it, and then there's also doing the way I did, which is just like sort everything into categories. I think there's a different disadvantage to sorting into categories like I did, because like I don't necessarily feel like this is exactly how I would have ranked it, personally speaking. But you know what? I guess there's the advantage of it. It's technically more objective, so doing it by category. So there's that. Also, before I sign off, like none of these teams are like bad. I just wanted to clarify that. I mean, actually the point difference is pretty big, but like it's no one's like how do I explain this? I don't think anyone can. I don't think nobody is like out of this league just because of their team. I think anyone can potentially win with their teams. I don't think any team is like super duper weak. So yeah, of course, I think these top 3 teams are well, you can clearly see in the rankings, but they are by far a step above everyone else's. I think these 3 were very well drafted. And then I think the rest are pretty close to each other. Yeah, so I mean, I guess the rankings do reflect kind of what I think. But I thought these 3 teams were really good, and then all these teams are good to mediocre. So yeah, I guess I'm done. So thank you for those of you who stuck by for the. I actually don't know how long this video is. It's probably around 6 hours. Because I'm doing this in chunks. So yeah, thanks for watching, and I will see you guys soon. Oh, and yeah, there might be some videos coming out very soon after this. So see you guys then.